definitely an advantage.
Ciao, what's up? Chat, my alarm didn't go off.
Very well.
My alarm didn't go off. What is this?
There's definitely still hope.
Today, how's everyone doing? We just made it.
Already. Gonna be kicking things off on their attack side. This is where they only lost the
Okay, I can't see any of you as well, so I imagine you're all there.
vitality.
Let me turn the sound up slightly.
The game is sort of ground to a halt. There's quite a bit of space taken by
Yeah, I got no sound.
whether or not he can get anything done. The answer is no, but his teammates can.
Okay, Lev on defense. Trace on attack.
Honestly,
Honestly, this is probably like one of the best chances Trace have map-wise.
by Mazzino. They know that he's here, and they're backing off. Trace looking to give the space away, taking control instead towards the lamps. Over behind that box.
I'll speed this up after as well. More sound? Yeah, it's so low.
That wall is causing a bit of a
Maybe
problem.
that's a bit better.
Got to expend a lot of ammo to break that open, and they use it to bait in, locking into the fight. A good start. Still that trap. Two players stood in behind that box, and Kai's the first to strike. Calm now left.
Dude, a pistol on the board.
Battle. A tough
Imagine
position. At least lands
Nice
the
shot.
first. But the time is ticking away. He has to get on that spike soon. Has to root these players out of position, and the double swing. Very close.
Too bad.
But not close enough.
Alright, we'll keep it on the pistols. 1-0
to the Chinese squad.
Yeah, I think the time had already gone, so that's why you see the double face towards the end. But I do like just
okay,
how they're
I see
playing
you
their
guys now.
post plants. Relatively safe, but also just having that
Twitch
double
chat,
off in an
YouTube chat.
uncharacteristic position. And again, we just see the value of the solid timing. I think this team has a lot of really good fundamentals.
Wake up, dude,
where
my
you're not
alarms
seeing them
didn't
make
go
too
off.
many mass mistakes,
even
which
said
I
both
think
of
a lot
them.
of the teams
see
we've
Bacon
seen, like,
ringing me.
burst
I
onto
can't
the
hear
international
that.
stage or come into the international stage have had as problems. The fact as well that Fong Fong has been able
When
to
did I
get
wake up?
that far
Solid
forward in the
3
early
minutes
rounds.
ago, I would
Something
say.
that might have to be thought about, but of course, it's early days here for Leviathan.
And early round 2, you can see that Leviathan have stacked up A. They've got a lot of space, having already pushed straight down A short, so the timer is ticking.
Yeah,
Trace
it's not
getting
too
to
bad.
B. Calm doing
been
his
worse.
best to slow them down. There is a rotation from the Xeno, but he'll be here too late to do anything. Walking out to the site, just a pistol in hand, and he is
We only
quickly
have
dealt
the
with. Site
ghost
now
into this one as well.
completely under Trace's control.
Every kill matters.
Flank, may be able to find some value.
Every kill
though,
matters
from
on this
Aspes
one.
and Tex. It is being
And
watched,
I'm
though.
hoping that Lev do
It's not
something
gonna
better
be
than
found
Vitality
for
did.
free,
I know it's
but a
just the
battle
eco here,
against
so I
these
don't want to
two
worry
could
too
go
much.
either
Like,
way.
don't let them
The other
over
thing as
towards
well is the
site.
way
If this
that
comp gets over towards the
Trace is
site,
using
it's
the
done.
barrier, is it just
Chat,
isolates
casters
players.
can
So
go up
King
a
is
bit,
just
right?
having to wait at the moment because he's completely locked off from a teammate. It means that there's not an easy way back in, and in fact, we're going to see King just go in the other direction. Nice shot from Kai.
maybe?
Looking like they'll keep this one nice and clean unless there's some sort of mistake.
Me-
Texas position
Wait
could
for
be
this,
that mistake. A gap
me the
left
pen.
in the armor.
Omi, thank you so much, man.
They've
Appreciate
kinda
the
got
YouTube
lost
membership.
at where
Thank you for
Con
doing
was,
that, dude.
but the shot's not
thank
quite
you.
clean enough. Even still, Texas has done fantastic work.
Yeah, good damage at the end of the day. No chance to defuse that spike, and both players falling to it. All for the economy. A 2-0 start nonetheless, and 3 weapons carried forward to the next. It's not a terrible start for the attacking side. Here's where the guns come out on the defense, and where Leviathan have a chance to put rounds on the board.
Yeah, it's safe to say as well that I think that this choice for Trace is a good one. It's a map that regionally hadn't been going great over the last stage, lost it 3 times in a row. It's a solid opposition. You're talking about the likes of FPX, Titan, JDG, but ultimately it didn't look great. But after their victory versus
Pretty good.
Vitality,
Pen
and a
pen
close
working, no
victory
thingy.
for
Alright.
Leviathan versus
Bonus
Talon,
isn't
clearly
great.
feeling confident
Not great.
in what they can do with
Not
this
great, but
comp.
it's not awful.
The buy, though, it's not the best. A couple of pistols will be in play, and I think if they win this one, that would be a pretty impressive start. They've done a lot of damage, actually. Com almost down already.
I definitely started out as a hater of the deadlock, but looking at Trace playing it last time, certainly started to sell me on it. In the first couple of rounds, I agree. That barrier has been a bit of a problem early on. Leviathan control over Bath, orb taken, space taken.
Yeah, this is a nice
gonna
timing
slow
for a
down the round
dog.
for
Goes
Trace
all the
by
way out
quite a
over
bit.
towards B
Comes
long.
to
One's so far
blow
away
to
to hear
blow.
it. Flash to
Haven't really
confirm
got
that
the
no one's
weapons.
taking a timing behind it.
Instead, they're going to use the numbers
3
to try to
people from
overwhelm
Lev.
that A side.
It should be pretty
3
fine now.
players stacked up though, and big players at that. Aspes, the first line of defense, and he's going to get an opportunity as this smoke fades.
Maybe if the guy's showers goes down, I would say.
40 seconds on the clock. Execution now beginning, but King, as we saw
Pleb
last
TV,
time
thanks
out,
so much, man. Oh,
kicking
Pleb
things off
VT
with a
even.
bang.
Thank you for that, bro.
already
Appreciate
going to
you.
isolate the rotation, make it a little bit harder, but the players on site are already
Yeah,
doing
it's
an
a nice match,
impressive
though.
job from Leviathan, but there is a trade back from BNK, at least making it competitive.
And they're starting to get some of these sonic sensors up. trying to throw in a curveball in case Leviathan get aggressive and take some space. Immediately Mazzino dropping locking, that's a problem. The spike needs to get on the ground, and they know that swing can come in from Bath. 8 seconds now, and they're isolated.
Kills? Okay,
no
well,
chance
we got one kill and we got a double armor, so it's not great for the bonus.
Leviathan have bought right back into it. 4 players alive as well. It's a very successful round for the defensive side.
Yeah, I think just being a little bit more committed to that A site, as said, like the way that the barrier
okay,
can isolate teammates from being able to rotate, and obviously more of a problem in the pistol than any other round, but also just holding on to some of the aggressive control. Like you're not allowing them to get deep.
Before you're gonna have to watch RDS. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that to you. I'm sorry, man.
And just denying that space, it makes this
we can blame technology
for
this
just the weaker weaponry in general. It's always going to be a difficult round for Trace. Now though, we're going to have the buyback in. The only ultimate available right now is going to be the Crash for Tex. He was someone in their first match.
And we are going for our first big round, punishing over towards long, and we have the Viper smoke here, which is something that Vitality needed to do. Is a very good sign for Lev. We already see the one round that needed to happen round 4.
Nobody up close. Trace.
Yeah, and now you can fight behind this, and they used their util to get map control, and they didn't get map control.
The
game plan is the one.
Alongside the orb, and then Texas jump spotting it. This is a bait play from Leviathan. And Mazzino might be able to catch someone off guard as a result, and he does. The orb back up, and he can get right out of there.
Yeah, wonderful interplay. Heybei's going to be the man trying to
this is literally what I was asking for the whole Vitality game.
No, it's not.
Oops.
Yeah, must have missed that one.
You know, it happens to the best of us. It's not going to work out this time. He's able to check long again. Can't quite make it up the box. And in fact, we're going to see a late rotation. The thing is, there's still 2 players here. Aspas and King patiently
honestly, that info means that there's only 2 people over towards A. I know there's 20 seconds. Still got Raise Nade, still got Molly to delay, so they can't plan.
To slow them down even more. And with 15 seconds on the clock, this is getting uncomfortable.
Yeah, and Races goes in now, then Raise nades.
And the nade's gone in. That is going to take Fung off the plant, drop the spike, and with that the round already secured. A follow-up from Aspas gets another nade, and there is no chance.
Just a shout out to Lev, everything was good here. Right, we got double block over towards long, you got your first layer of the wolves, so they can't actually take first layer of the smoke, so they can't take map control, and then they just have no extra util to get through. Like they got to use sky flashes, and they got to use bodies to go through. So to push through a Viper smoke into a crossfire is just way too much on this one.
They even put a smoke in, so there wasn't really an
we just have
opportunity
smoke delay
anybody to actually
over towards A.
them. They could just spam through those smokes, and it took
oh my god, what's going on YouTube again? Lexor again, bro.
And then also just the initial combos that you can
YouTube chat, we can do this now as well. Let's try YouTube chat. YouTube chat, I know there's some members now. Do you want to get some plug Oilers out for Lexor? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted, bro.
They were signing champions winners. Of course, we knew where this was going to head, but the synergy was
there. We go.
That is what has happened a lot.
Lexor, thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate the support.
Already under pressure, but he's thriving within it.
Talk about this guy being underrated.
Damn,
if he
it's
keeps this
possible.
Up, that won't
Look at the
last
YouTube
long.
chat going.
7 and 2 already. Big kills, shutting down what could have been a flood straight out of hookah and sending Trace to the other side of the map. They're hoping that Bianche can find the space in the meantime.
The cast is slightly shut.
But even walking out here, you can see it's being
I couldn't hear him
by
earlier, so I think that's...
He's been good at just finding his pick, punishing the space take.
That happens, they're really quiet right now.
Now it's Tex that's swapped in for him, with the smokes being set up as we speak. And Tex ain't missing a beat. Nice clean kill. Kai low HP. Just outside the bath, and the swing up top from Aspas. That is going to close him out. All left into the hands of just one. The Brimstone of Locking. He's going to have a tough time with this Sheriff in hand and the spike on the site.
Yeah, any damage he could do here would be nice, but with the smoke fading, it's going to end up with back flawless rounds for the side of Leviathan.
No bit of damage, a lot of money. If I'm Trace, I'm probably doing some kind of timeout early because they're doing the exact thing that the comp struggles to get through.
How did that
so now they need to talk about if they're going to take long or if they're going to take showers, and they should probably just take showers and honestly just head over towards A. But if they are going to take long, they need to try and make sure that they time this smoke. Like smoke goes down and then they go, like they util dump. They should be using Sky Dog and then use the grav net off the Sky Dog and just fight heavy because they're wrecked otherwise. Stephen Leggy, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 14 months. Thank you.
It went to him, but I definitely.
And then over towards A. Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna take showers at the moment, Saint. They haven't even taken showers yet. That's the issue. They only can't get the plant because of showers. They don't need to take back the site yet.
I think the patience.
Like if they can take showers and they're all good, then they're fine.
And that's the thing with a composition like this. Okay, maybe people weren't looking at Trace within the first round. Like I'm sure, I don't doubt the vitality.
Lexor again, thank you so much for doing that, man.
But expectations were not that they would. Well, I think if you looked at the pick'ems, most people would have them in 4, and that's not the most ludicrous thing to have. The thing
Second
is,
game
though,
today,
they
EDG G2.
And I don't doubt that Itopada has been sat behind the scenes. He's watched those demos. He's known what they're going to do. And a lot of their execution on the A site especially is a very similar vein each time. Like they're trying to lock off that spawn. They're trying to basically make it so they can get into those post plants. And so far, what LEV have done on that side of the map is deny them getting the plant, which it takes away a lot of what the value of this comp has.
NRV underscore GG. Hello. Yeah, do my alarm didn't work. N is in B Freean.
Got Thrash online so early, and that was what made them pump the brakes twice on their B execution a few rounds ago, leading to the time being the main enemy. Now again, there's a player.
Please check this. Oh my god, I was gonna say, this is much better though. We're seeing we're taking some map control with some force. This is good, man. Shots, bro. Absolute shots. What a timeout as well. Shout out to the coach. He's completely owned this round. Obviously the shots help as well, but dude, this is good, man. We actually
it's not going to be easy.
we're actually going to have a really good game on our hands.
Deadlock utility that was slowing them down, but that's all it's done, slow them down.
I was honestly thinking that Trace weren't going to get many rounds after we had that.
You can see Comms
like the 2 rounds that were before this.
Of the map, but he might meet Kai waiting there on that lurk, a late
but
lurk.
Now
expects it.
Now we got a close game.
Hold on to the rifle. The thing is though, we already
absolute round from Bianc.
Clean for the side of LEV, so
wait, we're calling him Bianc now, not BNK, right?
Tries to drop some weaponry. He is gonna have max cash anyway.
Really enjoyed Heibe's little sonic sensors, doubled up on that B choke point. You take a fight against the player, well, even if you go down, your teammates got the trade with the stun, and if they break the first sensor, the second one hits them while they shoot at it. So, absolutely gorgeous, tough to deal with, and Calm, just like you said, went out to try to punish, but it's him that ends up in the dirt. 3-3, and a well-used timeout by Trace to get them back on the board, but a lot of that goes to Bianca. What a phenomenal opening, great flash to start, fantastic correction in the Seekers, forcing Tex out into the open.
I see NRB. That's awesome, man.
That's the round done before it even gets started.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, no, he is someone that we already know as like the nightmare of a very specific Americas team, but someone that I guess was there to put some of the other Chinese teams on the map, because I think we've always looked at.
All right, now we get into it. So this is
they proved themselves very early on. FPX
which one is this? The Nats one? I thought you jump up to do.
Underrated as a squad, but I think Billy was a
okay, it's the one that extends over towards long.
To be that here in this
All
tournament.
block.
Already equalizing, but as said, when they played versus,
yeah, dude, you can just see how much emphasis is on shutting down long at the moment. Like everything is based around shutting down long. We had smoke over towards A, even the ult that goes over towards short. They're doing the aggro one because they don't want to get caught by the Gravnet that goes over the top. They decide to do a more passive one that does a similar effect of just blocking out. Okay, so we pick up all, we get Razor and
this would be terrible, and it is.
Gonna say I gotta see a jump spot there.
He's not sticking around to defend it. The right call.
No one over towards showers. Had enough money for an op.
Hesitating to pick it back up, and they'll go running right to the other side of the map.
G2T. Sorry, G2 Tibble. Thank you so much. Thank you. Eyeball.
Just a moment.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
On the back side,
they've done a really good job here, by the way. Like they've grouped up onto the right side. I still felt like the call wasn't too bad considering what was going down.
King has joined the B site. Tex is there watching behind. They don't have time to go back.
As we could see, like pushed off towards here, pushed off towards long. Had to reinforce short.
They are going for that second option. The question is, again, with credit still available...
Razor, yeah, he kind of went for the Razor before the kills happened, though, so it wasn't like... It wasn't crazy bad.
All the final seconds are ticking down. It looks like a more passive phase from this squad. Content to have their credits running very high in the early half, and a 4-3 lead now locked in. This is starting to look a little scary because there's a theme to the rounds that Tracer
DMB isn't live as well, bro.
They're
the
denied
LAMs,
space everywhere
UK
they
people
look.
not working
They try to
today.
force
What's going on?
rotations by showing
Great
presence on
Badger,
one
thank you
side
so
of the
much for
map, but
gifting
it picks
my
up
alarm
coming in.
clock to
I think
our
as well,
club.
they've got to
Appreciate you
start
doing that.
denying some
Thank
of
you
that
very
early
much.
map control. Like, either we've been seeing Lev be able to battle for
It
B-Long,
deserves
which they
that,
did
but
fantastically, a lot of utility use.
the British
Or
are just
this round they
sleeping,
just
yeah.
walked up
Dude,
in
our
towards the
alarms
showers,
just aren't working,
and
man.
Aspas having that much command of the map just can't happen. By the looks of it, though, they might be opting to
I
pick
mean,
up
he
the pace.
is
Oh, it's a missed shot that will
getting
give them
out.
the
We
site.
get 4 people. Do we insta TP? This is a nice reaction though to losing over towards site so heavy. They insta TP and do seekers so they can fight this guy off. And now we're in that same situation where Trace couldn't take anywhere and get a plant
A little
down.
bit of a tough spot. He's in jail. Might not have been annihilated, but he's put behind bars. Breaks himself out.
The longer this goes on, the worse it becomes. So they actually need to do this.
Target for now. Might not be a bad idea for Trace, but they have no idea how many players
Like
are
they
waiting
have
on
to.
the opposite side of those smokes.
How has one of you already made a new account of my alarm
They
clock?
don't have any
That's
more
crazy.
Smokes of their own.
Is that what you
Gauge
just
or
spent
two
the
might
last
be able
20
to go
minutes
up, but I
doing?
think this has to be a brawl
How are you allowed
rather
to
than
type in
an
chat?
attempt to plant.
I swear I have it
See
so
if a
like
mistake
fresh accounts can't type.
is gonna
What's
be
going
made on
on?
the other side, but again, planting here is definitely not going to be easy.
I think you have to like put your
There will
email
be
in and
spam,
everything,
there will be
man.
attempted denial. I don't mind the idea from Bianche to just throw
Email,
out a flash,
phone number.
but now they are going to make that switch. Kai has been lurking. He's been taking space. And he's gonna
Wait,
get the
this is
kill.
a
That's
big
huge
round,
kill.
man.
That
Imagine they
allows
win
them
this.
to
They get the plant
That
down as well. They're going to go over
denies
towards side. They're
all
actually
the space
winning
that was
this.
there for the side of Leviathan. It's going to have to be a full retake.
This
The
is what
one
we've been
person
missing.
walk
They've
up
tried to
over
push and
towards
pull the
B,
map,
it
but
all
they've
came
never
down
found
to
the
that one
kills on the
jewel.
lurk in these rounds. It was only Bianche opening up a site.
It's
Leveraging it
more
out
of
of
a
their hands,
doable
but now
retake.
they've
They
actually got some
probably got to
space.
wait for
They've got the
Aspas,
plan,
who is
they've got the
miles
advantage
away, by the
to
way. He's
work
still
with as
clearing
well.
A
Some
site.
players tagged up. Leviathan definitely gearing up for this retake. The
If they give
operator
Aspas a
on
kill, he
Aspas
gets his ult, but time's going
waiting
to be
for an
pretty low.
opportunity for someone to show their face, but it's not happening. A very patient display by Trace as the timer runs down. Feng able to take the double on the back, and now it's just the
What an incredible round, man.
turning tail to the A site and being chased down. Eventually, they'll just decide to let him be and be content with the round conversion. The lead not extended by Leviathan. We're tied up 4-4.
Yeah, and high impact from Kai. Like the thing I've
It
always
was.
been impressed with from
Dude,
just
Lexi, maybe we
these
go
recent
over
matches I've
maybe
seen
we go
from
over
Trace.
the things at one
Again,
point.
we talk
I have no
about
idea
a
how
lot
that's
of the teams
doable.
that we've seen coming from China,
I'll screenshot
or even
myself later.
Initially from the likes
You
of
tell
Pacific,
me
and the way that they would play would be
why I'm an
okay,
idiot.
let's use our individual skills.
Jeffy
let's
Lowe,
be
thank you so much,
overly
man.
aggressive.
Dude,
But
42
that
months,
hasn't really been
Jeffy.
the
Thank
case
you
with
for that.
Trace. They are willing to walk into that A site initially and then wait for almost a full minute. Like they'll just sit there and see if anybody on Leviathan is going to
Goff
make a
Spada,
mistake.
thank you so much as
And
well,
then
man.
the
Appreciate the
reliance
2
was on
months
Kai.
also.
He goes down
You see the
there,
video
that's gonna be
on
such a
Twitter of
difficult take. There was
Aspas
already
punching a
snake
bag
fight
as hard as
for
he can?
Tanuka to delay by Leviathan,
didn't.
but it's that one kill. It gives them the
Is
plant,
it
and then the post-launch
irresponsible
from them have been
midway through the
fantastic.
tournament?
Well,
It depends on how much
much
practice
more
he's
control
had.
by
If
Trace.
he's
I
like
like this
doesn't
look.
do it
You're
often,
expecting the
then
adaptation
yes. If he does it
from
often,
Leviathan.
then not really.
Aggressive pushes. The camera actually didn't spot it, but this will be checked periodically by Kai. He's not going to let them slip by.
There's something else as well.
Two players tucked in the corner.
It's the arcade ones.
Leviathan
Well, the measures how
taking that
how
space
hard
and
you do it.
farming the
I mean,
orbs
that's
again.
okay
Texas
unless you
got
mess
the
up a
ultimate
punch,
online.
bro.
Thrash was a big
You're
problem
right.
for Trace last time they tried to hit a site. B was defended by it. Both pulses of the Thrash completely.
Jeffy
halted
Lowe,
the
thank you
play.
for sending that as well, bro.
Left the
Appreciate you.
attackers with next to no
Freezing in
time
June also with the
to get
15
that
months.
planned
Thank
in.
you so much, dude.
Now, though, the space taken for free. There's the spot from Kai. Cage to protect him as well. A little bit of cushion, but Tex
Whoa,
comes
shots
around
from
the
Tex, but
side,
this time they
opens up the
reactively take back
control, and a big
side.
swing. Again, Bianche, they're rushing
whoa.
to try to defend this man, but he can't
Trade?
get away.
Nice
Look the way the
trade,
trade
dude.
is in. 3 kills from Tex. Keeps it doable for Leviathan, though.
Yeah, the sensor to the back site. The wall also.
They got to
holding
retake
them
with the
back at
op
least a
here.
little
No one wants
longer.
to peek.
It's
They
gonna
got to
take
break the
time
wall
to
with an
break
op.
it. I think
Yeah.
Aspas is not even going to
You
shoot.
keep going,
Just
Mazino.
wants to make sure that the game isn't given away, but the nade will do just that.
The nade
Maybe
is
that's
on his
landed
head.
perfectly on him. It will force him out, but he's still
Yeah, and
standing.
then they think it might be
Hasn't been
clear now.
spotted. They don't know where he is right now. The sensor will get one. And in the meantime, Aspas, he's actually popped the showstopper, but instead, it's going to try tapping it. Knows he needs to get this one to half. Rocket back out, but
Damn,
he's not
bro,
quite
they
quick
did
enough.
so good,
Payday
dude.
with the Red
He
Bull
got the
punch
trade on the
will
guy's
put Trace on
showers.
the ball once again.
It's basically a 3v5 and they still
And now
managed to
the
win
lead
because of their
swapped
first original
hands.
kills.
It's the attackers spearheading the way.
I
round
think are
5
doing a
pause,
timeout
they
here. I'm
come
not
right out
entirely
of it
sure.
with 3 out of 4
They
rounds.
got
Momentum in the
I
sails.
think they got to win this. I think their
Starting to
money's
fall
low now.
apart,
2 in a row.
Considering how dominant The early round
NRV as well. NRV, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the YouTube membership as well, dude. Appreciate the support.
He tanked the nade to start with, showing no fear. And it's Aspas that he ends up dropping.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a peak before the official. That's it.
Was his idol for so long.
It's one little mistake that just
the way this round kicked off,
comes pretty costly.
Like it was over. Like it was Tex finding a high impact double, able to hold control of Showers, having his ultimate online. I'm thinking it's a done deal, but it's the way that they immediately clear the site, realize that there's no further control there, and just the wrap back around to try and catch those.
The thing is, I don't even know if they need to change anything up.
They had that control for the post plant.
They need to change anything up. Like everything's going okay. It's just these small little mistakes over towards Showers.
Now, while there is going to be a pause from Lev, because they had a streak, they had a good read, a couple of flawless rounds, but now the economy is coming back to bite them.
Kilo, thank you so much as well.
Haven't gone their way, and we're starting to see some of the impact that Heibei can have with his utility.
Map-wise, okay, I'll be honest with you. Map pool-wise, they're not going to win Ascent.
Yeah,
their Ascent strat is
relatively heavy. I think that Trace have already
kind of the same as watching like a ranked game a little bit. Like they just hit A or they hit B. They have no depth in their attack map pool. So they kind of have to win behind.
A tall box.
Their Ascent's good though. Like Trace can win if they win bind and Ascent. They will get annihilated on Sunset.
With a dizzy over top. They've sensed that there's presence here. Now refocusing towards the bathroom. King and Aspas on their way. Tiger goes through. It's seen them.
I said Ascent for both. Okay, sorry, they're Sunset is what I meant. Dude, that's you can blame that on my alarm clock as well.
For the swing, Aspas with another, and they're shutting them down. Lighting up the kill feed.
Trace won't win Sunset. Is what I'm trying to say.
That spike has no chance to be planted, and a flank underway. Traps covering it, but a lot of control given to the side of Leviathan.
It's such a deep trip as well, by the looks of it.
But they can win bind Ascent.
But there is a second one. So
yeah, they actually are Bacon. Dude, they're inside my phone as well. Bacon, you rang me so much. No sound from my phone. What's going on?
Patience is key.
What is today?
That Bianca find a timing here, but I think that timing is
I appreciate you trying though,
man. Holding and watching.
And they don't change too much.
More aggressive stance this side for Leviathan, and one that works out for them.
And even in the late round, Aspas wasn't covering Bath. I started to sweat a little bit, but
my phone got fadeawed. Yeah.
He knew exactly when that player could have shift walked all the way around. The early aggression, like you said, Stim Beacon used after the first kill.
Yeah, actually, honestly, Bacon.
Consistent so far. There's a reason.
Tex is great, man. Like Tex is just.
Orbs and a couple of kills now. He's 13.
I would say he started off slow, and by starting off slow, I mean kickoff. Kickoff wasn't great for him.
He was unbelievable.
And then everything else was incredible.
On the Sentinel. Immediately,
I mean, that's
annihilation has been popped. I think it's going to catch King.
One, and I think he's way too close with the smokes behind, so
they are going to try and spam this one.
X is going to have to do a lot as we start singing his praise. Keep an eye on the flank behind. There's a trip there though, so they're going to know about it at one point. He's actually going to have to go through double trips. He's going to have to go through one trip.
A flank coming in. Aspas has to fight versus two, and he gets nothing.
The yank with the jump as well, and he doesn't go down. This is nice, bro.
Exactly where he is. And Mazzino's only just getting into play.
And they know he's coming.
Dude, these guys are on it.
I think the hope was that Kai would be one of those players to fall, but nobody's falling on their side, and it's Kai's triple already. Mazzino out to put him to bed finally.
Holy.
There's plenty players to trade that out. 6 rounds now
Incredible.
for Trace. You came in today thinking
they're
that
doing so well. They're doing so well.
And a chance to confirm the lead for a 7-5 half. Phenomenal display.
This is the thing though. As soon as they have like Showers or long control, they pretty much get over towards the site.
That this team can do some damage. Of course, there was talk of a lot of new players for Vitality coming to the stage, but I think it was Gorilla in his interview afterwards was saying, no, this is a legit team. You got to watch out for them. I think Kai definitely proving himself on the Jet, but as well his depth of agent pool with the Sentinel. Let's look pretty good. Again, we're going to see this aggression.
FNS and Tyrick here, the stream crashed away, what the hell?
Alongside him, Kai is watching. The first goes his way, and the information will be there. He actually
Damn, bro, look at this guy. He's solo winning so many rounds on his own. Yeah, he solo won that round over towards B on his own, and he's doing this. Is they going to get 7?
Just been sitting there.
That's sick.
They're making their way towards the B side, but with 2 kills going down on A, I believe Viper being spotted, and maybe even a flash being popped. Definitely a flash. In fact, Vizino doesn't have any left.
Just dog Brimble.
Man on this A site.
He's dead.
For him. The Tigers got the scent. It's on the way, and King's being spotted.
Brimble.
Volley down will delay them slightly.
Hold that.
The net is
Sure.
gorgeous.
You guys do that.
No escape for King. He's caught not just by the net, but by Fung Fung as well. Watch out for this swing, Com. Lawking's already swapped up his position deep to cover that walkthrough, and with the wall,
bro, what a half,
them
man.
out completely. Mazzino's going to have to give away his position. He knows there's a likely swing, but he can't
Really
do
sick.
anything
Again,
about
they
it.
have to. Okay, now you Brimble. But like I said, they have to win Bind, they have to win Ascent. The Sunset, not the one.
Yeah, I think when we saw the 3-round streak in the middle, they're definitely getting a
Pretty
little
solid,
bit
man.
worried that
1-0
this
on the
could
pistols
be
as well.
another strong performance from Leviat, and maybe they've learned from the mistakes of Vitality. But I'll be honest with you, Mitch, it seems like TRACE is still a tough opponent.
Oh, most definitely.
They look legit. They
have
keep getting their better
legitimized
maps.
Like you said in that first game here on the international stage. As we said, they're hungry for that feeling again, up against champions, winners.
Their map pool isn't crazy enough for them to go get like top 4.
Let's talk about Leviat,
but
we've got some of Com's
it's good
family
enough to
members
get
down
upsets.
there. Let's hear from Papa Com.
Hello everyone, it's the halftime interviews, and I'm Bella, joined by Leviathan's Com's dad, Papa Com. 안녕하세요. 이번 서울 좀 챔피언스가 이곳에서 열리는 게 조금 더 특별하실 것 같은데 이번 챔스 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신가요? Champions in Seoul, it must feel a little more special, right? So how's this Champs experience been like for you?
It's definitely a surreal experience. I was born here. I left when I was about 8 years old. And coming back here, I felt a sense of belonging. And Corbin, Com, also felt the same way. So it's really special to be here.
이제 여기서 태어나셨지만 8살에 이제 미국에 가셔가지고 다시 이번 챔스로 좀 돌아오셨을 때 파파컴도 그렇고 콤 선수도 조금 뭔가 소속감 되게 집에 온 것 같은 그런 느낌을 느꼈다고 하십니다. 그리고 만약에 이번에 콤 선수가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면 작년 챔피언스에 이어 2연속 트로피를 드는 유일한 선수가 될 것 같은데 좀 본인은 좀 어땠는지 가족분들은 반응이 어땠는지 한번 듣고 싶네요. You know, if and when Com wins the title this year, he's going to be the first ever player to win the champions back to back. So how's his mindset been, and how's the family feeling on this?
He's always been mentally strong. He's always about team first. He brings the best in every one of his teammates that he's been part of. And it would be just amazing for him to win back to back. I know they'll win back to back.
Alright, that is incredible. 이제 워낙 컴 선수가 멘탈도 좋고 이번 팀원들과의 화합도 너무 좋기 때문에 이번에 만약에 2연속 우승을 드디어 차지하게 된다면 너무나 감회가 다를 것 같다고 하던데요. 오늘 파파콤과의 인터뷰 만나봤고요. And let's go back to Bind.
Wrong speech? Yeah, what a beast, man.
Thank you very much, Bella. Well, good, always good to hear from Papa Com.
I'm a big fan. If you don't follow him on Twitter, it's worth it. Trust me.
Absolutely.
Triple Sheriff.
For TRACE, this has been a phenomenal first half. Now they move on to their defensive side. And a good, well-rounded showing as well. This isn't the
I guess they looked at the Gen G stats of what works.
Phenomenal rounds towards the end. Kai really stepped it up. Now the challenge is on for the America's #1 seed.
Listening.
And indeed, I'm excited to see what else Hebei has up his sleeve now that they're on the defensive side. It can be harder.
Yeah. He has some really cool ideas. One of them is throwing the barrier.
Yeah, so they want to create pressure over towards long and then insta hit over towards A. The pressure creates the rotate to go. 3 people on B.
In fact, it's going to be Lev walking towards the trip. Kai's been decent so far.
Damn, bro. 3 bullets? Dude, I tell you, chat, the impact of this guy is through the roof.
This guy, at times,
he hasn't got crazy amount of kills, but the kills that he's had have been really big.
Mazzino, though,
that's a pistol round. Get much more impact than that.
An absurd clutch, but I've seen this man do it throughout the years.
Little heal as well.
He knows
Good
where
thing.
he is.
That spam would have taken him out otherwise. And the heal comes back through. Just below 70. Trace, 4 versus 1. Nobody looking to peak. Playing this one down to the last on the timer. Letting Mazzino be the one that has to step forward. He sees an opportunity. And the shot connects through the wall.
Second one's a dink.
So much damage done already. If he had some teammates by his side, we might start to believe. But as he walks through, it's Fung Fung to find him. 8 rounds on the board. Another pistol in the hands of Trace. And an early lead in this half pushes them ever closer to that map victory.
I have to say, I'm starting to become more and more of a huge fan of this Trace side. Again, like, this is somebody getting pushed by 2 players exactly the same time.
The number 1 in
getting
China
both
for
kills with the
pistols.
classic, not reloading, and then getting a 3rd kill. Like, I have to say, mine does not work like that. Like, I probably would have maybe hit the first guy, and then the other bullets would have gone into the abyss. And well, that map's not even in the series. 8-5. A huge pistol round to
we got
convert
1 person that can go down on this.
lead. And obviously for the other side, there can't be a lot here. Tex and Aspas.
Anything else is a gun,
2 players
lost for bonus.
So far in this map, we'll have Sheriffs a chance to do some damage, reduce the purchase, and what is a fairly safe one. In fact, I don't think you'd normally see this many SMGs, but on a map like Bayern, there's a lot of tight angles, a lot of ideas that you can throw
and
in,
I mean, they just
really
they do the gambit wall.
Con who said that at this event, the Chinese
Good thing about the gambit wall and why teams do the gambit wall, or why teams made the gambit wall is just splitting like this becomes really easy.
When do we stop being surprised?
I mean, what Gambit would actually do is like load the B pressure and then Nats walks up, like,
already phenomenal.
and tries to kill the guy's showers or sight.
Looking to convert another.
That was like the main reason for it.
Weapons in play for the defenders. The side has been overrun. A deep flash, Aspas already passed it, close and looking for the fight. Down goes King and Mazzino, and Aspas gets nothing done either. It's again Tex that has to do the heavy lifting, and well, he's certainly been spotted.
Dude, Tex is like, where the hell has he gone?
9 rounds now, locked in.
He got pretty close to a Brimo as well with this. So bonus, it's not incredible because it's free specters, but it's doable. They only lost the Sheriff in this.
SMGs and then
gonna get an extra rifle on top.
So it really isn't that much of a problem. They're gonna lose that 1 player and everything brought through. Again, though, a lot of teams nowadays, you'll even see some going for like 4 rifles. Well, we saw that quite a bit yesterday. So I'm intrigued to see what the plan is in this round. Is it to try and trap players? Is it to give Kai a little bit more of an aggressive stance and try and
He doesn't want to buy buying up.
More importantly, though, I'm looking at
so
King,
full bonus pretty much, and we've got a lot of money. We've got, I mean, if they wanted to go a little bit crazy, got 2 people that could buy up.
But last time out versus Vitality, I think he ended on 25 kills. It was one of the main reasons they were able to win, and it was the post plants of his Molotovs that did so much for them. I think he still had impact with the Molotov in the last half, but you expect a bit more from someone of his caliber on an individual level. Although the Des put him at
that is such an instant guide dog.
Maybe not.
They always do fake pressure with 1. Dude, look at them.
Close to double digits. This could be the round.
They just recleared this.
Like you said, it's common now to see 4 rifles bought up for Trace. They go for a lot of SMGs. They're left with a Guardian on.
Feels like I'm watching old NRG, man. You know when old NRG used to do a bit of map control, but no one would actually like do anything with it or like go double check that they haven't taken it back.
They have to be cautious.
That's what it looks like right now from LEV. It looks like the old NRG where they would just take a question mark and then they would just go hit a site. I like that we have Aspas here. That gives me a lot of hope that it's going to be way better than what was going down there.
The worry I have, though, is that he's alone with the rifle. So if he goes down, there
split 1 NRG, yeah.
They're going to go pushing, and they've walked straight into the trap.
And dude, this guy has to win the duel. Oh god, they're going to lose.
The fight as well. This bonus round is about as good as it could get. The nade going to do an extra little bit of chip damage. And my main worry now is that time is ticking. Com, though, has brought this back. He's made it.
Dude, someone needs to step up.
They don't want to get too far ahead of themselves. 20 seconds on the clock as the spike was starting to be planted, and sometimes you'll just go swinging in madly, but now these players are boxed in. The rotate's not quite here in time. Tex holding from further back. He has the back, and in fact, he has the front too. Fung Fung down, but the battle for Lamps is a little labored. They get there in the end. A 2 versus 2. Big swing in from
my
Yanke,
god,
but
that
he
is
gets
the
nothing
kill.
done. The tap from
Holy, that was so close, man. That was not a good round from LEV. They got bailed out by the individuals.
A narrow
that was
margin in
not
this round,
a good
but
round.
Leviat
Oh
win
my
an
goodness.
essential round victory in number 3.
That's such a huge bonus, though. Like you're looking
Yeah, it's
at
an incredible
multiple
bonus.
SMGs, a
3
single
SMGs.
Guardian. So they're like really, they've done an insane amount of damage. The setup as well was just utterly gorgeous. Like
The
way
setup
they're
was great,
combining
and like the guys over
sensor
towards B
alongside those
is
trips, 'cause
like they
you
did
kind
really
of
good
have
as
to
well.
either just
I'm worried if
slow
they
walk
have
into those trips through a smoke, where you will die. Like that is.
I'm worried that okay, this is a good timeout.
And then the second you pop out,
Dude,
if you do pop out,
is
you get
this
hit
a
by the
LEV
stun. So you
timeout?
basically
Bro,
have to
I
either be giving the game
massively
away
respect
and maybe
this.
throwing a nade in
I
to try and
massively
break that
respect this
early,
because that was an awful
or
round,
you
man.
have to
I
walk
think
into
this
that
timeout is
setup where you can
perfect.
get stunned
It
and
cannot look
revealed,
like
and that's
that.
exactly
Yeah, that's cool,
what
man.
the
Fair
guys
play.
on TRACE were waiting for. It doesn't work out. And of course,
Also,
there's
like
still
we're looking at
players like
Aspas
like
here,
Tex who are
and
up
he
there at the
kind of
moment
got
performing.
information that someone had cleared the question
I
mark
do
over towards
understand the
Suka.
pause, though, from
So
Leviat. Like,
that's
it's
good.
about to clearly
You
realize,
gotta
okay,
that was
was too
do
close.
something,
That
man.
was a moment where
That-
things
I'm
could've
telling you
slipped
that
away from
whole
us,
round
and
there,
this
you showed me
map
that
might
round.
even be
I'm
in
telling you that
dust at
stage
that
one,
point. So I'm gonna
stage
try
one
and take him on,
NRG.
and I think since he's taken that head coach role, it does seem like
just throwing
this
like
team
one bit of
has
util
found
and
that
going,
synergy,
yep, question
has
mark.
found
One
ways to
pressure
turn
here, now we
around
can
maps
group
that
up and
aren't
hit the
quite going
site.
their way.
30 seconds later, once they've had a chance to reclear and rotate.
You had to do it, didn't you?
Of course I did.
You had to do it.
Oh, they got text too. I mean,
Okay.
it works in both parts.
And they're out of
You know,
timeouts
the
now, though,
funny
I'm
thing
pretty
is for
sure.
Trace, in this position, they're still in with a
But
chance.
the timing
to
of
do
this
exactly what you
timeout
said,
is
to leave Leviathan
like
in the
incredible
dust,
because
the damage
after
they did
watching
last
that, I
round
was so
means
confident they're gonna
every
lose that
credit
map.
has to be
Now I got a
invested.
bit of faith.
So many players down to their last couple couldn't even man the arcade machines. And the beautiful thing as well is the trap set up by Kai. He leaves one out for free. Yeah, if they go blast packing through, they're going to get caught. But most of the time, they'll destroy the first trap. And then they think they can walk right in. Little do they know.
He's stuck.
Beautiful net. Tex, though, holding his ground.
Dude, that's
He
the
doesn't
guy
wanna
with
take the pin
Fischl.
out just yet, and we'll use Mosh to do it. I like that. A little bit of
Okay.
utility just to make sure he stays alive. Now this time, they're going to go forward. They've already
The
broken
two people
traps.
over
There's a
towards
sonic
B are
sensor
doing
covering
great,
it,
but
and
look
then
how
Fung Fung
look how
ready
fast
to
he's
swing
using
out
all
Oh,
his
he took it
util.
back.
Blocking.
30
Pulled it
seconds
back, they
in,
didn't break
Skydog
it.
gone,
He took it
flash
back,
gone,
and
only
he
one
has the
flash.
second one down. It's actually just the guy is reading them like a book at the moment. Expected it to come in, maneuvered it. I think he's put it over the TP.
Yeah,
so
this
if they
is-
try
this
and
is a little
rotate,
bit
they're gonna
better
get
from Lev, though.
stuck. Yeah, it's like right on the edge.
Past it. And this one not as easy to break. Oh, never mind. You have to swing out wide. I thought it was on the other side of the box.
Well, they've
They'll get
also
that one.
broken the one over towards Showers, so information is there. Fung Fung's still in position. It's expected, and he's
Yeah,
going to be
he
removed. And
plays there
Immortal
all the
opening
time.
back two, coming up
I
from
don't think I've
Aspas.
ever seen anyone
We know what this
jiggle
man
that
can do.
angle like this with a
He's
wall
in core.
contact.
Wow,
Okay,
he's
really
cooked the whole
nice
side on
round
his
from
own. 3
Aspas.
kills
Definitely a
for
little bit of
Aspas. The
homework
other two
done on
players
this
from
one.
Trace
Shout out
are
to
out
the
of there.
coach as well that made all the
A
difference.
much
on
better
it.
round from Leviathan, dealing with those trap setups, ready for the player to be
Perfect
tucked
round
in
to
the
do it.
corner.
Like we
It's a
said, we got money
The
that
Trace
starts to
took
get
that,
low.
but
We
evidently
got
did not
3K
pay
for
off, and
everyone
it's just due to
surviving
the
right now.
basic
Got no money over here.
fact that I assume
Be
Hawking was
two
going
full
back
loss
to
bonus for
put
people
down
that want to
another
work it out.
smoke. He wasn't able to swing on time to trade it out, to take Aspas down, and as a result, even the third kill goes his way. Leviathan locking in the 7th round with the save from Hebe and Bianche. And the credits for that defensive side, well, they require these weapons to be carried forward if they've any chance of the next.
Yeah, I still feel like they might just opt to save in this next one just to make sure that they'll have a better buy going forward. But those are the sort of rounds you expect to see from someone of the caliber of Aspas. I think widely regarded as the best of the best. I think him and Texture are the one put into that bracket right now. But well, this is the exact reason why. Just finding opener.
Yeah, I mean, this
after
was a great
opener.
round, so.
Stun not quite.
This is the Aspas that they need as well. I'm telling you that the coach deserves so much praise for this because that's a very early timeout. No one really times out before like your first big buy round after a bonus.
Not going to wait until it's too late to try and slow down what has been a response because we've already seen it. Like the last time.
Honestly, the coach is doing great with the timeouts. Even the Trace timeout, when it was like 3-2 down, and they realized that they needed to speed up more and be more convincing,
probably
to send it a little bit more.
Decided, you know what,
like that got them so many rounds. That's the reason we're here. This is all of our timeouts done at 9-7. It's probably the earliest I've ever seen in a game, maybe.
Light in the bottom left underneath Trace. It's the last timeout for either squad. We've had them all burned up early, like you said.
SOT.
It's okay. Sorry. That's the last one.
It's bold to do it on the fight. Yeah, it's true. Like using your final timeout then as well. It's good impact though.
Played out so far. That might not be too much of a surprise if we do end up there. For now though, you're not expecting much from Trace. They have their 2 rifles, sure. But minimal investments.
Alright, let's see what the double hero rifle can do. Oops,
Likely to be
find an
put
extra
in.
one into it. Okay, and we still have enough money to get the op out as well.
Guardian, a stinger in play.
Okay. You don't have
Definitely gonna
extra
be a
money
lot
to
of
get the op
weaknesses.
out anymore.
But a killer too, and this is
He
doing
wants the
native
stinger.
worked with the
So let's
SMGs
hope
and didn't win round number 15.
Raze
They
wasn't
managed to
wanting
do a lot of
to
damage,
op.
so I always like watching what ideas teams have with the deadlock, because I think a lot of teams, the way they played the deadlock was just put it underneath hookah, like one of the sensors, and that was about it. That was about all the ideas they had to just try and throw the wall over. But he's using all his utility on that side of the map, and then just running back
Hopefully
in the other direction
Mizuno
to set up on B.
pulls
which is
his
currently
team
where
back
the
to break
remainder is
this
going.
cam. Or he's trying to, he's trying to use util to break the
He
cam.
was trying to sell the idea that there's
Because
a
the
lot of
flash hit,
presence.
obviously.
And
What
Bianca,
That
he
was
believed
sick,
him.
man.
He believed
Okay,
there was
no
someone
extra
there and
pressure.
decided
Flash,
to
he
swing
realizes
and
is
take the
trying to
fight.
push him off to see if he can break the camera, and then he just goes for the
fight.
shot.
a good scrap. And the rotates on the back of it.
Pixel
No
angle
information
into
on
Molly.
the A side.
4
Nobody
people on
else seen.
site.
They suspect that the B side is where
Oh
the fight's
my
going through. That's where Fung
Bro,
steps up.
what are the shots
The lighter
here?
investment. He couldn't even get full shields. They're trying to save their money for the next round, but now, like I said, a killer 2, this becomes doable. That orbital strike, you start to think about possibly using it. If you get the information, and that they most certainly have. All 3 players spotted towards long. They're not going to have a way out of here. It's being watched, and they've been spotted
little
coming
jiggle
back
on this.
35 seconds. Even
Now
dealing
what?
with that man. If they don't kill him, you're not going to want to rotate to the
Extra
A
bit
side.
of info.
So
He
much
gets out of
ability
there.
waiting
I mean,
there.
he can still
Yeah,
give his
he's
team
on
a
his way to
smoke
the
here
other
once this
side.
contact
They
goes
still
in.
have to
Contact,
break through
damn.
Fung, who's
Contact
got
goes
another
in, full back
grenade
smoke.
and the
No, they
net,
want to fight at 20
stopping them in their
seconds.
tracks 20 seconds.
Bro, they're
now,
confident.
Leviathan, they have nowhere to go.
The
No
shots
space
in this
taken, and the
round
spike on its way to spawn.
are
That's
incredible.
a double-digit round for Trace.
Like 3
Looks like
unbelievable.
might
Back
want
to
to
back
go
to back.
hunting when
Nice
this
shots.
timer ticks down. Yeah, Fung stepping through.
I mean, this guy can go get a
Also,
gun.
there's guns.
Right, he
I
can
think
go
that's
get a
what it
gun
is.
over towards long. The
He's
Stinger
only
can
got
get an
himself a
upgrade as
Guardian.
well.
There's also a Stinger. They are somewhat being watched for, but I think King
Yeah, does he
could
get there
really
in time?
risk an overextension and giving
Don't
that
think so.
away. A big round for Trace. And
Yeah, Stinger.
a
Okay,
big
so he still has to
round for
buy,
Fung
but
Fung as well. Just
in
being
terms of
able
incredible
to
rounds, like these
find
shots
some
are
ridiculous
lovely.
shots with the Guardian, and that was a lot of what this round was. Sure, I think after the fights there were
That's
quite a lot
lovely.
of really good pieces of utility,
That's
but the
lovely.
actual
And
kills
this
that
one?
came in were raw firepower. Like then, you know, look, then we've got a nade, and once you got the kill,
Absolute
I put a wall
aimers,
down.
man.
I put a wall down. That was just firefights, and I think if there was any
So
aspect
we
of
get
this game
another
where
big
we're
round where
like,
they're
yeah,
going to
Lev
have to
probably
go
had the
down
beat.
to an eco,
It
and
was
at that point it's
raw
probably
aim.
too late. So Lev have to win this round. 1 away, Aspas all.
Again, you know, you look
And
at Trace, it's not an issue of what if one player cools down. Everyone
Do
is
a
putting
new
up the
wall,
performance.
which kind of
It's a team
provides them a
effort
lot of
that's
space
gotten
to
them double
break all of
digits
these
and
trips.
pushed Leviathan into another buy.
At the
Credit
moment
still
from Trace, they're
decently
going
healthy.
for like this is an
They
absolute
figure out
classic
this
for them. They
defensive
pretty
side.
much
No
do
one
this
there
as
to capitalize
their
on the
main
traps this
default,
time.
where they
Much
try to
more
punish
passive
over
on the
towards
A side.
showers.
We saw this from Leviathan when they
It's
had
like
4
trip
players
into
in back.
nades, into
I don't think there's gonna
Gravnet
be too
goes
much of
in.
a fight
Sometimes
on
they'll
the
do the
side
wall
itself.
reactively
Instead,
if they
players
push
are
up
focused
short.
on just keeping the control.
Gonna
With
see
this,
that in a
it's
little bit.
delay strategy. Like you've got the orbital strike, you've got the Molotov as well, the nade from Fung Fung on that side of the
Sometimes
map as
they do
well,
a
so
grab
they're
net with the
literally
nade.
trying to play the
Got some-
exact same
got some
game
options.
we saw moments ago.
Yeah, so push up short, reaction, put the wall down
Ready.
over towards showers, so the showers guy don't need to worry about anyone
Running out,
getting
he takes
tanked.
down Kai. That's a great start. The spike attempted to be planted. Orbital strike going to be used, forces him out of position, but there's not really anyone to capitalize just
He
yet.
did incredible,
Fung
man.
Fung trying his
Whoa!
best, and actually, he comes out with 2. Now has a
He's
showstopper
still
his own. I
alive.
think Aspas may have actually
There's
just
no way he
jumped
got
over
both
that.
here.
But now he's surrounded. He's got players
I
coming
can't believe
in
some
from
of the
behind.
rounds that they're
They still
pulling
don't
off
have
at the
showers
moment. They got a
control,
TP.
And I feel like they need to get out. They need to get out as quick as possible. They may get stunned on the B side, though.
And Hey May will be there to
Shoot. Oh,
capitalize if they do. In fact, Annihilation
Oh my
is
God.
used. And it's caught one.
Hey,
That's the
dude, that hit
strike.
him.
They have to break Tex out, and he's gone when he comes out the other side.
Dude, 2 of them have their
no
money. Oh, boy. What an absolute round.
Utility, the rotation,
The
the
individuals
read,
are stepping up
absolutely
to
perfect. 11 to 7
unreal levels
for
right now.
Trace. They are steaming ahead.
That was just unbelievable.
I can't believe that
Like, you
hit
look
him.
at this round, and you kind of sit there and go, okay, they lost an opener. A showstopper has been used by Aspas. You go, that's probably a done deal, right? He ends up in no man's land because of what Fung Fung was able to do. Like, he gets 2 from showers and holds that control. Like, that was pressure being put in by Leviathan to try and clear that angle. And then you just had just superb utility usage. That was the exact sensor I was talking about. I was like, that's what a lot of deadlock
so yeah, we said
do.
2 people
You put that
get wrecked
sensor down and
money-wise.
you leave him for the whole round.
There's 1.
He combined it with his
Then
ult.
Aspas takes light armor and doesn't have Boombot. Too bad.
Trace
I think he only has
11-7,
1 satchel going into this as
putting
well.
Leviat in jail, and it looks like Heibay's the warden.
Absolute
Lights
shot
out, though,
though.
for Kai. Aspas the one to find it.
Back to back.
He's been opening up well on this site, but there's always a response. Only the one to start.
Okay,
The trades
insane
come
trades
in
from
favor
Lev.
of the attack. Now the plant can come through. There's not much to deny it.
No surprises.
Maybe an attempt
Oh my goodness.
from Heibei.
Guys?
Oh, it's definitely not pretty.
I got the spot.
Eventually, Mazina will get the job done. And the only reason I'd say about Bianca going for this, credits are not bad. 2 players are incredibly low. Now, one of them is going to get healed. So that's something at least. Aspas is not going to be on his last
Bro's
side.
been healing
We've
the whole
already
time.
seen
Doesn't he have enough
what Bianca can do. That information's crucial. Mazino willing to give up his life potentially just to try and find that. And why I think there's going to be the
Yeah,
swing
I mean, it's
eventually
just
from Aspas,
contact
but he's
swing
playing
now.
it slow. He's playing it patient. Bianca just trying to isolate one of these fights, but the crossfire should be enough to take him down, and it will
It's
be.
like he once he
Tex
saw this guy, he
ready and
realized
waiting.
it was off this guy's
Left
contact, but he
back
thought he was
immediately,
close instead of just a
continuous
little bit out.
Back and forth between these two sides.
Okay, as soon as he saw the little
3
jiggle, he
rounds between
realized.
them. This one's going down to the wire. And we've seen some spectacular uses of those timeouts. Every time one has come in, the team calling, it's finding a new groove, but there's no more left to use.
Okay, now we
On
got
their
to
own
start
down
looking
on
at
that
money
stage.
again.
And it's Leviathan. Big ultimate.
Especially as Lev just won a round, like these 2 won't be able to buy.
Seekers as well for the late round information. And a spread net from this attacking side, just looking to find any spots where Trace are getting aggressive. They're feeling confident in their individual duels. And if worse comes to worse, just send Aspas in to kill them all.
Spike drop.
Yeah, they still got Seekers though. And let's keep an eye on this bit of util, because this bit of util is going to clear this out early, especially with this early info.
Fong waiting patiently, but after the shot's not connected, he's not going to overextend. That is something else I've enjoyed with these players on either side. Is
Yeah, his nade stops them from going out a little bit. We got the
feel like
rotate
there's
coming in.
a
We're going to have 4 people on
respect for
site
each other,
before they
again,
even
those
get over
senses.
towards the plant
It's gonna be
spot.
frustrating.
We
I
still
think
got a
they
camera
did
over
throw a
towards
blast back to
showers.
destroy them, but just
Should see this guy
wasn't
right
quite there
now.
in time. Spam. It is going to deny the plant. That will at least buy a little bit of extra time.
This is
and
such an
fight for
important duel on showers right now.
could be crucial. We've already seen what they could do with that
Okay,
control,
shout out to
but
Com.
clearly unaware of how
Could be an
far
okay
Com
round
have
for them
got.
now.
Great lurk by Kanya. He's just been shift walking up the whole
Oops.
round. Kill comes back in the other direction, and Aspas isn't happy about that, but he goes a little too far. Yankee waiting for him. Calm walled off and dropped, and a stun in.
Uh-oh.
Retaking the control at the very least. King down to 58, and the double TP used. This time, the B site not so well defended.
I mean, they
No
got a
tracking.
heal, that's about it.
Jump into
No
the
They're not going to be able to
annihilation.
know that.
It's going to be the
How many
plan.
people
The 2
rotated?
versus 3.
There needs to be an immediate shot connected, which there is. One goes their way. It's all
Oh,
up to King, and he gets all
absolute
3.
shots, man. What a
Into the
time to
quiet
do it as well.
game for him
18
so far.
18
For the
HP.
crown, back on
Holy.
his head.
You see Tex hyping him up afterwards
2v3
as
to
well.
keep him in
Leviathan
it.
starting to hit
Like
their
I said,
stride.
never in
That's 2 a
doubt, they
row.
should win that
And
round.
just 2 between them.
God, that got close.
Trace will feel that pressure, and they'll see it manifested in their economy. This was a round that put them down to their last. What a way for King to close this. He had one opportunity, and he seized it.
Hey, my hand's sweaty, my bad. I saw you wipe it.
Coming into the next, there's a Viper's Pit and an orbital strike
I
still
love the honesty.
for Leviathan. Attack
Double,
side, couple of safety nets to fall back on.
Double
Get
stingers.
site control.
Double stingers on
Post plan's going to be
defense.
strong with either
We
one of
have,
those ults, let alone both.
Kai has had
All kit.
a bit of a tougher time. I feel like he's always been in a 1v1
Cypher
with
playing
Aspas.
close.
Anytime he's in a fight,
Guide Dog goes out,
He's
but
not
they
been
know
winning
this is
that
here, I'm
1v1.
pretty sure.
I'm going to try and play a bit more
With
aggressively. Bear in mind,
Realizing that over
a
towards
couple of
B
stingers
is
in play, but
B
we've already seen that Trace
comes
are
in.
competent
Kinda.
when it comes to their lower buys.
Wait, they do a Seekers on their low buy?
Kai already going to fall out of there, not look to overextend and make sure that there's delay. The
Look how much
Seekers have
space
run
they
out
give
on
with
the
the
other side of the map
Seekers.
as well,
Goes
which
all
means
the
that
way
we're gonna see
through, Brim's clearing all of this.
lurking already.
They got to go back
Push
and create
all the way
pressure,
up.
or they got to
have
break
so
the
much
Seeker
information.
earlier.
They can stack this side of the
Oh
map.
my god, they're going to have
Com's
4 people on
repositioned
site
up.
again.
Now he's up close.
Another
ready for this
big
fight.
duel. Okay, this time
They
Com
lose it.
loses. Wait,
And now the back is open.
What a nightmare round.
About that. The rotation through the TP won't be as easy this
Look,
time.
they have no space. This is the map control they have right now, chat. It's in that small circle. And they got 40 seconds.
Giving up the control, and Leviathan quick to seize it. Trap goes off, but no one there to capitalize on it. Broken the trap to take Lamb's control.
Okay, guys, showers to break the
arm. High down. It's on Fung Fung. Able to at least take King. Keep the favor in the hands of the defenders, but it doesn't last long. The weaker weapons starting to show the cracks in this late round defense. The play up by Locking, going all the way around. You can see Bianche's trying his best to draw their eye, and he's done exactly that. A free kill, and now these players surrounded, pressured on both sides. Locking down to 11, and he gets one more needed.
Oh god, he had no idea he was that close, man.
Tex delivers the fatal
Oh my
blow.
god, these rounds are so close. We're going into 1v1s every single time. So the guy over towards showers.
His mouse went off his mouse pad, but he just froze in place.
Honestly, could have stopped the
I don't know
plant.
what's just happened, because that looked like it could have been a...
His mouse died? I don't think so. I think he was just ready for the next swing, but it could be something like that.
This last time out, when they played Talon, it looked like
Dude
Talon
was
had
still
the
for a
game
while.
done, and then Leviathan dig deep. Then they
I mean, his
grinding
mouse
out these
did just
rounds in clutch
stay completely
scenarios with
still.
Big individual players who had been missing. Well, King literally doubled his kills.
Yeah.
A round ago.
Yeah, he did just freeze for like a second, aiming into a box. Wrong.
Trace now have weaponry back in hand, but for the series' sake, if they've learned anything from Talon, you just can't let them.
Showers was mollied, so he couldn't proper swing. Oh, then honestly, the flash play was pretty good. Aspas one away from his ult. That'll be this.
Locking wants to have that.
Yeah, and they're like, surely I'm not allowed to get this free ult with a team that always likes to do trap plays through the TP.
Wrestling for this control, grabbing an orb.
And the Skydog just went through and spotted no one. It cannot be better for LEV at the moment. They create pressure over towards showers. They pick up the orb. Skydog clears all of B, so there's a 4-person stack over towards A.
Because he
have to play retake on this.
Now they have to try and sprint their way back to get into position. There is an orbital strike available. Maybe they could try and
because the
use that
fish ult
to deny the
saw
plant.
I
nothing,
think that's the idea behind the gamble.
Aspas still has his
Allow
ult.
this team to take side control, knowing they can pop down the orbital strike. It's primed and ready, but a little late. Perhaps the plan is to use it in the post plan,
and it's
in the retake
a plant
for the defensive
that
side to open up
reaches
some
out to
space
the
for
Viper
fight
ult, and he
with
has a
Aspas
corner
up
to
close.
hide in.
That could be the disruption that they need. In goes Thrash.
Oh, and they're
causing
using
problems.
ults into
in
this.
fact, detaining a teammate as well, but it's good enough.
I can't
Aspas
believe
is caught, but they still have to
believe
get
Trace
through that
using ults
Viper's
for this.
pit, and plenty of players
Oh, it's just gonna be a spam
standing in
fest,
their way.
though.
The spike right inside
Whoa.
of it, but the sprays going Trace's way. Blind fire. And every shot
Oh my god,
landing.
Cypher.
King
Cypher
and
is
Kong
giant
with
here.
the smoke now
And they kind of got to kill
falling.
this guy instead of tapping the
Dying
spike.
because of the decay, and quite a lot of these players are decayed, but the health goes
Wait, they're
back to
handling
full.
this so
They
well.
start to tap that spike, cause the spams to go back in the other direction.
Wait, they're
Kong
handling it
moves
so
the
well.
ball, the spams are
It's so
landing, they're not even
close. Oh my god, 0.42 as well. Dude, how did they win this round?
And now,
There was
on the
official
cusp of
Raze ult
victory
Viper
in map
ult. They
one.
retake.
Who could have seen this coming?
Well, I'm sure there's a few analysts after that first match that were saying that they could have seen it, but versus Leviathan, as that comeback
0.42.
looked to really gain some legs, just that
They handled
retake
it
into
so
a Viper's
well.
pit,
They
orbital
won the
strike
important
didn't really
spams.
catch
They had
that
the
much,
smoke once they
but
had
it
pushed
came
them back
so
away from the
close
ult.
towards the end. Those spams
That was
not far
actually
away, but just
very
not on.
impressive.
And even though there was some body
Honestly, you could be
blocking,
very
I think
critical
if they
to
had got
Lev.
that correct, it would
I
have
don't know why
easily cleared
4
the players.
people are playing
unable to
like
get
in
it.
after plant
Look at
for
the
the
weaponry as
spam.
well. Now
Like you
Leviathan
should for
needs to
sure
make it work.
fighting a
With
little bit
couple of
heavier on
stingers,
sight.
or
I
three,
would
in
want
fact.
at least one more.
At least they've got the showstopper.
Very nice.
Well, that's exactly
Okay,
what's
2
gonna
chances
open
to
up
win
this
this one.
round for the side of
That looks like
Leviathan.
he's dead
Dive
again.
dodging the annihilation, but the
2
rocket doesn't
chances
land,
to
and
win. They
Vizino
get over towards sight.
already out of the
Aspas is
round.
on
He's
the
caught
absolute
by a
island.
big
They have
play
no
through the
idea
TP.
until he uses
Fung
his
Fung
nade.
keeping the
They still have
control
no
up there.
idea.
Aspas desperately trying to hold on
Dude,
to
he only
life
has a
on the
stinger,
side,
so he can
but
only
this
get
attack
one.
side's been split, diverted, and now they've got nowhere to go.
Oh, the Brim
Sending
is
it back
making
in the
so
other
much
direction.
space.
Utility awaits them, but more importantly,
Don't
there's an
overstep,
aggressive
man.
stance from the Brimstone. Now falling back. Conceding the space somewhat in the molly to slow them down. King's isolated.
Oh my god,
by
it's
it.
incredible.
Beautiful utility. And although he's down to 5, please
Yeah,
don't step
5
into
HP,
that
watch out for your
Molotov.
molly.
We've seen that one before. It's only Calm 1v3, the first kill easy, the other two
took the
should be
spike.
impossible. He's just throwing it.
Dude, look to your left. He's gonna look. He's gonna be like, wait, what?
Wait a minute.
Bro took it.
Like, he must have been in that smoke, but he's a little bit late. The thing is, the trip's still online. And in fact, look, he's going to die here. Sure,
Whoa, guy with 5 HP wins this duel. Okay, impressive, man. They did the first stage. First stage was winning bind. Now they're going to get slaughtered on Sunset, but they can definitely win Ascent.
One goes to China number 3. Leviat are going
that was
to
cool.
turn it.
America's
That
number
was a
one
sick map.
struggling early. Hey Bay got to face his idol and best him on the first. Let's see if they can take the series after the break.
Watch them win Sunset. Dude, we would have to see an ultimate LEV mess up. They are not good at Sunset, chat. I'm gonna be honest, they have 2 strats on attack. For LEV to lose this, I would lose faith in everyone in the team. And I mean that in the nicest way to Trace, because they have a very good bind in a sense. Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit.
incredible start that was for TRACE Esports. I'm now joined by their head coach Destroyer and Echo, who's going to help with some translations. Now, there were some very important moments in that game, and one of the moments I wanted to talk to you about was round 16 when you called a timeout, and after that timeout, you guys managed to recover and win a few, again, very important rounds. So what did you say to your boys during that timeout?
那其实在这场比赛当中有非常多重要的时刻嘛，有一个非常重要的就是16回合，你当时的那个技术暂停，帮助你们追回了很多分。当时你是说了什么呢？
我当时和他们说的是，让他们回想一下我赛前跟他们做的一些布置和他们有一些习惯性的动作。然后其次就是我告诉他们手上道具要捏死一点，而且我们的防守策略是没有问题的，只需要多冷静冷静就可以了。
At the time, I just told them like, be calm down and think about it, the preparation before today's matchup. And you know, I think the tactics in our defense side is super nice and there is no mistakes on our tactics. So just remember a little bit and take more time on your utilities.
Well, thank you very much, Echo. Thank you very much, Coach Destroyer. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And look, I'm just gonna. It's happening! It's happening! What's happening right now? Oh my word! TRACE Esports pulls off the win on Bind against Leviathan, and you might be thinking to yourself, "Oh man, it's a fluke," you know. Oh, you know, maybe they were caught off guard. No. That was not the case here. This is a perfect description of this Achilles. Why don't you run through why this worked out so well?
I mean, one of the things that we were talking about coming into the series was wanting to see really good proactive reads coming out from the side of TRACE, and they were able to put that on display this last round of that opening half where they're on that attack, and they just immediately know that there's going to be this pressure coming out in through short. Kai is able to collect 2. They once again get that net lockdown onto a player in Lamps. Fung is able to just jump forward, get that punish. They read the wraparound here from Calm, and it's just bing, bang, boom, one by one, picking these players apart.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed overall with
the
way that they approach these games. I really like the question that Sue asked during that interview because I think it's really important for the way that they come out of these timeouts with the great mentality and the way that they approach this map. But
I do summarize. I do like summarize this comp.
Continue to be an absolute nightmare.
7 out of 7 post plants. You get over towards the site, you get the plant down, you win them.
Like you could see early on, Lev had ideas to try to stop it. They
were
the
most mental round was out of all of this? That ult rounds, the Viper ult round, the three person
made right after that timeout. 3 in a row for Lev.
3-person rounds, that was
boom,
crazy.
They start stringing rounds together, and once they get that plant down, it is such a nightmare because of all that utility.
Am I an
that the Deadlock has in
EDG Champs
particular.
winner?
That wall is so stupid good on this map.
No, not a believer. I agree with you, they can get top 4 now, after what I've seen.
Together. But the thing is, the individuals also
Do I think they
had
could
moments as well. That takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment.
No, I don't even think they can beat G2.
Taking out his icon there, his idol in Osmos here.
Is their maps good against G2?
Achilles, and I mean, this has to feel good for him.
Oh no, it really does. It's a monstrous clutch. It really sets the tone for the remainder of the map. And like I said, yeah, you might have to kill your heroes here today. And they did just that to be able to get this big clutch. That's going to be you know, a huge inspiration for the rest of the players. You can see right there the pop-off coming through, just bigging this guy up. I mean, Hebe just a couple days ago was on that stage getting his first ever international win, having a nice, wholesome cry about it, and now he's here potentially looking to take down his idol.
One map away from defeating Leviathan. I did not think that that would ever be a possibility. In fact, I don't think the coach of Leviathan thought that either. Let's actually go ahead and hear from Itopata as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Itopata ahead of map 2. Now, this is the first time you faced TRACE Esports on stage here. Is there anything that they did you felt like maybe caught you off guard, surprised you, that you guys can maybe anticipate a little bit better for Sunset?
I don't really think they surprised us. I think they played exactly how we were expected them. The thing is, they played better as a team than us, and that was the main issue we had. So going into Sunset and then Ascent, we need to fix this in order to win.
Thank you very much for joining me, and good luck on map 2.
I agree that that's some good team play. I also think some of the individuals went
everyone always
crazy.
likes to harp on the individuals and how they shine, but even Itopata got to give the flowers there to TRACE, saying they just played better as a team. Plain and simple. They lock up the win, but now, Clinton, we set our sights onto Sunset here. This is a great map.
Kai had so much impact,
should
man.
be feeling pretty good right now, but keep it a $150, man. Like, they saw what happened in their last one, Trace. They could have fixed those errors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, again, it's some little things that Trace just needs to do. A little bit more proactivity, getting info on the map and making better reads. Overall, will potentially lead to results like we just saw in Vine. Now, Leviathan really, really good on this map throughout Stage 2 in Americas. Almost went undefeated, lost a crew, I think, at the end, but they didn't look great on it at Shanghai against Foot. It was a real stomp for Foot on that map. So it's interesting for me to think about, is this going to be Leviathan kind of coming back, kind of flipping the script from their last international appearance on
Ben
Sunset?
PD, thank you so much, man. Appreciate
really
that.
Showcase that, you know, they're not
the Chinese region's
they're going to come through. They're going to be able to bounce
especially
back.
this event.
They're going to be that team that seems to be on that upward trajectory throughout this
Vanilla
year.
Smile also,
Like
Janstein 94, sorry that I missed that. Cardroma with the Prime earlier, sorry that I missed that also. Mumbled as well with the Prime.
That'll be popping up here too, but we are going to be getting Ospas on that Neon. Right back to, you know, hopefully seeing him, if you're a LEV fan, and I'm a LEV fan, hoping to see them bounce back out of this, because I think this is a series
Aspas is
now
overrated. Damn, bro.
Let's just take it over to Ascent. Let's see how this goes.
I mean, I guess because everyone rates him as #1, but he is like mechanically at least gotta put him in your top 3, otherwise you don't understand Valorant. And then the consistency in terms of numbers, I think, is pretty hard to argue against.
To get everybody back on the same page. On Sunset should be feeling a bit more comfortable, so maybe that will come more naturally here for the side of Lev.
Yeah, I think it's pretty warranted, man.
Look,
I think it's insanely
really
warranted.
Absolutely, utterly destroyed.
Yeah.
And he's still going to be playing this
Coda
Raze.
Chi, FPS, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months.
Have fixed the issues that we saw from them versus Vitality here on Sunset. If they continue to have a really solid read on this squad, and they know how Leviathan's going to play this map, they very well could get this win.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you need to turn up the tempo a little bit here as Leviathan. Get Aspas fired up. Make sure Mazzino's in sync with him, with that breach utility. That's a real key part of this composition on this map, is making sure that that breach is really getting
Every 100% pick him is wrong if Trace wins this.
Everyone on Leviathan on their bread and butter, right? The things that made them, prolific to begin with.
Okay, let's be honest. How many rounds of Trace get? Is there, in my opinion, their Sunset, especially when we watch Attack, isn't great. If they haven't got anything new and they haven't worked out how to re-clear, I think they only get 8 on this map. That's my guess. If they have a re-clear, it's game on and we're all good. Maybe like maybe anything. They're getting 13.
The ball is in their court. They're holding this match in
They
their hands.
can't. They never re-clear on their attack. That's not going to work against them.
Mitch and Tom, take it away, fellas.
Well, America's #1 is going to need a third map to take this series, and they fight for it here on Sunset. A map that has looked good for them. Crew managed to beat them in the rematch, but for the most part, this is somewhere I think most people will expect them to beat Trace.
They just need to win some pistols. Yeah, that's true.
Trace play versus
Are they the best in China? This team? I mean, in theory, this team is like third.
Vitality very good at this map as well.
Got
so
FPX
it's
and
not like
EDG.
the end of the world there. I think the other thing as well
they
is like
beat FPX though, right?
They weren't surprised.
They beat an FPX in that. Why do I feel like they beat them in a best of 5 at one point? I swear they beat them 3-2 or something.
So even though it hasn't been the biggest success for them this year,
Am I just randomly thinking there's a best of 5?
They're comfortable with what they're playing, but it hasn't been.
They got reverse swept. Maybe that's what I'm.
Well, this dart's going around the world to try to break.
They lost 3-2. They were 2-0 up.
They know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Leviathan,
all right, Lev on defense, Trace on attack, and again, I don't enjoy their attack. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like this from Lev, just aggro over towards middle. They got so much map control. Aggro over towards A. They clear over towards middle. There's a chance that the Omen can own this, but I think it's gonna.
It's Liu King that has it all to do, and King about to walk straight into his angle, but hold on, one shot connected, still drawing breath.
Yeah, and he had the guy over towards B main, so he can give the info of the guys over towards B.
They want to try and close out some of these flanks, but they're slowly starting to be picked
That's
apart.
a shame. Kai needed to do a lot on site.
Distraction now as the rest of the team look to fight back in. Even still,
Shot,
managed to hold on for a moment, but Mazzino putting another in the death
toll. He's really going out on his own.
Some utility being expended and that time ticking.
They played so individually. They played so individually. Okay, 3-0 in terms of the pistols.
And another. I think that's 3 for 3
oh man, that's
so
a good
far
start.
for Trace. Early injection of rounds.
That is a good start.
And that's going to go a long way on a map like this, one that they struggled against Vitality. And as we said, Leviathan, they may not be so good in a rematch, but this is first time around.
They gotta relax.
They weren't surprised.
Zeno's gotta relax.
They said 15th time playing this composition. Won't be surprised here either, but that wasn't what he put the loss down to.
Yeah, and this came down to what the coach was saying, like playing together. This was not playing together. Like I'd be furious after watching that.
They've got the stones for it, but it won't be in this round. Just pistols.
Nice cage. We've got trip. Let's kind of keep an eye on the over rotate, because when they take A control, like they just hit site. No joke. This team is take map control, hit site. Take map control, hit site. It happened 100% of the time, every single time last time we watched this.
So I think that this is one where, excluding that crew
it should be the easiest anti-strat for LEV ever.
And a comfortable map as well.
But still pretty good for Trace at the moment. They get over towards site, they're allowed 1 death.
The issues he mentioned will be fixed in this round again.
4 guns.
You're playing into the post plant of Trace. They've got these SMGs up close, not needing to play at the same level of distance still. A little bit of damage being done, but expectations are that there won't be too much more.
Still 1 pistol to be upgraded. Any damage from here will actually be felt, will be shown in the economy. Aspis, well, he's on the slide to catch 1 style points, and now looking for a bit more. How many weapons can he drop? The round's already lost.
I mean, they got an extra Spectre out of them.
The big guns saved through to the next. A 2-0 start for Trace Esports.
Yeah,
I'll be curious to see what's there to invest. Like, do they bring in another rifle? Do they maybe put an extra stinger or pistol in, or are they just going to keep it relatively
low? What happened to LEV on this map at Shanghai? You guys, the foot one? I mean, yeah.
Now, last time out,
I haven't forgotten about it.
They were able to make these rounds very costly for LEV. I think that was one of the other issues that they had is
you would
had a couple of
learn from
at
that
the very
though, right?
beginning of the game. Other than that, every round seemed
they are a little bit cussed on this map at tournaments. You're not wrong.
Regularly.
Okay, A control, so that means that we're hitting A.
Now though, immediate pressure, a much faster paced look from the side of Trace.
Putting all their eggs in one basket on a straight push towards the A site. It's not too pacey.
Drones coming in, like we're playing against a team that doesn't just insta-hit sight after map control.
It's not started out
That's
too
3
well.
people ready to fight this though.
Taking all the picks, good flash, but it's dodged, and King's there to support. Nazino steps up to the plate and leaves it into Kai, just with a pistol in hand. And only the 1 kill.
They could have done with this extra kill, like this extra kill would have really helped them out, but either way, double armor rebuy, 1 gun rebuy.
I don't mind the idea from Trace that you're going to try and test your opponent early when you have those weaker weapons, see how far you can get, but it looked comfortable. Like the shots connected, counter utility, able to move out of positions and not get caught by an off
this
angle,
is just how they play this map.
The 3 players were ready for the pacing of that take. For Trace, now they buy back in with the rifles.
Lamageddon, not yet.
Early in the last map, LEV were able to get their first few rounds
I
very clean. At least
I need to have more time.
We'll see if they can do that again.
It's still on the list, bro.
Early bit of aggression as well, but
whoa, we go aggro early.
It was sent from further back, so there was no safe haven.
Do we need to go aggro against a team that just take map control and then bust into sight?
Watching him as he attempted the escape. Looks like a late lurk on mid. Might
shots, man. Mad Lad John with the 2 months.
Gets next to nothing.
Thank you so much, bro. Happy birthday as well, bro.
Great response by Trace already.
Dude, nice shots from Trace on this one. I would call the timeout for LEV. Again, this team just takes map control, then they hit into sight. That's all they do.
Let's just get revealing on the other side of the map.
Go aggro. I don't think you need to do that. I would always just.
In a lot of positions on this map,
I would even be fine just having like
they're willing to commit
info,
early utility if they believe there's going to be a push. And I actually think the counter stun that came out from
middle as soon as you hit sound.
I
don't need to do anything crazy.
The Fong Fong on the other side was stunned.
Unless they change it up, like unless they show me they can do something else.
Again, the cosmetic didn't play out for him. But a really clean response. As said, having 4 players left alive and saving a weapon in the last round will mean that Leviathan will be able to get back in, at least maybe with a few light shields here and there. But for Trace, I've already said, like this map, regionally and versus Vitality, has been a little rough for them. Getting off to a strong start here, using the momentum that they found from the last map, capitalizing on it, is going to be a big part for them.
Most definitely is. The question is how far can they push this
Right,
early
so
lead?
breach ult,
Leviathan,
and
no
then
slouches. They'll be buying right back up.
close to orbs.
Rifles in hand, light shields for the most part, rolling thunder online for both sides. But a couple more ultimates very close to being online for Trace. They could find themselves an early safety net, and that was almost the showstopper. The wall got in the way, and the spray slightly off. If one kill goes his way, well then that's a completely different round we're looking at.
We
Still
adding something
fighting
new?
for the orb, a possibility.
B
Leviathan
control
won't be
into
able to
B here.
defend. Instead, they look for some mid control. I think they wanted to pincer 2 players out of the market. A flash or stun perhaps on mid if there were players there. Trace are taking that control much later in the round than expected. And they're rotating to A as well. You know, they stopped the B push.
Did Lev watch the demo? I'm so confused with how they're playing.
Players from Leviathan stacked up there. Rolling Thunder for retake, of course, but that can be countered right back.
Oh, well, they know where Tex is, that's for sure. Stuck at the back of the site.
Spike planted.
Post plant. Will be in, and it's almost like a double.
Demo is in like the
You've
VOD.
got- They're going to try and isolate Kai, but they don't know that there's actually a second player. In fact, they may not even know that the first player is here. This late push could be everything. The whole goal, look, they've got a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury. They can delay a ridiculous amount of time, but King is holding. I don't know if he spotted Low King, though. That second player, he's still watching in case somebody looks to wrap around from that corner. A good read from King, but he can't quite land the shot. Now they have to try and deal with it. Bianche's gone, and so is his ultimate, but that doesn't matter anymore. The time is ticking way too far. Trace have played this post plant.
Okay, give me a timeout, man. This can't be the game plan.
Aspas has no choice but to try and
Oh,
hold
this
on.
can't be the game plan, dude. There's no way.
Well, at least look at
There's
that
no
rifle through the
way.
necks, but this is a devastating start. A 4-1 lead. And the fact that they were so contained when you have Leviathan pushing in, just complete calm on the side of the attackers. Trace, keep the Rolling Thunder at first. Use it.
That's what I like. I think they read into the fact that, okay, we have a Rolling Thunder, so chances are they're not going to play close because we have a Rolling Thunder.
They
So
do
let's just
not
walk in
re-clear
apart and
map
hold it.
control. They
It's a
do not
gamble.
pressure anywhere
It's a
else. They
really
play
smart
ranked.
gamble.
They
After
take map
Mazino puts
control.
his
They
through,
hit
you saw
site.
Hebe take out the ult,
How are you
and then
losing
realize,
to this?
I don't need to.
I'm gonna lose
Let him
my
have
mind.
the space. Now,
We
there was
watch
a read
nothing.
from Leviathan that there was a late lurk on mid, but that didn't really net them as much as you'd hope.
Okay.
The fadeaway King get killed, and well, the A site's going to be taken over by the drone. There is a response attempted by Mazino, already tagged up heavy, and that's one of the 2 rifles that they have to work with. He goes out anyways, and he goes down right after.
It's definitely going to make things tougher, but with the kill on Takai,
Kind of doable. Aspas on the flank. They
is
got
no
rid of
longer
the trip.
covered. This gives some space. Now, it is being watched by Bianche, but if the remaining players, Common Tex, can make a bit of a distraction, show a couple over on that short side, it might allow Aspas the space. I think that's the goal. Just try and give him a route into this one. The thing is, the post plant setup again is strong, and Bianche is watching. He hasn't switched his position, but he still loses the fight. Second man here.
Great stun,
with the
man.
bullet shot off.
Yeah,
They now know it.
people on site gotta
Aspas
go.
no longer stunned, but Hebe catches the other 2.
5
Puts it
HP.
into the 1v1. Aspas on 5
Yeah,
HP.
still has stun as well.
And
Just
that
wait for
time
the
is
tap.
ticking.
Can stun.
If anything, I think it's ticking too far.
Yeah,
gone
nicely
again.
done, man. Okay, this is a good
Aspas.
run still from Trace. Like they're,
He's
I mean,
looking to try
they're
and
doing
find it.
good.
He's even gonna land
Like I
that
can't even
last
fault
shot,
them, man. It's
but
like
it's
if
too
you
little, too
don't
late.
get stopped
Has to
doing
fall
this,
out of the
then you
round.
just
Trace
keep doing this.
will convert.
Don't need
It's
to see anything
incredibly
else.
costly. And it does mean that there's still going to be
It's 5-1.
a bit of damage done to
It's
their economy,
5-1.
but
Bro,
they'll
call a
comfortably
timeout.
buy.
I beg.
A timeout called by Leviathan. They're feeling the pressure, and it's Hebe applying it. That could have been a very different round if he doesn't catch that double.
He's just sat on the spike as well. Like it's not the most uncommon spot. Like you can understand why. Like a lot of people would check that.
No joke.
You can kind of understand
No joke
why
right
they
now.
don't. Like when they
I
have
would
the
put a
rifles, you expect
trip
them to be a
middle.
little bit more passive.
Sure,
maybe
you can
playing
do a trip
behind that
B.
sort of default box on
One
site.
person here, one
Not gonna
person
be the
here,
case. And
3
yeah,
here.
Leviathan,
Whichever guy
whether you're a
hears
Trace
sounds,
fan,
just
whether you're
put them all
someone who
here. You got the
watches
trip
all the
middle.
watch parties,
Then you got
or
4-1.
even the main
All you have
broadcast
to
for
do.
China. I think a 2-0
None of the aggro
for
stuff.
Trace here was
Don't have to drone middle.
Out of the question.
Don't have to
No
do
shot.
anything.
Up against Leviathan, out of the question.
It's the easiest.
You know, for
should
me,
be the easiest game of your
Leviathan,
life.
G2, they've looked so strong. America's impressed me in opening games, regionally as well. They're playing a good game.
More than
Trace have flown under
right.
the radar.
I'm in like shock.
Close.
I'm in shock right
have a
now.
little bit of a battle here, but not to be able to decimate them. The first quarter already behind us, and it is firmly.
I've never seen
favor of
Trace
China's
ever like
number
re-clear
3 team.
anything. If there's like one person here,
like their last match
they'll
versus
never go
EDG,
and re-clear.
They got 7 rounds and 2 maps. So maybe
like
that
in theory,
just
they
shows
should
that
just be
everybody
B
should be a little
main
bit more
into
scared
B
by
here.
EDG.
Let's see.
They also
There's a
2-0
timeout,
up in
so
a
maybe they
best
can
of 5
change it up. But the
versus
fact I didn't see
FPX,
anything
which they
from
then
that other
lost.
game.
So they've had those sort of tough defeats. And let's be real, it's definitely not over yet. But just the manner in which a lot of these rounds have been going, I think even if you're the biggest Leviat fan right now, you're probably quite nervous.
E-main sound.
As said though, I think both coaches, their tactical pauses haven't gone amiss. Like they have been valuable, to say the least.
Going B.
We'll see if there's a immediate response from the side.
Right
of
now,
Leviat
I'd have
Town.
4 people, one person holding
It's
this.
going to make you change your setup and your plan, knowing they've just called that pause. Obviously, Leviathan are going to do something different. So Trace do much the same, focusing fully on the B site. They found space here for free before, and this time there's a showstopper to lead the way. Tex knew where he was, but couldn't quite get it done. They know Fung Fung's going to the back of the site, and the flash is good. Calm, trading it out.
Shots, man. Shots, man. Nice shot. Holy.
Under his belt already. I don't know what Idapata said during that timeout, but it's got him fired up.
Okay.
Not much Hey-Bay could do.
Nice round from Lev, kinda. Like, I would honestly just say nice round from
to Calm in this round.
They still only had one person on the site once they hit site.
4Ks at this point after yesterday's match, but that one has to be up there with the best of them. And that's the perfect response. Do I think that was part of the coach's game plan? Absolutely not.
No, I mean, yeah,
Do I
he's
think
just
it's more likely
absolutely
to bring
annihilated
them back from the brink? Absolutely. Those are the sort of rounds that get everybody pumped up. And after a quiet start for a fair few of the players that have been fantastic.
Yeah, we've got Stinger.
Throughout the season and throughout the tournament so far. That's one hell of a way to do it. And just look.
Oh, is this more of a default? What is this?
Some backup credits. There still seems to be enough to purchase.
Oh, okay, back to the...
Not going for a full buy here. They're going to go with Stingers instead. I'm not sure if this is just wanting to have everything online, maybe even wanting to get themselves the ult, but I feel like they could have put a bit more into this round.
I think Lev thought that too. Early commitment of the Hunter's Fury after catching the tag, but no conversion.
He was so
Hold
close
up.
to
What is this?
everyone.
All 3 pulses.
Oh my god, are we going to
didn't
see a
hit
re-clear of
with
A?
a single pulse.
Oh yeah. Gave some of those players a haircut, but not quite enough. Reveal, flash. Nobody there to execute on the back of it unless the reveals go through, but those players are safely behind the box.
Oh my god, we might have a re-clear of
Very
A.
slow
No
round from
way.
Trace. I think they're trying to find the gaps in this defensive side, and it looks
Incredible.
like they're assuming it's towards A. Smoke on right side,
done it.
drone going through.
We're 8 rounds
This
in.
is looking like a B split from the side of Leviathan, but now they're about to find out it isn't. That paranoia's bought just enough time to retreat.
We've seen this for a couple of rounds now. King getting aggressive on A, taking that space
This
away.
is the best round I've
This
seen from
battle
Trace on
could be
attack, though.
everything. Bianca
They actually
waiting.
pushed the guy back from A.
Or
I hadn't
actually
seen
gonna be
this in
closed
like,
by
what,
the
20,
attack. That's
30
gonna be a
rounds
bit
of watching them or something?
Confusing way for the round to be played out. Instead, they're going to go back to top mid, looking to try and surround the players on that A site. A lot of space already taken, but a double up will be in from the defense. Com joins them.
It's King, able to find that one, dancing around the box.
15 seconds.
12 seconds, they have to hurry up. And Com's here to support as well.
Yeah,
Watching the back.
King should just be
No
killing
element
them
of
all, right?
surprise, but
Oh,
the
still
fight's
get
going
plant?
their way. The plant will come in just in time. Fast as he is, Aspas won't be there in time to stop it. But both players tagged
5 HP,
terribly
45
low.
HP.
50 HP between them. Weak weapons, it's tough to get done. And Tex swings and he doesn't miss.
He desperately wanted that kill to come in. He's
are on the way back.
so sure that Aspas is going flying through the smoke to get the trade, so he's trying to like
Considering that they'd invested into
get out
Stingers,
of
a
there.
pistol, and a couple of rifles, and the way that those early fights went, like, it
This
seemed
was
like all the information was
this was
there.
a nice round from them,
Yeah,
though,
3
map
players
control
within the
wise.
site already. I don't think we needed a slow-mo replay of that last one, but
God, I'm Shroud.
oh dear. 5-3. A couple of rounds back to back.
This goes here.
The players
back to
from
the
Leviathan
back to the
starting
side
wake up,
hits.
but yeah, that was a reduced investment in the last round from Trace. Rolling Thunder will now be online once again, and early control, even with a boom bot in hand.
They're pushing
Yeah,
them right
A
back.
control into A
Leviathan are
here.
all too happy for that to be the case.
I mean, you can't play on site with this one though.
With players now
Can't play on site with that. There was way too much
but look
nice
to take
site
it back with numbers quickly here.
here. Good amount of chip damage though. This guy's down to 5 HP before the shock hit him.
Taking out Bianchi. Another shock dart does big
damage.
damage.
Bit of chip damage.
Beautiful stuff from the side of Leviathan. They haven't had to face them, and already these players are nice and squishy.
And the post plants have been where Trace thrive. Overdrive utilized, information gone, a paranoia even sent through.
Yeah, Flash didn't hit too many. Their fight's so heavy on short here.
In fact, almost a kill directly through the smoke. Re-aggression attempting to do something, but they are being torn apart. It's left all on Takai. He knows where they are. The spam isn't going to do anywhere near as much as he's hoping for, and even though he catches the kill,
what are you
doing?
doing?
Defusing. Just not enough time for him to get that done. An incredibly nice attempt from the Sentinel.
Bro,
He's
tanked it the whole time. So confident that his teammate would trade him no matter
He
what.
should have fallen flat there and being deleted instead. At least able to put up a fight, carry the weapon through. But like you said, the timeline's all that really matters. 3 times in a row, Trace have gotten themselves a site, more or less for free, although this time the shock dart certainly added an extra flair to it. 3 times in a row, we've seen Leviathan fight back and grab those diffuses. Economy, though, for the defensive side, is in a shaky enough position. Trace could still capitalize, but they're not too healthy either.
LEV
This is going to be a
pressure
swing
into
round
B.
for the lead. Trace have their sights set on B.
Yeah, they definitely know that Aspas is there. There's no doubt about it. Drone is available. It makes me a little bit nervous just because of who's on the other side. Available to get aggressive, and it's actually Tex to land the first. The guy defending, the paranoia, the stun, in fact, everything has caught on to Aspas. He's still going forward, though!
Dude, what a stun,
And
man.
he's just torn them a new one.
What a stun from Mazino. Okay, this
but
was
this
nice.
round-
Very nice
this
from
round
left.
is for Aspas.
And maybe they sussed them out.
He uses his own
Maybe
stun to
they've
keep
sussed
them
them
in
out.
position. And then
Actually had a few
another
people
comes
fighting
in
on
from a
site here.
teammate.
The
Door
breach
closed
util was
behind
like
them, and,
saved.
well,
Nothing
that's
done
the
at the
door
beginning.
closed on the round. A timeout called now by Trace. Not happy
With
with how this has
full
gone,
trust
and
in
they
his
just got
teammate's stun as well.
decimated by Aspas, so I'm not surprised.
He starts his move while still stunned up because he knows it's going to fade while
We're going
he's
for the
swinging.
5A or the
He knows
4-1?
they're going to be stunned. He had
Ooh,
full
timeout.
faith in Mazino's breach stun.
That's fair enough.
Good reason.
Yeah, that's fair enough, honestly. I think if Mazino was my teammate, he'd carry me. But also, I'd have faith.
I have no doubt in that, Tom. I have absolutely no doubt in what you just said.
Oh, yeah.
But
you reckon he can play in bronze? It's actually tougher down there, you know.
oh, yeah. People do things you're not expecting, you know? Well, Trace.
No one DM me saying bronze commentator. Don't you dare. It's not true. It's a joke, please. I don't want those DMs.
It's at least silver.
At least. Minimum. I'm a peak gold. Oh, pause taken. 4 rounds in a row. The 3 before it had contention. Retakes were necessary, but that was, I guess, much more of what we had expected to see.
What do we
The
got on this
Aspas
one?
show with
Expecting
support.
something different.
For the other side of things,
Yeah, and
Army
honestly,
is
on their low
still a
buys, they
bit
do seem to
sketchy.
do something
Again,
different.
We've spoken about the fact that they're able to do quite a lot with very little, but I guess with loss bonus maximized and a few extra credits here and there, they can afford to go in for what we currently see in this round. Ultimates, not particularly close, but a kill or 2 in this round could mean that they have a lot online for the next.
Standing ahead.
Like you said, limited.
That's it.
On the attacking side.
Literally
They've done
low
some
buys, they
serious
do
damage.
something else. Do they just
Less
do
than
this on low buy where they go through middle?
Same old story with that shock.
Every
dart,
low
but
buy right now, well, I
Tex has
say
been
every low
very
buy, but
aware
the
of
2
that
low buys we
early
go through
rounds.
middle, everything else is either the
Just traps
4-1 or
around.
the 5,000 hit A.
One for mid, broken, and Fong Fong.
Ooh, okay, we
right
actually
into
have
the fight. And it's calm to
we have a
actually
split
take that
over
kill,
towards B
certainly
through mid.
softened up by Aspas. 2 players you don't want to fight in current form, but calm has been dropped. The rifle, the bulldog in play for Hebei. Aftershock on both sides, and it's Hebei forced to the open, taken down. Yankee's taking space in the meantime, but in goes Aspas. And he ain't taking any prisoners.
Bro is
6 to
confident right
5.
now.
Leviathan
All the slide
from
kills.
A 5-1 deficit.
Okay, 5-1 to
claims back
6-5.
the lead.
Looking in way
It
better.
really feels like he's back.
And
The last
Trace,
few rounds have just
they
been
could
Aspas
probably just go
style
back to something more normal.
using those slides, using the fact that They're almost completely accurate, just to take fights that really should be impossible for the opponent to react. We're just looking at it for his POV. They don't even see a thing. Gone in a flash. Well, he could barely see anything from the fights he's taken, but there is no opportunity to respond.
I mean,
lead taken by Leviathan.
Good, man.
The pause that they called clearly.
Straight up to the B again. Okay, so we saw 2 rounds that differed from their A or 4-1.
Might just have been something as simple as remember who
and
you
they were
are.
only on low buys where they went over towards middle.
First time
I still can't believe they got 5 on attack. Yeah. They might even get more.
He had a tough time there, was shut down in every duel he went for, but now right back on form. Rolling Thunder used to deny the planned aggression from Feng Feng, caught immediately. And Aspas back to his old tricks, sliding around, looking for the fights and finding
he's
them.
impossible to hit at the moment. No one can hit him.
On those kills, taking them down in the end, and Hunter's Fury used to try to keep them in the choke point. King is here, and he's defending his
This was much better from LEV at the end. Still, I got to question their game plan at the beginning of this. I mean, even a little bit later.
Set for the second half.
Yeah, I think they're going to appreciate the halftime break, because in all honesty,
TRACE maybe have enough to do it, but again, they just don't have a deep map.
Maybe there was
they don't have a deep strat book on this map. Like you can tell on attack, right? They got 2 rounds, that's it. And then they just kind of on the fly their middle stuff.
Oh, come on.
TRACE needs another pistol, yeah.
Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed, and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives
they just
you
need to snowball again. I mean, they had a good snowball start. They just need that again. Miss map 1? Map 1 was a banger, bro. Map 1 was really, really good. Loaded on my VOD channel. Still uploading. It was a cool game, though. Like, Trace's bind is nice. Flumpel Stiltsky, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 7 months. I think Trace might catch up here. Nah, I honestly... Like, even with a 5-1 start, I strongly just don't think that their strat book is good enough for this map. Jerebus, thank you so much with the Prime, man. I appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for that as well. Yeah, their Sunset's just nowhere near as good as their Ascent or Bind. Rotfiend64 with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Also, I appreciate you doing that. Thank you with the Prime. Trace a 7-2 in pistols so far in the tournament. Damn. That's pretty good.
All right, time to get back into things. 7-5 when we left you off. Leviathan were in full swing, getting themselves round after round, 6 in a row.
All right.
But the pistols have
What do we
always
got?
fallen into Trace's hands so far.
What do we got? We got a Sheriff.
Keep that going. Here on the defensive side, there's a challenge, and that challenge is just to stop Aspas from killing you all.
Yeah, I think as well, now the game becomes about supporting him. We saw it in the first half as well. I think Feng Feng as well had those sort of moments where they were like paranoid.
O_way with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 3 months, man. Thank you for doing that.
For Aspas leading the charge. Maybe see if they can get themselves there first.
Oh boy.
A trap being set.
Camera contact into stun into swing.
Well,
but the smoke blocks them walking out. Worked out pretty well. There's still 3 people here.
Right into the fight, but hey, they and Bianche, they've got the control. Trading it out, keeping the
just comes
numbers
down into the
equal,
Omen.
and then that's when Locking steps it up. The paranoia doesn't land, but the shots do.
Okay, here we go. 1v2. Both took 30 HP.
Leviathan taking a pistol here.
Yeah, they heard him. Someone heard him. Someone that's dead heard him.
DHP, no shields to work with, but they're already on the spike.
They've already pinged exactly where he was going, or at least it seemed it. Now starting to realize that he could have gone back in the other direction. The spam just
Oh,
you
had a retap.
Already
He could have
getting
chilled.
into half. They're going to look to try and fight him together. And there was a world where he wins that.
Yeah, he could have chilled there. He had a retap, I guess. All right.
is going to be the one to take that over the line.
This team is 4-0 at the moment in pistols.
The side of Trace 1, but a plant and a lot of kills. There could even be a temptation to force.
I don't think so, Bacon.
I wouldn't be surprised with Aspas on this form. Half the time he dies, he's shot in the back. You get to see his eyes. You ain't going anywhere. The big round from Law King, holding down that control on mid, swinging out, giving his life for the trade. And that was all they needed. The pistol, another early injection of rounds that we saw in the first half. That was very essential.
Aspas went from having a Bulldog light armor, and then they just decided, no, it's all good. Let's not do any of the crazy stuff.
A few extra credits off the plant and kills just being expended into
Let's
this
just
one.
get
A chance to do
some
extra
ghosts and a
damage.
sheriff
You
and
can see
a
that Trace
frenzy.
definitely had the same thought. They haven't gone for any pistols this time around. There was always seemingly one, but wanting to make sure that they can convert this round as cleanly as possible. So now any loss here will be costly. SMG or two, it's not the end of the world. You lose any of those rifles, that's going to be a problem.
That's exactly it. I want to see limited losses, although off rip.
Well, yeah, and that's a gun on its own without anyone else to help it.
Luckily, Aspas is nowhere
Take
nearby.
that, it's a Bulldog.
That won't be given to him just yet, but they're grouping up. Going to approach this one as a blob, go back to
Nice at the moment, so they hit over towards A, then that's a question mark created, then pivot back over towards B.
Very careful not to give away too much.
They hear so many middle here.
Okay, already getting the information. Smoke for top mid. Almost trying to bait their opponents. It seems to have worked. They're re-aggressing into middle.
Oh yeah, look at this. The call came out from Trace to re-clear over towards middle. They are so sure it's an A because once they broke the door, they didn't insta-hit. And against the eco, what the hell? Against the eco, they fall past and walk push over towards A. They gave him a free site, they gave him space. We got the good plant, we have a gun that could actually work over towards A main if they wanted to, but they want to take some space at the moment. What did I miss? Was there anything on the... to the minimap, I didn't see anything. Unless the camera like pinged.
Spectacular in early fights, even without that rifle that now sits on calm.
I don't know, see if there's like a recon or something that I missed, but I don't think so.
The stun to clear the first angle. Law King hoping to catch them off guard, and he might just do that. He's being flanked on though, and does he suspect
that
it?
flash is incredible.
Shot in the back. I think
yeah, it's all down to Comlo, really.
Give them a chance. 30 HP on Tex, trying to buy time, but the defuse is underway. Someone needs to go out and drop that diffuser, and there's no one to do it.
Straight up defuse on this one. I guess the spam shots missed from Com.
And that is huge.
Or he didn't hear it. He was reloading, so...
Would have been a fantastic end. Instead, they've left it with one man alive coming into round 15.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Trace will even opt to play this one as a bonus anymore. Like, do you just fully invest and try and fight this as your buy round? The problem, though, is that economically, they're not going to be in a fantastic spot to even do that, even if they spent everything here. So huge round, and again, just a pretty big misread from them in terms of where Leviat are going to be going. Now they come up with a fall buy. It's going to be SMGs, pistols. In fact, Heybei is only on a classic.
A lot of players pushed up. They're going to try to use
what a shot, man.
To catch them
yeah, push through middle. In return, we
certainly worked to start with. Tex has been
oh, Tex. You are in trouble.
Absolutely everywhere. There's no way out. He tries to fight his way out.
Damn.
He did insane, bro. This could have been a nail in the coffin for the round.
He did insane. Instead, it started off not looking great, and then he did incredible.
Kai, well, now detected. They've got all the information. The cage might buy him a moment to breathe, but his teammates being dropped down to the classic. Aspas is dropped, but 20 HP left and a flank. Get your gun out, now. Flank underway. Now caught him. Stunned.
Oh my God! What is this?
For Kai to go. It would have to be the headshot.
Okay, I tell you what though, it was a good bonus, man. It was a good bonus. Shout out to Tex. Tex did incredible, obviously.
Tex was shooting off warning shots to begin with because it went from
he really stuck the landing at the end here because the beginning wasn't great.
Every single bullet in a second. Again, with what was on offer, I don't mind the idea in the round. Get aggressive, put the pressure on, and if it wasn't for some incredible
that's impressive, bro. Fair play.
More so just the headshots.
Yeah. Let's go.
That easily could have slipped away. Leviathan are going to take the lead once again after their big streak in the previous half. But this is where the defensive side do come back in with a purchase. An immediate push though. Aspas has almost caught Bianca
with the stun. Oh.
Both players.
Oh, and he gets the info on the extra guy. Holy. That is a nice round. That's the big buy round. You got to start looking over towards here. We got the money. These two are going to be saving. Got 3K for everyone over towards.
I see the credits are
here.
low,
We got 2, 4.
More like an eco.
Everyone here.
Just dismantled that setup.
Yeah, they annihilated them here. Grievo, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you for the tier 1, dude. Yes, I mean, Aspas is he's doing great. He really is.
But that's a big blow to the side of Trace. This was their round, and like you said, almost getting caught. Even as the barriers went up, Bianca doesn't expect Aspas to be that close. And that's a worrying sign, because he's going to do that a lot. And you've got to be ready for it.
There's either going to be immediate pressure.
Support util, yeah, the support util was good. I'm telling you, Mizzino's stuns are like always on point here. His util's been great. I think some of his decision making, I can't get that pistol round out of my head, to be honest, a little bit. Like some of his decision making today hasn't been incredible, if I'm fully honest. Util's been good.
The rest is why we put this guy in the bracket of the best. Like, it is so difficult to play against, and then there's just even the swing from the rest of the team. He's done the hard bit, but they're there to clean up the rest. Again, we've seen this in the previous map. The pause is being called by Trace before the problems, well, I don't want to say the problems haven't arisen, but before it gets too dangerous. Like, you've only lost 1 round that I would say that you have to be a little bit more careful with. The last round, you came in with weak weapons, you lost the round. It's not the end of the world. This one, you had your first 4-buy on the site, and you get decimated within 15 seconds.
All right, last timeout for them. And when you consider this is a double pistol,
Trace have one last
not looking great.
Touch in with the coaching staff, and a 2-round gap, it's not gone too far. Like you say, before it gets out of hand, this is where they want to do it. But the fact that they invested so much last round means they don't have a lot of credits for this one. So even deciding how heavy the investment should be is going to be a challenge. At 9-7.
Consider the map attack or defense-sided, attack-sided. Only a little bit though. It's really comp dependent.
Well, no matter what happens, they're going to be able to buy up in the next. And if they keep getting a run at it, well, the way Aspas has been running at it, this map might not last long.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I do want to see an Ascent, so I'm kind of okay with that. But
it is.
I'm waiting to see.
Oh yeah, Ascent should be a banger, man. Ascent should be the same level that we got on Bind.
I think that we were foolish the first series, maybe even a little foolish in the first map.
That's
But
a nice spot.
Already. A good reveal, even a good stun.
Wait, 4 stuns? Nice shot,
that
man.
Initial fight, Tex has been traded out. Even with these lower weapons, there's danger. In fact, they're going to use that Rolling Thunder to try and push the defense back. This has become a deathmatch server, except one team is only more pistols.
Dude, Lev hit some absolute banger shots in this round. They really did.
Sure. That's going to work for you most of the time, although Kai's managed to shut him down. 1 versus 3 now.
Yeah, Mizzino had 1, Aspas had 2.
Mizzino low, spotted up by the drone, swung on and sent package. Eventually has to break the drone. Little reload to close it out. Okay. Check their positions on Leviat. They're tucked in. They're letting him take the first move, and they'll shut him down right afterwards. Contact from Com, and then a triple or at least a double swing. And whatever angle Kai decides. Say it's an uphill battle. I mean, when they play like this, it's an unwinnable one, almost. Oh, if that shot had landed, perhaps.
The thing is, it's fine for Mizzino to do that. He's 5 HP. Like, if you don't hit the headshot, he gets to survive, and Com will close the round. Double digits. Leviathan.
Okay, buy round though. Buy round for Trace. This is it. You want to stick in this? This is the round they got to win.
But after the first, well, maybe even expectations back in the other direction. It was a 5-1
Right, give me these two though.
Has now turned into a pretty healthy lead now. Again, the last time the defensive side had themselves a purchase, they got slaughtered. We'll see if they've been able to react.
Hopefully we won't see that same pace. Fung Fung over here, ready for the fight. But look who's going in, full pelt. It's Aspas. He's caught, well, he stunned himself.
Yeah, just in case they're trying to push.
Stunned us many times with his individual ability. The paranoia kept him back for a moment. Now it's time to push right back into that site. In goes Anders, Fury, and Aspas is
Look at
shredding
that
him, doing
sight
all
hit,
the
man. Fair
damage,
play.
making this ult look a lot stronger than it usually is. And he's got the firepower backing up every single tool. It's Kyle.
This is a very nice sight, like here, like with the Sova ult as well. Like everything's very, very strong. It's just one of those maps for Trace. It's just
they barely took any damage.
It's on their to-do list to get better at.
This man's Jet, I think his Raze is a close second, and then okay, he's a good Neil.
They could have had 5 on site here and still lost. Honestly, I agree with you.
1 and 9. The supportive utility as well. I love seeing him diving in alongside that Hunter's Fury. It means that anybody is slightly
the neon, dude. Every single kill Aspas has had pretty much, apart from like maybe the 2 here. It feels like he's just sliding.
And so the Hunter's Fury in combination makes it so hard to play
Oh
against.
god, this could be good though.
Was a very good ult.
Nice, bro. We got a stun on the top of that as well, just to make sure that they can't dodge it. That was awesome.
Either a combination flash or stun. I think it's definitely a stun.
Follow up onto Com. Weak weapons across the board. Okay, Mizzino's making a play. Trigger discipline on display. Got one.
Oh, it's unlucky, man. 34 HP.
Activated. Tex, he tagged up by that nade, but he's not deterred. Still pushing forward. 2 players extremely low. One of them in this first crossfire.
Hey, very nice. This is a cool. This is a cool ult, and honestly, they're in a good position to win a couple more as well because they got breach ult, got Raze ult.
Yeah, I guess the initial combo did a huge gamble.
They didn't use too much into it.
Immediately, I think there may have been a ping initially. Yeah, so it's the dart that's used straight away. Fantastic.
And the dart with the stun, they're all so wrecked.
Just the push up, I think maybe even a stun. Yeah, that's a gorgeous setup. That was all based on just.
That's so funny. They TP and slide over towards them.
But that is a huge round from the initiators of this defensive side. It's one that isn't recreatable though. The only thing I will say, they still
look at this from Trace. We go super aggro. How has Aspas got that kill? Oh god, these guys are gonna eat this ult, right? 2 of them. It's a lot up to King here. Team did get hit by the ult as well. It's a great flash. And we did a lot of damage here. With the fade as he's running away. Com was just 10 HP though, so that must have been through like a couple of walls.
3 players close, and the information there to play with. The attacking side executing some
it's hard for Lev to get out here.
Online at just the right time. 2 versus 4, and the info now in their hands.
Ooh, just getting out of there seemed like it would be
difficult. Want to throw him the spike, and he ults.
They have managed it. All 4 players on this B side of the map, so they're able to.
Look at it. Took a while.
They will be able to get themselves an afterplant. All the utility has pretty much been expended. An extra smoke is granted.
Can create the pressure like he's going towards the left.
And you have to feel like this.
And then fall back after you break this, or just chill.
Should be too difficult.
Yeah, he's kind of got some options.
I think they're deciding on whether to break that trap or just sit inside the smoke. And King's made the choice. No one's going to give him it though. They're all going the other way. For a second, I thought Bianche would double back.
Tex gets his camera.
Right call. Tex already spotted. They don't know about King, but now they do. All the info there, but the kills going the other way. Spike still needs to be defused.
No way, he goes into the trip.
King eventually uses the shrouded step to try to fake them
they
out.
didn't have time. Yeah, they got time.
Falling for that one.
He went into the trip that he found earlier.
Just about enough time.
That's so funny. Okay, close 2v4. I see them from Trace. Problem is they got no more ults, right? Did the Raze use ult?
Have him that the trip that he doesn't break is what ends up being his undoing.
Okay, Raze ult's still here.
Actually, none of them come in that direction. And
still got a big ult.
All in all, it's a good play. Like, you want to sit there and go, okay, if anybody comes through this, they're not going to expect me just to be sat on the edge. Again, a lot of counter util being
that's the fadeaway kill that I was talking about.
Ultimates utilized, and more importantly, just some big plays to end it all out with under a second. A nice attempt from the side of Leviathan, but a 2-round streak. Operator now in as well for Fong Fong. We'll see. That could be the difference maker, because without the ultimates, they really haven't had any success in their rounds.
Felt like a 3rd map was inevitable. Certainly owed in a series like this.
They got more than I said. Yeah, they got more than I said. I was expecting a better game plan at the beginning from Lev though. That one definitely threw me off slightly.
setting up for the B site take. Stun goes through, catches no one. It's quite a deep play from the defensive side. There's no ultimates for the attackers. They're just conceding this space. Probably knowing that if Feng rotates, Showstopper can.
And they can retake with the ult. It's just the fact that the ult is miles away, so they might try and go a little bit early without the ult. We'll see.
Spotted an immediate stun. Aftershock isn't quite deep
It's
enough.
hard because they gotta get the yeah. I was gonna say they gotta make sure that the spike can cross. Ult goes up, so the spike can cross. We still got one in middle, one market B main. Not the good B main plant though, so TRACE definitely have an alright chance.
From Feng, and he's got to be aware as well that there is still a player lurking.
The texture is pretty important. Texture, Aspas duel.
Aspas is going to try again. This time he's caught, but so is Lord King as well.
And that's the raise. Yeah, that's the raise ult.
Tex able to grab one, and Kai is so desperately trying to pull this round back into their favor. King's gone down, and so's Mazzino. They know exactly where the last
No
man
way,
is,
Tex is
but he
doing
gets the jump
insane, man.
again. Out goes the cam, it's broken. He knows the defuse isn't underway, tries to stop it from getting
Damn,
out.
bro, what an
Oh,
insane round from Tex. He did incredible, man. Did so good. The guys on site made it a little bit hard for him. They were dueling out, way heavier than I thought they were going to duel out, considering the position of Tex. But
of absurd impact, waiting so patiently to catch that first. You think a lot of the time when that door's closed that you would almost try and maybe push the spawn or reposition elsewhere. But he's confident in his team getting into the late game and then confident in his own ability to take it over the line. A meaningful clutch that puts them on map
3
point,
chances. They still have Razor.
Take this to Ascent, a map that
TRACE.
both teams are incredibly comfortable on, and a great place to end this series.
Especially
Yeah, it's a nice fast hit at the moment. He had the camera. He's like, what the?
With so much utility coming at them, that's when you just don't think there's a lurker anymore. Like, why would the guy be sat there staring at a closed door?
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to get B plant. And we really going to end this one with B after plant on the stairs?
12 to 9,
We
3 in
did.
a row for an overtime for TRACE. We're going all the way to Ascent. Map that, like we said, definitely deserved to see a third map from this series. Leviathan fighting for it. Showstopper fire.
Great W's forwards. Shout out to Aspas here. He did incredible. Good reaction.
Managed the trade out, and King still fighting for the backside control. Bianche caught off guard. It's Kai and Law King to do it all. The step out from Kai with the paranoia, but they're just evading him, dancing around this pillar, forcing the fight. This time, it's
Yes, they still haven't planted. Okay, nicely done from Lev. Yeah, 13-9, and with the 9 you got double pistol. They're just not graded this map. They got some stuff to look into and learn for sure. But they still, I mean, they still win this because Ascent is a banging map. Their Ascent is way better than this. They did better than expected? Yeah, they did better than I thought they were going to do. A little bit of that was down to a double pistol and Lev. Lev not having the best game plan, in my opinion, on defense.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Ascent should be really good though.
In any condition, guaranteed. And get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Dude, if Lev can't win a pistol, gonna
Red Bull gives you wings.
get a pistol.
I see what he loves about you. You're so perfect. Hope you know that you got everything.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. As always.
Mess up and I'm haunted. And if I'm being honest, I see what he loves about you. You're so perfect. Hope you know that you got everything. Mess up and I'm haunted. And if I'm being honest, mess up and I'm haunted.
And Leviathan managed to pick up the win on Sunset, forcing a map 3. Welcome back, everyone. You got Golden Boy along with Paperton and Achilleos here as we break everything down. And, you know, we were talking about this being a strong map for Leviathan, but I'll tell you one thing, didn't start that way.
No.
It was getting a little dicey.
Yeah, it didn't start off too great, but there was moments like this from Comp that just really started turning things completely on its head. I mean, you saw there right at the start, they only had one round win before Comp picked up that 4-piece.
Yeah.
But this was very much, you know, Tex, Aspas going absolutely crazy in the lobby. And honestly, the fact that they were able to close this map and still haven't gotten a single pistol win, overall, good for Lev, at least in a microcosm of this Sunset map. But as far as the tournament projections and future series look, as well as that map 3, gotta win some damn pistols.
Yeah,
you want to lift your second trophy, win a pistol.
Yeah, your odds of winning drastically plummet when you are winning pistols. But Aspas looking great on the Neon. You know, we talked about at the beginning of the show, the man can play every duelist on the planet to such a high level. I mean, he's such a smooth criminal on this Neon. He's just sliding right by it.
Told you it was going to be an Ung Des.
I love it. I love
Told you it was going to be an Ung Des. No, but honestly, you're right. He really is just so damn good and such a reliable person for this team. But it's good to see a couple of those other rifles coming online here for Leviathan, because it was certainly missing in that first map. Of course, one rifle that definitely went online was Comms. Takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. A beautiful 4K. And you think, surely my guys are going to go for more. Finds the blinded raise right there. Pops 2 back-to-back. Looks for the other one and Beyond K. And just they lined up for him. But let me tell you, they made that one quite difficult because they were trying to get some tags off him there, but it just wasn't enough. Overall, though, that right there is exactly, Paperton, what you want to see from Leviathan, from Com, to kind of get things going here.
Yeah, their big players were stepping up. You know, Tex was having a great map as well. So it was like these big moments that started to snowball the map towards their favor. They were getting a better read on how to play against the way that TRACE Esports was trying to pilot their attacker side, in particular, a heavy hit, something that TRACE struggled with in their previous outing against Vitality. They were able to adapt. They started pulling back. They started putting some more pressure onto the onto the plants themselves. Things like that really turned the tide for them and gave them that momentum they needed to carry forward onto the other side of the map.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, earlier in the show, we did bingo.
We attempted to do bingo.
We attempted to do bingo. It didn't come up, but now we got bingo. Okay, so let's go ahead and fill in our blanks here. We got a LEV win, right? We got a TE win. We got a map 3. We got a 5-round win streak. That did happen from Leviathan, I believe. Aspas reclines.
Low King doesn't play. Omen.
Yeah, Low King.
Brim on the first one, I believe.
Okay, you want to put that in? Okay, I didn't know if that's jury's out on that.
Jury's out.
Okay. No one's fallen off the map yet. Aspas ain't breaking a record right now. Oh, did Bianca pick Sova?
Let me look.
Wait.
He did. He did
pick Sova.
He was just playing it.
I was like,
my brother,
Mazzino also played Breach.
Mazzino played Breach?
You know, the thing that would be really helpful is if we looked at the teleprompter that has all of the answers.
Oh. You know what? You would think I'm good at my job, but genuinely not.
I mean, I didn't even notice until right this moment as well.
Okay, cool. I think we're good. We didn't get to overtime yet. We haven't played it. We're not going to play Abyss. Okay, cool. So far, so good. All right, we just need Chichu to come up clutch, and you can win bingo. What you win? I don't know.
I don't know.
No, I'll get you like a glass of water or something like that.
You win entertainment.
Yeah, and joy and happiness in your life.
A sense of self-fulfillment.
There you go.
That will briefly linger and
then quickly dissipate.
fade.
A little bit of a scent. Bang.
All right, well, let's go ahead and refocus. Let's get ready for map 3. We're going to be taking a trip over to Ascent.
Nader.
And
how will this game influence the process of FUT winning it all?
Seeing,
I'm not sure, man. Maybe they're learning. Maybe they're watching, they're learning.
So this is going to be, you know, a jet v jet battle again, right?
Although there wasn't too much to learn on that Sunset.
Bread and butter.
Appreciate the bits though, man. Thank you for that.
Maybe see, like, you're going to run, like, you know, we know what people run on Ascent.
Dismal 410, I think I missed your prime earlier. Sorry about that, dude. Thank you so much for that.
Focus between these two, Kai and Aspas. We fully anticipate Kai is going to be getting his first game on Duelist in this series coming into this. He's been on Cypher so far. So fully anticipating that he is going to be coming out here with that jet, and he was huge for TRACE in that series versus Vitality. My biggest concern, though, for them, as we see, there's not going to be anything too shocking. Still do have that deadlock variant here for Leviat.
This one, yeah, this should be a banger. It's really open, man. They're both good on this map.
It was an overtime game. It was 15-13 for TRACE to be able to get that. It did not come easily for them.
Yeah. This is a tough map, and I think they're going to have a tough time. You know, now they're going to have that deadlock used against them. And on Ascent, it's pretty good on both sides of the coin. Whereas Bind, you know, you want to talk about the deadlock.
A good summary right here.
Impressive on the attacker side in particular. But on Ascent, there's a lot of angles you can use for the sonic sensors in the wall.
Dude,
the defender
imagine.
side as well.
Imagine if TRACE does
using the deadlock overall in this map.
the
So good with
unthinkable,
their
man.
protocols. They understand how
A
to play
double
off
pistol,
utility
I really think wins them.
I mean, 100% win rate here for both of these teams in recent
I think that
history. We haven't
would
seen
kind of
LEV
do it.
drop this since
Both
May
these
when
teams are great
they
on
lost
this
in
map.
the lower final versus G2, so they have had a decent win streak built up for them.
Well, we're headed into map 3, folks. Can TRACE Esports do it again and take down Leviat?
Min_Q with the prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 17 months. TRACE is a good team. They're definitely very map dependent. But yeah, they're good on Bind and Ascent.
TRACE have put up one hell of a fight so far. It's been a close series. Let's hope it's the same here, Tom.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think both teams very comfortable on this map. In fact, I wouldn't have been surprised if there was a world where either of these teams
different map.
picked this
I would have
map,
picked different maps
versus other
personally.
teams
If
that
I
they
was
would have
left.
done. But
I mean, I wouldn't have picked
both
different
had
maps
the
yet.
expectation the other wanted to play it, so they left it to this
Okay,
third and
raid
final
boss
map.
for
This is the best
Aspas.
map, arguably.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say it was
by the
that
side of
close. I would lean more to a 65-35 really.
It's going to be the attack side.
But I like your.
This is where you have high expectations.
Like your brace
from the side
belief.
of Leviathan. They can lock off so many angles, create awkward
With these maps,
positions
I would probably give you that.
using
With these maps, I would
their
say you're probably
utility
right.
already.
Overall
Sweaty
matchup.
lineup.
Well, there goes the net. It's landing in a spot.
Yeah,
with
almost
no
flash over
players
towards
save
here. We've got 2
Paranoia.
people on
With
short.
Closer angles being held
3
by
on
TRACE
site. It's
on the
looking
site, around the
looking
door,
alright
up
for
top,
TRACE.
Kai goes in for one,
I can
but
see
doesn't
Lev
find it.
cancelling
That's
it.
okay. He'll fall back to the site, and the rotate's underway from Bianca. But take a look at Leviathan. They're going elsewhere.
Yeah, and
The
we gotta
read is made
look
by
at
TRACE.
Bianca as well.
I don't know
Like
if they're gonna
the
get here quite in
recon's
time,
pretty
though.
important.
And in fact,
Oh, this was nice.
it's a
We
double
break the
fake.
turret over towards here. We create
Yeah, they've
pressure,
now locked
kind
them
of.
off on
Knife
short
goes
as
into
well.
clear short.
They placed down the
Recon goes
barrier,
into
so
clear
it,
B.
obviously, kind of it
they have no
may have
idea.
run out at that
Like
point,
where
but there's still
can they
very little
actually
information.
be?
The only thing that worries
Like
me
this
a
for
bit
Lev. Everyone goes back to 8. I
is
mean,
how
they're gonna
much
have
time it's
trouble
actually
getting
gonna
out
take
because
them
no
to get round
dash.
to this position. Still a pot flash available for Hebe and a couple of shock darts, but those are not going to be
Yeah, so they used the
anywhere
cage to
near
get
this
out. It was
fight.
really cool.
Recons and smokes, angle sectioned off. They know the backside is under their control, but down below, still one lurking. It's Law King for the double, and he's eventually shut down. But the damage is done. The drop though from Hebe that gives a chance back to Leviathan.
Oh,
They need to plant.
nice dodge
10
of the shock
seconds
here.
on the clock. And the shock dart, they're not quite landing for
Uh-oh.
the damage. King safe from the reveal. That's a blind side.
Yeah,
and
nicely
a
done.
win
Real
for
calm on it. Shout out to
Leviathan, and
Aspas.
the
Aspas did
pistol
really good.
1-0.
Honestly, shout out to the reaction of
no
TRACE. Not too bad. Like the
expectation that there was
smoke
gonna be a
off
player
site
up
just
in
so they can
heaven
heavy
that
hold
dart,
under.
even in hand,
Wait
but
for the
just
rest of your
fired
team. That's pretty cool.
On the other side.
Finally
wood,
getting a
and because
pistol.
of that, it doesn't actually reveal. They're expecting players down below. This seems to happen in almost every pistol where there's a player over on the TRACE side who looks like they're dead to rights. Like maybe they get one kill and they still come out with a little bit
kind
more.
of overheated.
But this time, Aspas is able to match them on it. The first pistol.
They may have
that goes the
maybe
way of
kind of sent it a
Leviathan.
little bit too much there.
Exact
In
start
terms
they
of
were looking
pistols, we've
for
got a
coming into the
4-1.
final map.
Now round 2. A different buy to what we've seen from TRACE every time they've won the pistol. There's been heavy investments. And for
The
Leviathan,
slow
they've
crawl
gone
around the
for
corner.
2 rifles, an SMG,
What do they buy?
and 2
Nothing
pistols.
in terms
So
of the
there's quite a
classics?
bit
Alright, 2
of
deaths
room
allowed here.
for error. The margin is wide this time. Some players spotted getting a little bit aggro on
You missed
A.
2 maps,
There's a
dude.
drone go through.
Honestly,
It's
I nearly
broken
missed 2 maps.
by Hebe before I can find too much information. I'm denied even the ability to clear out one.
Even with Bacon trying to
This
ring
will be a time.
and wake me up.
Give up this angle and fall back towards middle.
Wait, did all the streamers have a rough time today? TMV didn't wake up.
rounds
I didn't wake up.
For the defense, so
Tarek's
you kind
people
of
saying that
expect
Tarek
no
streams
kills, but
down.
They are stacking up in a manner that could cause issues. They're giving no information
Going on
away,
today?
only the turret for contact.
Ardis woke up
Everything else
early. Yeah, but Ardis is the GOAT,
reliant
man. That's
on
the
if they
issue.
can get anything from this crossfire. The thing is,
Ardis
you
is just the
expect
GOAT. He's just
there
reliable.
to be some counter utility. Paranoia is
No, he's gonna be there.
solid. It did catch one. Okay, that's not bad. At least a kill going their way. In fact, the second is there
nice
as
shots,
well.
man.
Aspas, though, puts a pin in it. He's going to try and deny anything more, and even still, they managed a third kill.
2 versus 2, not a bad situation.
Yeah, they did
for Trace
really
to
good
find themselves in,
damage-wise.
but the door closed,
Whoa,
blocks
they
out
did
a
really
player,
good.
Kai,
Full
up in
stop,
heaven,
no matter
not
what.
even punished for the kill.
Whoa.
Now Calm's
Whoa.
surrounded, and he can only get one.
It's classics.
It's
They might
actually
not
5
win
classics.
The pistol, but they sure as hell win the second.
It's actually
pistol.
5
The
classics.
follow-up.
They bought nothing.
That's ridiculous.
They literally didn't buy anything. How have they
Husk,
managed
thank
to
you so much, man.
I
Husk
thought
with the
moment
tier
that
1,
Aspas
thank you.
got 3
Oh
kills,
boy.
It's over now. It's over now. And then
Got,
Kai just
we got a
walks
game.
out and just manages
The
to
fast
get a
pistol,
free
they
kill
win,
on
they
Tim.
lose to an
Blindsided.
eco? No
This
way.
is- I don't know. This has to be one of the most embarrassing rounds I think Lev have lost in a long time. It was just classics.
They
1
have
to
the
1.
information at times. Even here, Feng opened the door. They know.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
there we go. Let the rage
this
consume
guy,
you.
this guy on default didn't.
That's a devastating loss.
Aspas has jet knives.
Well, this is
That he buys heavy armor on top of it. They got a stinger. They have hardly
Bladestorm
anything into it.
active for Aspas,
And
which is
Trace
insane,
early
by
getting
the
the
way.
Odin
To
out.
have a
Odin
Bladestorm
and
when
op.
you won one round
So
and lost
Lev
a
need to
round,
try and do some
like,
kind of
it's
damage with
just
Aspas's.
nuts. It shows that he's
exit.
still been carrying his weight. The rest of the buy stinks. And look at the other side. Look how much they have.
Yeah, but look at the research that they've done. You see the positionings they hold. Nice shot, man. The positioning they're holding as well. Like they know what's happening.
From Raze
Like,
to
they
Killjoy.
know what's coming.
It's the switch up of duelists, but both seem comfortable in their alternate roles. I will say, I'm quite excited to see Kai on the duelist because he has looked filthy playing over in China.
The net, yeah, I think the net went on the roof. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Eventually, but it's being cleaned up across the board. Just the
Hey,
one
very
loss.
good, man. Just the one
A
gun.
gorgeous start to this.
Don't even need to
third
rebuy armor here.
for Trace. And I have to say, you can see already that they have the ideas. They sort of knew what Leviathan were going
Trace
to go
good.
for there.
Trace have an
way
incredible
back,
bind
so
in
the
the sun.
paranoia didn't
Straight up.
catch him, and then he's able to quickly
They got their 2 best
execute on
marks.
Aspas, who was dashing in to try and catch him off guard. But there was no one caught off guard on the side of Trace, and the Bladestorm falls flat.
That is the cool thing with the idea, though, from Leviathan, is a lot of the time they combine that paranoia with a net in the
Their
exact
Lotus
position
is better? Oh,
they
really?
tried to
Same?
hold from. It's just further back. So it's definitely...
They got
there
a
is
they got a
plan.
solid map order.
That time wasn't put into play, but there is now a purchase backup. Now, information is known from either side. King is throwing down smokes in middle, giving space to others. In the meantime, something we're going to see quite regularly, I'd imagine, is this B push from Kai. He loves to take deep control, and it allows for them to have much earlier rotations. Heibei, though, has to escape.
Yeah, it just gets out of there. I'm telling you, they've definitely done their homework here, Trace. They're on top of everything that's going down.
Orb gifted to Calm, now just one away from a Hunter's Fury. Big round for Leviathan, and they're on the rotate. Looks like they'll attempt to get some space with Tex later on, and well, his timing is going to be key. If Kai swings into him, he might have a chance. If he swings into Kai, I don't believe he will, and with a trap in hand, it got dangerous.
No way, that's
He
sick.
trapped him.
That's actually brilliant.
That was sick.
He was like, okay, what's the chance of
Yeah,
someone just
here we
holding
go.
on the
There's
edge
the
of my
info.
trip? I'll put it down just slightly deeper and take the other one back. Clever
We've got
stuff.
3
The
people
problem
on
is,
site.
Look at the stack. There's still 3
We've
players
got no
here.
dash anymore to get
It's
through
only
door.
that one operator on the defense, but they start rotating away. They start pulling back. It will leave just 2 here to hold, and in fact, make that just 1. Looking the same as the pistol needs
Looking's
to
going to
go
do a
big.
lot here, man.
The
But
rotation.
the
has
smoke
come
gives
through
them
from
so
above.
much
It's going
space.
to be an all-out brawl. Aspas, King combining,
Yeah, I
and
mean, Aspas is doing
again,
unreal stuff on
leaving
site.
Kai, well, to save.
Felt a little bit
Yeah,
similar
I
to the
don't think
pistol,
he's
honestly.
going to want to risk this operator, is he? 4 players left alive for Leviathan. They don't
And
have a sense
money-wise,
that he's
everyone's going to have a
saving
lot of
just yet,
money.
but they
Like,
will
this is great
eventually.
for them. 3K for
I'm
everyone
not sure,
surviving.
you know, he got revealed and he had the op in hand. It just depends if someone was staring him down and got to see that big gun in play. He hasn't had a chance
Vito,
to
do you
flex it just
ban
yet.
your
No
team's
one's
worst
stepping
map
into
or
his
the
crosshair.
opponent's worst map? It depends, man.
Leviat
It's like
right
completely
back
dependent on the
horse,
team.
tying it up
Teams are getting a
2-2,
lot
and
better at
after
it, like map
pretty
veto-wise, I would
horrible
say
way to
these days,
start out the half.
where they can kind of
They have at
judge the
least
other
got
team's
themselves
maps a
bit
little
of
bit better. But
momentum
obviously,
stolen
if
from
you have a
Trace.
perma
Problem
veto,
is, because
like
of
you
that
have a map
rough
that you just
start,
don't play, then you
Trace
got to
will
get
be
rid of
buying
that.
right back up.
Silas
I do think
42,
as well,
thanks so
that's
much for the
just a
prime.
read. Like, if
Appreciate the
you've
11
watched
months.
Trace play this before, if you've seen Kai play before, he's a big fan of the sniper. You'll be excited because there's high potential he pulls out the outlaw on the attack. Like, he loves just going for those mid-fights. I even saw them have a second round buy, which was a double outlaw attack.
Ideally,
and then
you
had
ban the
some
enemy's best map. Yeah.
SMGs alongside it just to sort of pad
That's kind of
the
like
gap.
that's kind of like the
But I think that
luxury
is
of
just
a couple of
guys
teams at
over
the
on
moment that
Leviat
have 7
doing
map
their
pools.
research, knowing that he likes to push B-main,
There's not that many in this tournament, to be honest. Genji,
and even though they
Fnatic.
did manage to get the players back in position
Who
to
else
fight
doesn't
it,
have a perma veto?
they were too far forward. They forced them into a box and then put them
There's
up
a few that
against
have like
the
2 that they
bodyguard of
pick
Aspas.
between sometimes.
So it's now 8-2.
Well,
G2, nah,
there's the
G2 ban
shining
Sunset.
through eventually.
It's a really important
right
pick
off
here,
rip.
man.
Dodging the initial spam, Hunter's Fury sent through, reveal, decent. Not able to track Hebe though. And the pulse is ultimately
Yeah, and we got
falling flat
the-
from that ultimate. Kai not able to land the shot either. The cloud burst offering a little bit of
Not
protection.
too bad. They keep doing extra
Leviathan,
like
the
smokes
shock
to
dart
get them
decent,
out.
the plant could be
In
secured.
smoke to get them out, cage to
Although,
get them out.
Trace are very
Yeah.
quick to break all the
All
utilities.
does get broken
Door
over towards
open,
door
barrier
though, so
gone.
they
Door's
only just get
mostly
over towards
broken,
sight. It's
not
going to be very
quite
hard,
fully,
man.
And they're on the run from
We've
this
got ult that can
annihilation.
buy us a little bit of
They
time.
should be.
Oh no! It's going to be the catch. I don't know if they have time
I mean,
to
he's
break
dead,
it. They should,
he's
but it
dead
doesn't
no matter
matter.
what. Yeah, and
All
this
too
trip might be
easy.
the one.
The sensors.
Tom has his
gonna
recon
catch
as
them
well.
as they
Can do
look
it
to
off of the
make
sound
their
of
way
the
back
trip
into the
going.
site. Kai, though, he's gone from operator to Odin and somehow made it work. Back to the operator again. I don't know what that was. That was maybe
Yeah, he's
the
switching
greatest
guns
juggling
out here,
we've
gun
ever
game.
seen. If that was an outlaw, Mitch would be on the floor.
Dude,
That
Kai's
was
awesome,
absolutely
man.
gorgeous, Tom. Do you know what? I love it when someone swaps out the big expensive gun for the big, quite also expensive gun. They haven't
I
saved
don't know what
it, though.
happened to
That's-
Com's recon.
That's a mark against their good name.
I saw it on the roof, but I don't think it was like
round
far
from
enough.
Kai.
I think it's a
The
recon for like
opening
them
shot.
actually going out over towards
Precise.
sight. Dude, I think they've done a
Although the
lot of
Annihilation
research, man.
manages to take down Bianca. That didn't slow them at all. They knew
Dude,
there
he
was
picked
someone
up
down
that,
below,
gets the
and
spam,
Kai
then
was
goes back
hunting
to
them down
this.
relentlessly, runs
Oh
the ammo
mate,
dry,
this
and
guy's
goes
a beast,
straight
and he
back
gets
in
info
for
on that
more.
other guy.
That is a
Awesome.
confident player if ever I've seen one. 3-2. Leviathan have at least some credits to fall back on. It's not going to be easy here. Light shields across the board, and early on a ton of information for Trace.
Bound to bait this
They're
guy's peek
playing
out.
a risky game against
And
this
this guy's got
operator,
to
and the
send
flash
it
is
because his
good,
mate's
but the shot lands
crouched.
for King.
Yeah, so he decides to flash
It leaves
swing
them
it.
with a disadvantage, but also
Yeah, level take
it
that
doesn't
though all
look
day.
like Leviathan are going to overface this one.
Right.
They're
Start
happy
looking
to
at the
just
money
take
here.
that control, even have a sensor available to set up King if he needs it, and the rest of the team are going to go pushing around the other side of the map. And you can see the defense.
Wait, was that King that got the kill?
fully
Wait, really?
rotated already.
I thought that was the other
leaving
guy.
Just looking over on a short. He might be the one that's going to come under some serious pressure here. Although, as said, Leviathan after
With the
getting
replay,
man
that could be
advantage,
incredible.
Very comfortable to just feel out the map.
That's exactly what they're doing. The A site will be their ultimate target. You can already see the rotation from Recon online.
They're picking the right side on this one.
Essential part of how they take this A site. Recon up, dash in, try to get Aspas the opportunity to take a kill from inside his cloud burst while they're being revealed. I think we're going to see much the same this time. Smoke for left. Nice shot by Law King though. He's kept control over short. The reveal will give them all the info. There's no one here. A site wide open. Oh, but the flank!
I respect this from Low King. He
That's a
insta
massive
TP'd as well.
oversight
He
from
insta
Leviathan.
TP'd. He was maybe here a little bit earlier than they
Step
thought.
up the top of mid, so didn't make
Bring
the
so
step
much
noises.
pressure, man.
And I don't know if that just completely caught Cobb off guard, or maybe he was just tunnel visioned in. But now they're going to try and fight more aggressively. There's 3 players. Bladestorm activated. Mazzino, again, we've seen this so many times. That stun causing issues.
Whoa.
Over the top.
Oh, he's a beast, man. He did so good. They got so much space from it.
Fighting 1 versus 3. He knows where they're defusing. He's trying to catch him with the spam, but it's not accurate. It's not on. He's not getting anything. He's defusing right
Oh
in front
my
of
god,
him.
they're sick, dude. Hey, shout out to Lau King here, bro. That was really well played.
Ludicrous play after ludicrous play. Give me those TPs.
Dude,
Give me the
4v5,
TPs
he wins the 1v1 over towards short. Insta TPs down to top mid as well, so that Com doesn't expect him close. His reactions here were so good. Like, Com was just so confident that he was going back over towards site.
2 shrouded steps. You can see he's got no.
Or like over towards short.
No, he didn't sprint.
He stepped.
But you can understand why. You can understand why you'd just be fooled by such an aggressive play.
Yankee rattling off those Odin shots as well, sectioning players and taking them down in the end. Leviathan have called it timeout.
Pings, yeah, no pings once he's smoked off as well.
Gone as they
No left, right, no nothing.
The previous map, but here on Ascent, Tom, you were telling me earlier, Trace, they don't really know what defeat tastes like, do they?
No, the closest game they've had has been facing off against Vitality. This is the one map where they've consistently been able to best FPX. I don't think they've not played it versus EDG, so they'll tell you what you like. Maybe that would have been a different story. But other than that, they are 6-0 for the year, 5-0 for.
Jamie doing the best replay operators.
Even though it was incredibly close.
When are they flying out?
This is where they win. But the same can be said. If you go over. Not the whole year.
I think like the 12th or something, or like the 10th. We get it later on.
In stage 1 for Leviathan.
Playoffs, yeah, it might be for playoffs. Might be a little bit before.
That they're kind of good because since then they dominated G2
yeah,
last time
replay
out.
should be pretty good soon.
And I think
like the EMEA production replay guys are just incredible on both.
Pause taken in the half 7-5. So let's not even get close to counting them out just yet.
Andy's for playoffs. Okay. 12th? Right. Not too long.
Back up. Post pause for Leviathan. They've been picking up rounds most of the time. Here on the attack, they look to close the gap. But it's pistols and SMGs. And they need to be very cautious. Yankee hungry for a battle. Waiting for contact, but soon he's going to run out of patience. And
is he going to melt them?
They're all here. He hears the drone go out, and now the spams. But the Sheriff's on the other side.
He's kind of
forcing him back.
Like Lev got away with it a little bit.
Safe behind the box. Shock darts about to be sent through. And the close one almost takes down Aspas. 15 HP. Yankee not even checked on the way in, but Tex is able to drop him. Aspas on 15 isn't dead.
Yeah, instant Omen ult to back of the site here.
They need to be very cautious about the amount of damage.
You're looking a little bit scary, to be honest with Trace here. I feel like Lev had done good to get it into this position. Not sure it should have ever got to this position.
Firing off shots. King joins him. 1 versus 2. Winnable.
Okay.
Kai saves the day. Damage
done,
scary. But another round for Trace.
Yeah, decent damage, and they had to bait out the Omen ult as well, just to enforce the back of the site. Even still though, no real trouble economically for Trace.
Yeah, their money's outrageous.
Here and there. Annihilation available for
and we get into a big buy rounds because obviously Lev, if they lose this, have the eco again, low buy, and they're up against like the
after the last round
you would say the 3 best ults for sure in this comp.
I don't really blame Leviathan for going, all right, let's run it back with guns.
Why not? Get the counter spam in the Odin. And listen, if anyone knows about this, it is Com. Captured my heart early on this map. The further back position from Bianchi.
Good damage though. Aspas already down to 50.
I think Aspas is getting pretty tired
Killjoy
of entry on low HP. And now with the rifles, it's even worse. Lockdown used.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to do it off as some kind of.
Usually you'll see this even in retakes, but they're using it just to stop these players from pushing out. And then the Hunter's Fury catches them on the way back. This was the plan all along.
Oh my god, Aspas is like floating on top as well. Push them into the op. He's still going forwards.
He's swinging out. He's going wide, and oh, he's in danger.
He's alive, and he tagged him through the wall.
There's so much damage done, even to Com. Left on 49
Bro, they're incredible
HP,
in this map.
The goal was to force them back. The goal was to push them into Kai. The Hunter's Fury even utilized seemingly as a bonus. This time, though,
hey, hold up.
Not
Don't do it.
For the same
Don't do it.
trick
Chill,
twice.
chill.
Now he's going to use that Annihilation.
Oh, it just got crazy interesting because this guy back at site needs to do a lot now, but they're so low that he could just clean them up.
First goes his way, but he takes a lot of damage. The spray's not pretty.
Zeno is a lunatic, but he might have won him with that jump.
From the brink of
51 HP, 40
has
HP.
Presented itself to Leviathan at the hands of Mazzino.
He's trying to wall bang with the operator, and Heybei's wall banging with the Phantom. Caught the kills and left Tex all alone. 51 HP, a 1 versus 2. Kai is at least low, but Heybei has been consistent. He might be able to isolate a fight, but in fact, he's the one that's isolated. Dropped by the operator.
I mean, they had a good understanding of how important the round was. Double ults into it. Lev got the plant. That might help with their buy.
Credits decently low.
I think this guy is very quickly going to become one of the most fearsome operators in the game. Like, which says a lot when you're in the same region. This guy can. Like, it really does, but there's a reason that I was excited to see this Jet battle after a couple of maps. Bear in mind, he goes from playing a Cypher, playing super passive, like having these defensive setups, looking for basically, oh, this trip's going to catch someone in. And then I'm going to basically that.
And they're out
I'm
here
wide swing the
all
guy
spying.
when I'm low on HP.
Plan is to get this orb to make sure that they can get knives.
Now, Aspas is only going this round, get the orb. And hopefully not from being shot, because otherwise he's not going to have the Blade Storm for this round.
Well, there's Aspas. Blade Storm online. Rifles for the rest. It should be a relatively close round in terms of packing a punch. But again, avoiding Kai. A big part of the early game. Odin still spraying away over towards B.
They hear a little bit over towards middle, these guys from short.
Leviathan plan to bypass all of this. Aspas is definitely making some space.
They're going to be careful. You would imagine this is the round where Heybei uses his ult, because ult will cancel ult.
Yeah, they're trying to bait a rotation. It's possible that they have.
Yeah, as soon as Kai takes a shot, I'm strongly imagine Heybei pops his ult, but he's maybe a little bit too committed for my liking.
No command is
Oh,
available.
the knife. Oh, the knife. It's so good, bro. Yeah, and as soon as it hits the Jet, he's like, well, I'm popping ult now. And that is an incredible flash.
Heybei goes out. Already, they know all the information. They haven't spotted Low King either. And now it leaves everything onto Tex. He doesn't have a lot of time.
38.
And they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, no time anymore now.
Well, his teammate's gone. And he has closed the door with the spike on the other side. He knows he doesn't have time to win this, but... Oh, no! The 180 on a dime
And he picks up the off as well.
That actually manages the operator save as well.
That's such insult to injury, man. What even is that?
7-2. I can hardly believe my eyes here, Tom. This much of a lead this early on. We need to see Leviathan come up with an answer, and they need to come up with one fast.
Oh, the utility in this round from Heybei was everything. First things first, the knife takes away the Blade Storm. Just as they're about to entry, literally the second they're about to entry, they lose the Blade Storm. They're already committed. There's 26 seconds left. He pops the ult, makes sure that they won't have any abilities back for pretty much the rest of the take. And then he
got a hero gun
and takes 2 with him. It's a tough spot.
They're walking into this.
Because he didn't buy last round, will have a rifle in this round. And well,
that's a
who's
headshot.
God, he's going back for a little bit more. This man
another
has no
shot.
fear.
Why not?
Even a third bite of the cherry. Has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, they're nice and close. Pistols are going to be
I'm
happy
good to get around the corner though.
Fights. His 4th shot doesn't find its mark. He's been doing a lot of spamming.
Oh, far back on B.
Now
What a
he's
weird
at
round
nice,
now.
safe distance. Kept himself outside of arm's reach for these weaker weapons.
I don't think Com's going to expect 2 people this close when they're in spawn.
Contact.
I would imagine they go passive.
From Heybei.
They hear him running off, so they just swing top of middle. Yeah, they made so much sound jumping up there.
He goes back out. He goes and
what a
looks
weird
for a
round
fight
this
with
is.
the Sheriff. It's a brave
Bulk
play.
goes
I
in,
mean, you
double
look at
block
this map,
vision, Tex pushes through as they try and split over toward
the
B.
attackers are in defender
Like, this is a
spawn
cool
on
call
both
from
sides
Lev
of
to
the
put
map.
Tex here.
They've got
But
a
I
lot of
also
space,
love
but
how
this is
proactive
calculated.
Trace are. They
Trace
have
know
no
they
idea
can't get a
about this
plan.
part of the map, so they
They're just
push
trying
here once they see
force
that
them into
Com's
a
gone
side
away.
push where these
The
rifles
calling
are
the
gonna have
mid-rounding
the
here from Trace is spot on.
It's going to be
good.
tough to clear. And if they are going to run it back,
Yeah, and they go back over towards A just as they clear this. Dude, even Lev's calling tier is really good. This is just a great round
in here, and the
general
read is
from everyone.
completely wrong. Trace have now stacked 4 players up. Kai is the only one here. For him to go down would be atrocious, but I don't even know if they
Oh wait, the timing's nuts, man. It just walked by.
Doesn't know that Tex is this close, and he's going to be dead to
That's
rights.
crazy,
That's
and now he gets the
operator into
ult as well.
hand.
That timing is so unlucky. Oh, what a shot though, bro.
They're going for the op. They're running it down. Okay, they'll retrieve it as well with the smoke.
Yeah, Com just picks up the op, so they smoke over towards short. 50 HP on him.
Up to the plate. A weak weapon on King. He's been good on the headshot. San, he's good again.
Shot.
That double up. Bianchi tries to pull this back. The Odin spots both players, and they'll rush onto that spike, start the defuse, put the pressure on, try to split them in two, and that's exactly what they've done. The jump up from Aspas, it's already halved, and a double swing to close it.
No way, bro. They still won it. Okay, what a sick round, though. It was a sick round from both teams. The plan from Lev, once they got over towards Spawn, was pretty cool. The plan from Trace reactively to push middle was perfect.
That round had so many things that went wrong for Trace. The initial
There's so many things that they did right, though. It was awesome.
Up so much control,
this is a great round to watch overall from everyone.
Find space with Tex. They even kill off the superstar of Kai, and then you have this huge double coming up from King. But Bianchi just holding the line, the quick read to get back in to kill off Aspas. Moments
and you can see the stress
that seem to just lead to disaster for Leviathan. I said after pauses last time, that was normally when there was a turnaround. Well, they've lost 6 rounds in a row. They need the last couple.
They really do. Otherwise, the pistol, which so far has been...
Saint says, are we locking this in as the greatest upset in WoW history of Trace wins?
Let's ignore round number 2 where they lost to
Of course, you know,
Classics.
Trace probably
Coming first in their group?
No.
Yeah, it was all classic.
Coming first in the
group. With
group?
those weapons. And that's a pretty scary
You think no?
Moving into the next half. If it's 10-2, even a pistol win for Leviathan,
NRG Billy.
They need to put rounds up, and this timeout, I agree with you. It's the right time for it. But you can see those dots.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, chat. I'm not too sure about that. Because people, no one really thought NRG was going to win last year's champs. They weren't good enough.
The final 2 rounds.
But Lev, people have Lev winning this event.
To recover.
It's a day of China facing off.
They beat them twice, though. That's true.
I think this one was meant to be the shoe-in.
Up for debate.
It's just the one that everybody looked at and went,
Lev is not winning champs. No, but more people think that Lev are winning this champs than NRG winning last champs.
The whole way through.
That's basically what I'm saying.
Trace have been competitive. Their weaker map of Sunset. They still made it close. Bind fought tooth and nail, and now they sit on Ascent. 8-2 in the lead.
Dude, Bianch's just involved in all of them, man.
We're looking at Leviathan and
he's
saying,
the guy.
What have you got? You're America's #1. You have 2 champions, winners. One looking for a repeat. And let's be honest, the rest of the players on that team are not slouches. Already, the reveal attempting to do quite a bit of damage, but there is going to be a response.
Wait, did we not get a...
Well, the retreat, not going to be punished.
Did we not get a tag on that?
Well, they're certainly worried about someone being up close. All the shock darts and recon sent out in this round. Leviathan have cleared that control. Paranoia, well, it's almost just to do that. Cause paranoia amongst the ranks.
Oh, but they have 3 people here at the moment. 3 people here. They heavy protected the alarm bot over towards middle. They played this map incredibly well.
The patience of Trace is showing off, shining through.
This is one of the first times we're seeing
20 seconds. Looks
20 seconds.
like a KO for a lot of these rounds really would have helped out Lev, in my opinion.
That's going to be the reveal.
There's a lot of rounds where it's like, honestly,
that's going to put another player in
KO
the
here could have helped
10 seconds.
heavily.
They haven't even got
Blue King TP's over towards back side. They got 5 seconds to plant this one. We got double back side as well. They got to focus on the plant.
They have this happen. In fact, I think he let go. I don't know if he's going to get
this
one. It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter, bro. I'm not even sure he had time at all.
Ridiculous. Leviathan are falling flat on their face. The #1 from Americas. Wow. They're #2 in this game.
Well, right after a pause, Tom, they get to the site with 5 seconds left and start the plant and then reposition it? There's no time. It was done. You saw the round win pop up. No one needed to defuse.
God, look at the shots though. Nice shots,
before it got started.
definitely seems like...
That's a big mistake. That's not one you can be
they're
making
melting
this
a
deep
little
in a
bit.
series. In that round, an essential
Oh
win.
boy, and this is how we start off the round. Tex on 9 HP.
Experience on
They
this
got
stage.
2 rounds.
They're the ones with players of high caliber.
Dino has
right
his
now,
ult.
they're the
Com
ones
picks up
looking
orb over
outclassed.
towards A main, gets his ult.
A new boy on the block in Trace. An organization coming into VCT China, coming into Champions as their first look. And right now, well, it looks like they've been here for years, looking to make their way to join some pretty impressive teams over in the playoffs. Heretics up there. Another team of youngsters.
He's so
And
good,
right now,
bro.
well, Kai, it doesn't even look like he needs support. He's
Oh
gonna
boy.
go in for a little bit more. He's looking for style points
There's
at this
teammates
point.
here though. It's
Had
not even.
support from his
It's not
teammate
even
this
like an
time after a
overheat. It's
miss,
like
but
relatively
even
calculated.
still,
No
yeah,
matter
of
what,
course
it's a
he's going
trade.
back in for more. Why wouldn't he? Yet to take
Yeah,
a
no matter
point
what,
of
it's a trade.
damage.
They're
He's
all
looking
set
to
up
put
for the
a 10th
madness.
round on the board, and finally, he's been
Damn,
put down.
dude,
But does it
10.
matter?
They won
Absolutely
pistol.
not.
They got 2 rounds and they won
10
pistol.
rounds on the board at the half. This team, painted as the underdog, well, they are most certainly on top right now. America's #1, pushed to 3 maps, but now pushed to 10-2. We'll see if they can recover in the next half.
Wild, man. They're playing so well though. They're playing so good. Lev loser, dude. I mean, they got ecoed after, so it would only be 11-1. They got pistoled. Can you talk during the breaks? Yeah, even the coach can talk right now as well. Trace, dude. I mean, this ascent is been pretty much perfect from them. They also for sure put a lot of work into how to play against the deadlock. They're getting nothing from the deadlock really. Div7 with the prime, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for doing that.
To half #2. 2 rounds on the board for Leviat. This has been a dominant display from Trace, and now they're on their attack, where I'll be honest with you, I'm even more scared of what Kai can do. He was attacking in half of those defensive rounds.
Well, I say if some of you are just joining us, it's not a production error.
Yeah, until the
scoreline
barrier
is the
goes down,
correct
when the
way.
coaches can talk, so they can talk during this as well.
A team with high expectations and a team with none.
Or
Let's
Lev
be
have
honest,
to win
making
double
it to
pistol,
Champions was
everything.
A huge stepping stone for Trace. It was showing that they can make it to international tournaments.
Yeah, he
teams
looks
like
incredible, man.
EDG, obviously being a regular alongside FPX and Billy, who've made it here before. For Trace, that's not been the story. It hasn't been a team that we have got to learn about in the past, a team of players that, hey, okay, Bianche, we knew him. We knew him before. But Kai is making himself known, I'd say.
Not a lot of people had this result on the board. I think maybe Artis predicted this, but yeah, double digits for Trace.
Okay.
I think this is a surprise, to say the least. And now, on the cusp of victory, they've won every pistol bar, the one where they won the follow-up. And it looks like we're getting into the same boat. It's Aspas immediately eliminated, and the paranoia used to save them from being pushed down.
Where is he going?
Kai has gone running straight through.
They're just on a different page, man.
A sense of normality, but with the B aggression, the site is now wide open.
He's gone rogue. At this point, I can't imagine that was the plan.
They're on a different page
But
though.
still,
they're like delaying,
gonna come out with
but
an
at the same time they want to
The first
fight,
pistol
but then the
that
one way's up.
Levitan won was off Aspas with a 3K. He had a Blade Storm.
King has
by round number 3.
King has Omen Flash.
Oh, they're gonna need a different hero to step up. King's had his moments. Fong is so far away. He's only just making his presence from behind them. Like, this is such a ridiculous lurk that I don't know if they're even going to question. He's still behind them. They've got to clear the players on the side.
Yeah, I think he's probably secured it, right? Timing on this?
Than this man sneaking
Can't get
up
much
on
better
the
than
flank.
that.
A third kill up, but Com, alongside Mazzino, have done well. They've made this one competitive. They made it possible. It comes down to one,
what
and
a shot.
actually, they've made this one work. They've got enough time to get that defusal
Yeah, what
over
a
the
shot
line.
from Com.
Somehow, from that position, Leviat
Okay,
have got a lifeline.
quick reminder, double pistol on this map.
Lifeline
4-2
indeed,
altogether.
10-3. That's now both pistols under Leviatan's belt, and well,
Two of these,
Nope,
two of the
not
3 have
happening
been pistols so far.
You don't think
Surely
so,
they don't
Kev?
get fully
The
code again.
classics?
No shot.
All right.
No, there's no way. If that happens twice, we just end the streak. We just end it. We turn it
11-3,
off.
game over.
That's where it finishes.
We're going
if
home.
it happens, you know, everybody on watch parties just agrees that. No, actually, I'll get fired if I say that. All watch parties will click stop streaming.
No,
no,
hold on. Don't do that.
Recon
Please
the
don't do
Lancer.
that. 10-3.
Yeah, this recon's kind of OP for clearing, because you have to obviously be out for it. The problem is it doesn't clear
Double
this
digits
corner,
on the board.
and you can survive this
They've
corner.
gone for mostly classics.
They've got one sheriff. It's not happening this time.
Wow,
that's
they're
a shame.
trolling. They're
Yeah.
throwing. The 5 classic buy, they win it. But that sheriff, it could be the curveball. But in all seriousness, yeah, Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still scared for them. So aim in pressure. This
Trace
keeps
are
3
play
people
right into
here.
their hands. The full utility setup, not just from Deadlock, but from Cypher
Has
as
the
well.
Odin on
Camera
short.
inside B main. They have everything waiting for
camera,
this B push.
grab net,
And indeed,
wing.
you can see Mazzino's got a net in his hands. The second
He's
they
also
make
gonna be
noise, net
spamming.
goes in, and you're completely stopped, which means Kai has no support. Really
Wait,
nice
did they
setup
know
by
this setup
Leviathan.
as well and they tried to dash
Always gonna be
before?
difficult.
Dude, I'm telling you, even in this, man, they've done
into this
so
setup.
much homework on this map. They knew this was the setup. He's trying to dash on them early.
He knows his spots. For looking, not really a lot of expectation. As I said, this is how these rounds are supposed to go. Com even playing the Odin. He's got to be careful. He does still have light shield, so the sheriff from any distance will be there to finish him off. But with Aspas watching the cross, they have thought of everything. They've got every angle covered.
And King could just farm him
waiting
here.
for anybody to try and attempt the plant. And actually, they are going to get a plant.
Yeah,
Fair
free
enough.
plant.
That's at least something. A
Yeah.
few extra credits.
Yeah. For that side of
Of course, King gets no bullets of
As
damage.
you can see, it's not
After I said that.
misplaced confidence. The
Right.
follow-up round for
Give me that first
Leviathan.
buy.
This pistol at second
I
has
imagine
doubled up their numbers on this
these
map
get up-
so far, and Trace have hit a bit of a roadblock.
I don't even know
I will say
they're gonna
again,
try to.
Zeno, you're insane.
Honestly,
for buying the
10-4,
Ares.
they
The
probably
weapon
keep
is
them.
trash. An Ares and Odin buy in second round. Y'all got love hearts in my eyes right now, but
Attack
it's
Odin
the
comes
net
out.
as well. The fact that you have the dash and the point
Yeah,
is that
this
you
is
can
Trace's
immediately
best chance
follow
to
up with
just
the
make
other
sure they
two
get around
players. He's
here.
creating a bit of space, and they're swinging with him at least a second or two later. Not possible when that net hits them all.
Bianca likes the odds, and he's bought one for himself. He's going to try and I would say counter, but he's not gone to B.
Yeah.
Going for the early setup. And they're walking into Mazzino once again. Now, bear in mind, the weaponry, not the best. But LEV would be a huge stepping stone back into the match if they can win this with the weaponry that they have. Shock darts are being utilized to clear
This is
out
nice though. Again,
a lot
they've
of their
definitely
utility. One of the
done
major things with the sensors
good
is a
amount
lot
of prep.
teams, in fact, most teams will play Jet on this map, and you go dashing
breaking the
out
sound
and you're
sensor,
immediately
creating
stunned.
pressure over towards
So
here.
the
They
fact
pick
that
up a
that's
norm.
removed sells an idea, but here you go.
Recon goes
Saw
over
that
towards
Odin, I was
B. They're
thinking,
gonna have
hey,
really good
site
timing
Odin,
on this
bit
one.
Weird. They're going back towards that B site.
Decent
Yeah, they're pretty much
proposed
going to
plan,
hit
but now the
B
call's
as they're
being
going to have
made.
no
They
recon. The
know
only thing that
there's a
is
player
the big
spamming.
savior at the
They know where
moment
he
is
was,
the Odin.
But they'll be a little bit late to the party. Shift walk up. You have to put some faith in the fact that if Com
That
starts
drone
spraying,
goes in,
Bianca
it's really
can
good
trade
timing.
it out. He's actually going to be the first one to start spraying away.
Okay, he spots numbers.
Sight
Rotate
under
comes in.
pressure.
Kill
Tex
trip, kill
inside his
trip,
cage and
camera.
Dash in. Good for Kai. He's got control on the right side. Putting pressure on. Aspas toying with the
No
idea of going
way.
through.
Recon
Only
or
has a
drone
guardian,
over
and now the
towards
door's
site and
closed
they
on
just
him. It's
spammed
Calm
him.
on backside. Odin in hand, and he doesn't last a second. In fact, it's Bianca to wallbang him out of the round. 5 versus 2. Looking for their 11th
They made that look
round.
easy.
And what would
Wait, they
be
made that look
another
so
nail
easy.
in Lev's coffin for sure. Putting them to bed
Ah.
here, and now 11-4 locked in.
But I'm hiding in corners.
Clean. A flawless round for the side of Trace. A great way to kick things off with their economy. As said, that was a weaker purchase. But just how clean
Yeah,
everything
okay, drone
is,
tag.
the utility in support, the spams as well, actually just immediately ruined.
Dude, that's what was going down back of sight. That's so dumb.
In his angle, I'm fighting him back with the Odin.
2 wallbang kills as well in that round. Both of the players on B side didn't even
Right,
get to
this
see
is
a
it
player.
for
They just
Lev.
got shot straight
This
through.
is actually it.
There's no margin for error. A loss here would destroy the economy of Lev and mean they need 8 rounds in a row. The net has been dodged, and actually, they seem like they know that King's there. It's not worth the gamble, and there has been a push from the defense on the other side of the map.
Combo no armor.
Slow start
boy.
to this one. They know Annihilation is online from Mizzino. An ult you definitely have to be cautious of. It's hit most of the time for either squads that it's being deployed. Barring, I think, 1 on bind. Smoke down as King runs away, concedes the space. They're beckoning them in. Once that, there you go, once it's broken, the little barrier.
Same thing again.
Look at the sonic sensor on A
In the
site.
same
This
thing
is,
every single
like you were
time.
saying earlier,
Pressure
Tom,
over
for the
towards
dash.
A.
But Trace are making noise
Insta
there
over
and
towards
going
B.
exact
And I think this is good, man. Like,
There'll
they're
be
just
a
playing
challenge.
against the
It's gonna
deadlock
be
so
Kai
well. That
against
extra
Aspas.
little bit
This
of
could be
like
around
reclear that
decided.
you
If
have
Kai
in terms
goes
of the knife is
down
just
the
so
middle,
pivotal.
instead it's
Like,
Aspas
the knife over
who
towards A can like
falls
clear this, so you
immediately.
can get information. They have no
Almost
knife.
catching them on the
Like, they can
cross,
never
and
work out where they
catching them on
are.
the way
And
out.
Tex is just
Tex
out
completely
trying to jump away
unaware.
from the
Annihilation goes through.
Yeah, just trying to
But it
jump
looks
away
like
from
we'll
them
have a
coming over
counter
towards
spam,
B
some
main.
utility, perhaps.
They're getting
It was
completely
immediately
outplayed.
Broken, but it doesn't seem to matter. The time now starting to tick, and they are fighting back into this one, leaving it all onto King. Lockdown.
Dude, he could even put the alarm bot down if he wanted.
In fact, he can get onto this one without too many problems. The
Oh,
first
shot.
shot connected. They need a little more.
Okay, they needed this big time.
Leviat needed a hero.
Yeah, they needed it because
Only
they have
one king can
literally
wear
no
that crown.
money after that if they lose this.
Stepping up when they need him the most.
They need like
Their back was most
they need
certainly against the
but they need
wall here.
everyone to be
Late
doing
play
that.
through mid, catching
Because
them
that is
off
not
guard.
that is
Same
not
thing
convincing.
that we just saw. Working away of Trace and
All good. It was Chaz to the crowd. It wasn't to them. He's not waving at them. 11-5 down.
Still a long road back into this, and relying on individual performances is never going to be consistent. But they've managed to take some dangers out of the arsenal of Trace. In particular, Lockdown no longer there. There won't be an easy way into the A site. Annihilation for Mizzino has fallen, but Calm back up with a Hunter's Fury. And that's an ult in his hands that you rarely see miss its mark.
Here comes that
Okay,
attack
King
side operator. Kai is looking for this
dodge
fight
on this
once
one, goes
again,
close over
looking
towards
for
A. They
Aspas
set him
this
up,
time.
and obviously has his ult if he
Brazilian
wants to
will live
rotate to the back of sight.
Tell the tail on the other side.
Ow, and
Very
deal with
different
this. Do
setup.
they drone? Especially as this gets
The hero of the last
re-smoked.
round dropped down to a judge, but
Tempted to drone that.
if anything, in some cases, it might be considered an upgrade.
Back up, Blade
Dude,
Storm.
I think they just have incredible reads no matter what.
It's a slow walk up through A short.
As soon as that
Drone
second smoke went up,
stopped early. Not
like
able to
short,
find any
go straight up
information really.
towards
The
short.
counter drone will go through. This one focused on middle
Op
again.
gets set up,
Hasn't really
knowing that
been
maybe
held by
when they
Leviat
second
in most
smoke,
of
they
these
always like
rounds.
to
It's
fight
a
over towards
much
A
more
main.
passive hold around that
Drone
angle,
goes
but
deep
after
on
sneaking
middle.
a player
I'm
through
not
there
sure that
last
it's saw
round,
the
it makes
camera
sense
that's
that they
getting
wanna
full
clear
info
it
here.
and see if anyone's filled in that gap. Still, it's pretty open. Bar a passive play from Calm. Orb taken. Didn't get the ult quite online, but just one away, and the shot from Kai dodges with the dash. Hunter's Fury fired through, and
No
it's
way,
gone.
King got
Hey, babe,
King got
just
melted
before
over
the
towards
ult
A
comes
main.
in,
They
so he
got
can't
they
be
got the
rezzed.
entries.
Mizzino's gone though.
Dude, Com
That
has to
leaves
kill
Calm to try
two, kinda, or at
make
least
a
one
play
and get
above
out of
the
there.
smoke.
Oh,
Doesn't
bro,
wanna
that's
overextend.
it, right?
It will be a post plant. I don't think there's anything that can be done about that. The
Yeah,
second
they need
shot
someone to
dart
step up
might do
again.
a little bit of damage, and some counter being put in. Kai not willing to give up this fight
Oh.
again. He's going to meet his opponent of Aspas and win another battle, but that Odin's still doing damage, still making this one competitive. As Tex looks to try and jump down, he's caught by utility. They know that he's done it.
This is nice
Spam
from them,
almost
though. A
trying
little bit of
to
map
act as a
control.
distraction, but both
That's
players
good.
now sat towards the
Oh.
generator and a full wraparound from Kai.
Yeah, I mean,
just
someone had to
waiting
try
in the
and do
back lines.
something.
Tex with everything to do, and he has no idea that
Holy,
there's
we've
still
been here
another man
before.
there.
12-5.
12-5.
7 chances.
chances for one of the greatest upsets we've ever seen.
And no matter what you thought about
Dude,
this
what a way
squad
to do
coming
it as
in, how
well.
much promise
Like,
they
they've been
showed, and
annihilated
even after
on
the
this
match
map,
versus
bro.
Vitality, this, it has to be said, is
They got 5 with double pistol.
For this squad, beating Leviathan 2-1, 2-0. That's a big accomplishment. They are grinding them down to dust here.
That's I was messaging good old Ryan Central, the man who watches every game of China. He's like, I think they could give them a run for their money. I think they could give them a match. But I don't think a 12-5 was over on the cards.
12-5 with double pistol, they've just annihilated them.
3-man stack, weaponry.
Let's stay with it because, I mean, like I said, we've seen some teams lose this before.
Is the fact there's plenty here and the damage they've just done.
Kai barely holding on to his life. 8 HP, it is a lot of damage. Tex tagged low.
Yeah, why are you naming teams? That's crazy.
It's not looking great. Com's just been wall banged down.
What?
A taste of his own medicine. Bianche's been doing this a lot here on the attack side, and the reward is massive.
The guy that is over towards Logs just has a stinger as well.
Rifle that they have to
Bro, I'm telling you that this is the best I've seen a team play against the
They've pumped the brakes. They haven't moved.
Stuff.
Someone's got to check it eventually. And if he does,
like every single thing that it struggles to do, they played so well against it.
But that's it. Shut down after just one. The trades not coming through for Leviathan. Tex trying
5 bullets.
5 shots and a stinger down to the classic. And the Odin spray gets him. It's all on King.
He's going to do it again.
1 versus 2. He clutched it out before. And now has the Vandal to work with. Time ticking. Damage done. And he's being pushed back.
Got a plan at one point.
Trying to get this kill before he has the chance to isolate the battle. The plant is that moment as he looks for the swing. Nothing connected just yet, but he's definitely tagged a little lower. Isolating these jewels is not going to be easy. They play this one together, and it seems like it's all over. King gets that first spot.
How's he meant to win this? How's he meant to win that with that setup? Damn, bro. 13-5. They annihilated them like a pure stomp.
Won by EG. There was a
pure stomp on the last map.
Would never
Wild.
Be beaten by China. It's time to take a seat.
There were 2 kings on the server today, Tom, but it's Trace that seemed to have a real shot at the throne. Number 3 Chinese team beating out America's number 1. If you had this in your pick'ems, well,
yeah, they go through, man. They go through in the number 1 spot. Bianc is the America's killer, bro.
After beating
it
Vitality,
takes down NRG, takes down
stage. Well, now they've earned an even bigger celebration.
He's involved in both of them.
A well-played game, but today they found out just what China can do.
Yeah, it's so massively impressive. Again, you see those duelists switching up across maps, both having lights out
Lexor as well, thank you so much, man. Another 10 gifted from you, dude. Appreciate you doing that so much, man.
And also,
YouTube chat, you guys can do it now. Let's get the Oiler Slug spam going. And make sure we say W Lexor and thank you to Lexor if he got gifted from him. Or maybe you just want to thank him anyway, who knows.
They've come in against one of, if not the best player
Bro,
in the
this
world,
is nuts, man.
shown, you know what? I can match
EDG 2-1 now.
This team
Who the China Believers are coming out. This is the most vocal Saints ever been.
And they have put China on the map for what? Like
they just smashed them though. That's the thing. They actually just smashed them on this map.
The teams coming through from this region.
They say never meet your idols, Tom. Well, what about beat them? Because that's what Heibei's done here today. An absolutely incredible display of Valorant from the get-go. We knew we were in for something special with this series, but the result and the way, the fashion in which this ended is
Artist is melting. Bro, Artist thought he could go to China, get a free salary, thought he could farm. Guy's gonna stay away from this region now. And try to get into another EMEA team.
For Leviathan, okay, it's not over. They're still gonna look to fight this one back, but the day today goes to Trace. A fantastic performance overall, and you just love to see it.
Well, Tom, after this wonderful win, I'm sure they'll need time for their emotions, but Heibei, he used to look up to Aspas. Now, maybe Aspas can look up to him.
And they played incredible, though. Like actual, if we actually go to just like game plan offs, like in my opinion, Trace annihilated them in like actual prep and plans.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the post-match interviews, and I'm joined by Trace Esports' Heibei and our wonderful translator Echo. Kongxi, kongxi.
Thank you.
네, 오늘 첫 승리를 가져가게 된 트레이스 e스포츠의 헤이베이 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 이제 첫 챔피언스에서 중국 팀으로 처음으로 플레이오프를 진출하게 됐어요. 헤이베이 선수의 개인적으로 우상이라고 알려져 있는 아스파스 선수를 상대로 가져간 승리, 좀 소감이 남다를 것 같습니다. Congratulations again, Heibei. First champions, and you're the first Chinese team to make it to the playoffs. And I heard that your idol is Aspas, and you took that win from him today. So
That's
how sweet
awesome.
is that today? Tell me everything.
So sick.
那这一次是你们第一次的全球冠军赛嘛，并且也是第一支进入到了淘汰赛的 CN 的队伍。
Everyone's
你也说
pick'ems?
过你的偶像是 Aspas。
No,
然后
everyone's
Aspas
VLR ones
平
are
台
definitely
晋级
done.
这场
I know
胜利
that
对于
much.
你来说会不会更加
No one
甜
had
蜜
them
一些？
first.
首先，我的偶像确实是阿斯帕斯，就是
Probably someone in
就是
probably someone in
也
game
没
still
想到
though.
有一天能在这个这么大的舞台上能跟他一较高下吧，就也很开心，因为也算是击败了我的偶像嘛，但是他永远也是我的偶像。
Okay, I have to say Aspas always be my idol, and I feel really amazing because I never imagined I can compete with him in such big stage.
이제 아스파스 선수는 항상 저의 우상이 되겠고, 근데 또 이런 큰 국제 대회에서 아스파스와 같이 경쟁을 하게 될 거라고 상상을 못했다고 합니다. 그리고 이제 차이나 리그, 그냥 중국 지역 자체가 상하이 이후로 좀 다른 국제 팀들과 스크림을 하면서 엄청나게 성장을 많이 했다는 평가가 좀 잦은데 좀 동의하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, a lot of people are saying that the whole entire China League has been really stepping it up, and they improved after scrimming with other international teams in Shanghai. So do you agree? What's your reaction to that?
那其实现在有很多人说，在上海大师赛之后 ，CN 整体的实力是有一个很大的提升的。你认同这样的看法吗？
首先我认同的，就是因为我们也打过很多比赛吧，就是比如 EDG 也好啊，其他队伍也好，也是出去，虽然是输了，但是比赛的经验还是比较重要的吧，然后就不断的进步，对。
I definitely approve with your opinion, and I have to say, like, we have a lot of competition with no matter with the ADG or other teams, and I think this experience is pretty special for us.
이제 전적으로 동감하는 바고요. 아무래도
We have one
안에서도
from
경쟁이 되게 치열하기 때문에 이런 국제
one from
대회에서
EMEA,
얻어가는
one from
경험치도
China.
되게 도움이 많이 된다고 합니다. 그리고 다음 경기
one from
EDG와
Pacific.
G2의 경기인데 좀 같은 리그 출신인 EDG에게
Got
응원
G2
한마디
next against
들어보겠습니다.
EDG. So either
You know,
get double
EDG
China,
is playing G2 next.
or
So
we get one of
any words
each.
to EDG, words of encouragement?
下一场 EDG 马上就要跟 G2 打了，有没有什么话想要对 EDG 说，鼓励他们一下？
首先我昨天在酒店的时候已经跟浩东刚好撞到了，然后我们都说我们明天一起晋级8强，祝他们好运，也加油好吧？
加油！
能做到的。
加油
Okay, actually, I just met Haodong in our hotel in such coincidence yesterday, and we said, please, let's get into the playoffs together.
Okay, we'll see.
Damn.
Congratulations
Like
again.
it.
Thank you. 네.
Thank you.
이제 아까 허동 선수를 호텔에서 만났는데
That's
좀
awesome.
이제 우리 같이 한번 진출해보자 이런 이야기를 했다고 하네요. 전 트레이스 e스포츠의 헤이베이 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. And don't go anywhere because we have G2 versus EDG coming up after the break. 恭喜恭喜!
谢谢。
It's a big win. Well deserved. Oh yeah, dude. This was honestly, their bind was really cool, and their ascent was incredible. Oh, this is glazing China after the win. Yeah, of course. I mean, look how well they played, though. I'm telling you, it was a big prep diff, in my opinion, as well. And the individuals are insane. Kai's just great, man. Okay, chat. Let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. Got EDG against G2. And again, it feels like it should be a 50-50, but who knows? the spreadsheet up. Yeah, I have it on my phone. I can't. So not even prepped, Saint. I have no idea what's open on Discord. I can't. I can talk people through it from my phone though. Is that it? Saint, is that why it's so neatly presented? Because you wanna. Okay, yeah, do that. Give me a screenshot. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Right, back in a bit.
Welcome back to Daeyuk. That's 6 in Korean. Look at me, I'm multicultural.
5 seconds ago.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions Soul. It's time for our second match of the day. It's G2 Esports taking on Edwards Gaming, who look to become the second VCT China team to make it to the playoffs today. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Paper Thin and Achilles. And what the hell just happened?
Look, it's insane. I mean, Trace, I had said before, like that, you know, them taking down Vitality, that could end up being one of the biggest upsets of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's been usurped immediately. That was an incredibly dominant performance.
Well, they did it again.
On the Ascent. Yeah. Coming out of that map 1, I said Feng really, absolutely, utterly destroyed Lev. If you spell that out all out, it spells fraud.
Oh, you're calling it back. You're so proud of yourself at that.
Set it up in the first act and we'll close it out in the third.
You bum. Paper Thin, though, man. Seriously, before we move on, I mean, just this Trace team, I love them. I'm a fan. This is it. Buy me a jersey, buy the bundle, or what we got to do to support these boys.
What else do you want? They played amazing today.
Yeah.
Top to bottom, they look really, really good. Yeah, Sunset's still a weak point, but that's okay because the rest of their maps, Bind and Ascent, look phenomenal.
Yeah.
They are absolutely a team
and they
to be
didn't
feared.
just look phenomenal. They crushed them. They flattened them.
Yeah.
Like, unreal stuff. I just, again, Trace Esports, I wasn't familiar with your game, papas. I'm so sorry. Okay? Pero now, I'm on your side. All right? Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to their compatriots on the other side of that. They're going to be taking on G2 Esports. Got EDG going up against G2. We'll start with G2 first, though, because G2 coming out of this one, when we saw G2 versus Paper X, we were all stoked, Paper Thin. We were all excited. But G2 Esports, it was business, and they took care of it with a 2-0.
Yeah, it was business time for sure, and they are really in form right now.
They had their business socks on.
They did. The suit, the tie.
The whole kit caboodle.
There you go. All right,
I love you, man.
I do too, man. No, I just, they're such a fundamentally strong team right now. They're so well prepared for all of their matches. They play off of each other very nicely. They come into all of their games with great ideas. Josh is a great coach. I mean, top to bottom, I am so impressed with G2 this year.
Yeah, it really does feel like this G2 team, Seth, can, find those layers, and if they do it here at Champions, it could be dangerous.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, this is, I think, the squad to be fair, because they just have such a solid read. Valen has been an incredible IEGL since he started playing the game, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, this team is incredibly gifted. We saw in the, the bumper coming into today, a nice little pre-roll video. They're saying, yeah, we see your playstyle, EDG.
Yeah.
Our playstyle counters yours.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we'll see how this plays out, though, but let's check in with the professor and get a lesson for today. It's Jonah P, standing by with Yinsu.
I'm now standing by with one of the tournament favorites. It is Jonah P from G2. Now, I think the hype is real. You even have the doubters believing at this point that you guys can do this. So I wanted to ask you, what makes you guys so scary, so good? What is it that is setting you apart right now?
The way I think about it is like no team wants to play us because of our playstyle. Everyone's very aggressive and we capitalize on that. So I think we have the best best discipline compared to all the teams. So I think that that little thing makes us different from everyone else.
Oh, I can't wait to see you on the server today. Good luck.
If there is a word that you can associate with G2 Esports, it 100% is discipline, because they exude it every single time. In fact, Paperton, I know you have a round that you wanted to break down for us on this. What you got?
I've got round 17 on Icebox versus Paper Rex. And so there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. So first of all, I want to highlight what the situation is coming into. This is just coming off the back of Leaf's 4K on the Eco, where he snuck up behind. Now, they're in a really good situation here with their ults. Oops, wrong button. That's okay, though.
Seth cursed you,
by
the
way.
He
did curse me.
You.
He does this to me all the time.
He said don't screw it up.
All right, so for real, 3 ults, 1 away for the side of G2. Plus, they're going to opt into an outlaw here because they know that Paper X economy is not good. There's a great reason for that. Leaf also very good with it. But let's start the round. And immediately, I want your eyes to go to the mini-map and look what they ping out. The orb. They're going to prioritize the Reckoning here for Valen. Okay, that's the first ult in this equation. Then they're going to wrap around. We're going to speed up a little bit here, and you're going to see they're going to come from the back. Now you've got the Outlaw, and you've got the util from the Sova to delay here to buy a little bit of extra time. Now pause. There's going to be a wall that comes up. That's to kind of fake a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're going to anticipate Paper X's reaction. Paper X wants to not have happen what happened in the last round.
Yeah, they don't want that backstab.
They don't want that, so they're going to send some players down themselves. So let's take a look. And they're going to send, first up is going to be Forsaken, and he's going to come around the corner. They're ready for this. Gecko util, boom, he's done. The Reckoning is already out, and it is going to spot something. He is stuck in the corner. They're going to use Gecko utility as well. That's a kill for Icy. That is the Thrash online, one of those 3 ults I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they knew coming into this as well that there was an ult for Mind Freak here, right? You have the, you have the Viper's ult, and they are very ready for this. They have so many answers to this, whether it's Leaf getting a kill, he gets the lockdown. If you get the Harbor ult, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have the Thrash, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have everything you need here to clean out the rest of this round. From the start to the finish, they have this round read like a book. They have Paper X's number the whole way through.
Yeah.
Insane preparation.
It's wild because, it's not just the prep too, it's also their mid-rounding. They're so aware of everything. It's almost like Valen just has everything in his head and he's thinking about everything in a 3D plane, Achilleos. Like, the guy is he's like a walking GPS, it feels like at times.
I think he does exactly that. I think he just goes into his mind palace and then he's able to just see through walls and everything like that and just download and just recollect things from team's previous series. It's been an incredible performance performances from Valen as the IGL, but I mean, Leaf is also nothing to shake a stick at.
And that is something that, Paperton, you were talking about in that telestrator there, that the round prior was Leaf having massive impact here. And well, I mean, quite frankly, Leaf has massive impact all the time because he's just such, he always finds those openings, those gaps. He did it as a duelist, and he does it as a Sentinel even better.
He's so reliable.
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely incredible. And when we think back to Shanghai, I think about him playing Breeze, those lurks that he was able to come up with.
Yeah.
It was insane how many multi-kill rounds Leaf was able to come away with. And when G2 were starting to kind of get ground down, slowing down their performances, is because we weren't seeing that same impact for Leaf because teams were starting to get a read on his tendencies. But he's looking very much reinvigorated here.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not forget, this is not the first time that Leaf has come to a Champs event. It was actually here in 2021. His hair was quite long at that time. But thankfully, he found a pair of scissors and pop, pop, pop. He went right to work.
What team was that? What team was he on?
I believe that
I'm not
was...
sure.
Yeah.
Are they?
I don't know who they are.
Well, yeah, are they around?
I actually couldn't see because I'm blind.
It was Cloud9.
It was Cloud9.
Okay. I couldn't tell. You
I
gotta
remember
help me
that
out.
team because of Zeta, but
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Zeta, we love you, buddy. But yeah, he has been here before, so he is no stranger to that stage. The guy has popped off time and time again. But let's go ahead now and turn our attention to the other side of the field. Let's talk about Chichu here because he's going to be speaking about bouncing back after Master Shanghai, a massive event that for EDG's team's history in this Omen player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的七主。我觉得很不容易吧，因为我们变了阵，然后现在能打成这样，我觉得很不错吧。然后也是我们换阵过后的一些效果，我们也看到了。然后我们希望我们后续能做得更好，然后去突破吧。
Right.
其实怎么说呢？
And
我
I'm back.
们现在其实在
Good, I had a wasp in the house. Let's try and get it out. Prodigy, thank you so much for the gifted, man. Thank you for doing that. Pasted in a wasp around the house for like the last 4 minutes.
过程吧，所以说我们现在就是更加放得开了，因为毕竟已经更难的已经出现了，不可能我们还会打。
Toki 21st, thank you so much for the prime.
所以我们现在会放得更开。
Appreciate that.
Can be used in conjunction of one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course.
Thank you for doing that.
Got to put a stop to this.
Did I kill it? Nah, I did the glass. What is it? Paper under and just let it out. Dude, they're pretty rare in Iceland, man. I don't see them often.
自我的一些技战术吧，然后去打出更好的比赛。因为我们经历了低谷，然后还能喜欢我们，我觉得大家都很不容易吧。我也希望我们整个 EDG 不会辜负你们的希望，然后也能不辜负整个 CN 去打得更好吧。我希望你们的加油会让我们的手感更加火热。
And after I had mentioned before, right, that Shanghai was a massive, you know, like a hole in EDG's team history. A team that's only
I still think the Genji are winning champs.
Up and up, but
I mean, I'll ride my pick'ems to the end, man. Like I don't like changing too much midway through, so I still kind of have a good amount of belief in them, even though they might not get out of groups.
They talked about how they needed a reset.
I still think there's going to be a Genji G2 final. That's still where I'm at.
You know, EDG still doing what they do regionally. Sure, they're winning. That's great. But now they come in internationally and they smash foot. And it's on the back of these two controller players who have been really, really special for them. Chichu and Smoggy, absolutely incredible. Obviously, everybody knows Kong Kong.
Yes.
He's always nuts. He's a very, very good player. But it's some of the other
W
players
Lexor again.
starting to
Yeah, I
step up
checked, man.
behind him
This is
really
by
start
far
to
the
take over
most
these
YouTube
games
subs
to
we've ever
assist
had.
him
Like
in his role.
YouTube memberships.
Is that like going to be the thing here? Because the
I
thing
think
was,
we're
everyone
on.
was talking about EDG and Foot was a
I
bit
think
of a
with
muddy
these
game.
extra
Does
10,
EDG drag
I think
G2
we're over
into the
100
mud
now.
with them?
I think that this is going to be difficult. I think that EDG does have they certainly have the firepower to contend with
Yeah, Lexor's single-handedly just gifting everyone in YouTube.
Very recently been taking up that role.
Does YouTube have like VIPs and stuff? Like how does it work over there? What options do I have?
At the top of VCT China,
Nothing, I
but
can
Valen
add
has
mod.
so much veterancy. Does this end up being a Mako v Boaster type situation here, or will this time the veteran IGL be able to win out?
I mean, who do you got again, Paperton, on this one?
I have G2. I think they don't fall into the mud.
I mean, I took a punt with EDG, but we were all...
How are my pick'ems looking compared to my Champs 2023? I can't even remember what I did for Champs 2023.
We got G2 Esports.
I barely remember my pick'ems from this year, man.
Let's head out to the stage and meet our teams.
I think I had Fnatic winning, maybe?
G2.
Champs 2023? Dude, my pick'ems can't be much worse than this, so I feel like it must have been better, hopefully.
Edward Gaming.
Can history repeat itself? Can a VCT
Wait,
China
Saint,
team
I didn't do your thing.
defeat a VCT America's team? We just
Saint,
saw
the wasp
Trace
wrecked you.
Esports
Let's see if
do
you're
the
right, though.
unthinkable
That looks kind of right to what you were saying.
The question on everyone's mind is, can Kong and EDG manage to pull one through?
What did Saint say?
And take the G2 boys
Sunset.
off their pedestal
Okay,
here,
got the
but
first.
we got our
Yeah, you got the
series
first
layout
two
as well.
maps.
We do.
You're lucky I didn't get this out on
It's
stream.
going to be a little bit of an inverse compared to that Trace series. They said we don't
So
really rely on
Icebox.
hero plays.
Dude,
We don't rely
G2
on
pick
individuals.
Icebox though.
We
That's
rely on our
pretty
teamwork.
rare.
I feel like for EDG to come out on top of this one,
That was normally like one of their maps that they were thinking. Wait, Valorant even said, man, pick Icebox against
Yeah,
us.
you're just going to have to find a way to keep G2 off balance, to get them to start having their protocols fall apart. That's something that's been very, very difficult for
But
most
this
teams
is
to do
a
this year.
this is an
G2 is a
interesting pick from
well-oiled
G2.
machine. It's going to be getting through those structures.
They said they
finding
worked on
cracks
it.
in the
Yeah, they did
defense
say they
that
worked on
G2
it.
has
So much so they're
let very
confident to
few
pick
teams
it.
through.
Yeah, and that is going to be a challenge. I think it is quite fascinating, though, right? Like, we have been really pushing about the
To be fair to Saint here, they threw a massive
as
curveball.
we just saw with Trace. Teamwork does, in fact, make
How's
the
EDG's
dream
Icebox?
work. So maybe
Let's see where I
that will
ranked
be
it.
the recipe for success that G2 can continuously lean on,
G2
because that has been their whole MO throughout
EDG.
the entirety of the America season, Achilleos.
Now, it really has been.
Okay,
right
yeah.
now,
I mean, I
think
can
they're
understand
looking
why they picked it.
absolutely
I gave it a
red-hot.
C.
Taking down Paper Rex Day
But I gave
with
their
they're
Icebox a
having
B.
Solid ideas and understandings of
And that's
exactly
a
what
team
Paper
with
Rex.
all the individuals.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they were able to go ahead and pick things apart moment
And then what
after
was it?
moment.
Lotus?
This is going to be a tough one here for EDG, but
I think
if they
G2
can hit
I think
those
G2 are in a
highs
good
that we
spot
have seen
here.
from them in the past, I think they're absolutely capable of dealing with G2. It feels like they're on the up and up, and right now we can see a bit of a pivot compared to the last time that they played on Icebox, as Simon's going to be there on that KO.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what other initiator do you want to go with? Which Flashinator initiator do you want to?
Flashinator.
I like Flashinator. Flashinator. Hey, that's good. I like it. Yeah. No. But you know, Gecko or KO seems to be what
You
most
got 2 out of the
teams wanna
3
run
map
with.
picks
We already know
right.
what G2 does. The
Bro, they both
Harbor
have
here, Valent's Harbor,
permabans.
really
I would hope
impactful.
majority of us
He's not
get
just
that
a
right.
fragger. He's so smart with the way he uses utility, the way he's going to set up those cascades and high tides to allow for their retake play. They're so patient.
He says
One
in the
thing that
interview
makes
they're
G2 so
very
difficult to go up
confident
against
in their
is they
Icebox
know
now.
when to fight
Yeah,
and they know
There's-
when not
yeah. I
to.
remember
That is
Valen
something
saying
that
pick
a
it
lot
against
of
us.
teams don't do well with.
Well, let's see how this all plays out, and get ready for this one. We got your cast on standby. It's Sideshow.
Do you update map tier list after the groups? Maybe I'll do that for the next bit. If we can actually get one pick and right.
An insane thing to write in
Also,
the prompter.
imagine saying you have the tragic hairline of the two of us. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I missed the memo. St. Patrick's Day was a few months ago. But we're going to get into the action soon enough. G2 versus EDG. And listen, there's a couple of things you can go into this match talking about. One of them, though, much more important, given the fact that we just witnessed a massive upset in the form of Trace beating Leviathan.
Dude, what's going on with YouTube today? Nothing's
Spotlight.
uploading
EDG is
proper.
that powerhouse China #1 seed. They're used to that kind of attention being settled
okay.
on them. They're used to all of that expectation as well. And the fact
Got
that they had
G2
that
on
poor
defense,
Shanghai
we got
performance
EDG
and
on
didn't return a
attack.
bit, but
Is
to
the
be
top
honest, at this
20%
point,
still looking good after these upsets? Nah, it's gone, man.
China
Accept
is
it.
catching
We're
up,
going for
maybe
bottom
beating them
20%
out
now
in
these
terms
days.
of overall placements.
We'll have to see during this match.
Yeah, they were doing this wall
A win
before.
here, that would
They were
certainly
doing
put the
this wall
attention
before.
back on EDG
Yeah, the faster you accept that the pick'ems are in the bin, the better, man.
You're right, they're doing it by
It's all
committee at
it's
the
all
moment,
gone.
which is even more brilliant to watch.
But luckily for us, they give you a little
to kick things off here.
they give you a little
Playground.
stage looking at a globe
They are absolutely
just
stellar,
for participating.
beginning to end
So
usually.
we get that.
Recalling the Desk was mentioning the word mud.
We're not even making the
I do appreciate
50%, my guy.
Don't think we're going to see much of it.
We're out here with the sage globe
Rattled by
sticker, whatever it
Leaf, so
is.
they're giving them a lot of space there, playing for his own life. Simon, the plan, they're going to push it back.
This wall helps for the retake, and EDG looks like we
get aggressive and will be rewarded.
looks like they
That's
talked about
two
this a little bit, and they
players
fight in front of
plucked out
it
the
heavy
picture.
with 4 people.
Maybe a few more where that came from. He's eager for it, but
Whoa!
you don't want to test to this guy because he will challenge.
Dude, the sheriff.
Standing tall.
He's 1
This
HP.
guy has already done the damage. And it's fallen to pieces before their very eyes. EDG.
Hold
It's
on.
Smoggy
Wait,
forced
it
to
is a
back
good
away
plan.
here, still with a plan down. Time ticking. Leaf
Ooh, I
Many
like
options
this.
left for him. Has to stick this
Like
one
this
just for the win cons. Having a defuse, sticking it all away.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Someone attack, but the
Holy
final
hell.
one
Hey, that
will
got
do
close,
it.
man.
Straight to the
Shout out to the
chest
sheriffs here.
of
Kang
one
Kang did
singular
good,
leaf.
Leaf did
So a
good.
pistol round. Earned up here for EDG.
Shout out to EDG
Great
just in
beginning.
general, like as soon as they saw this wall, they knew that they had to fight in front of it. They did it with numbers, like they literally had 4 people here ready.
Or at least traded, or an attempt to trade, I should say, from Valen. Instantly a response from Leaf being able to pick up 3 on
The
his
Chinese
own.
team's just
So
own
great
pistols.
individual performances from both of those players. I think Kang Kang's going to need to try to take moves like that.
This
where
is
he
a
fights
Cupid
in,
wall, that's all you'll
knowing
say,
that
so
G2
that's
are
why
gonna
they
be double
lost.
swinging him or
We can
trying
blame
to trade
Cupid
him.
for the pistol rounds.
He has to try to
And
outskill
this round,
G2
probably.
today if they want
Down
a
again.
chance at winning this. The whole of EDG does.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on the pistols.
We
0-1.
talk about it so often, but this G2 team, they are so disciplined.
Yeah.
You know you're not going to be able to catch individuals on their own too often. They're going to be trying to set up these
Sheriff on defense. We get a recon over towards middle, and we've got 3 pass and push, just trying to duel together.
Better teamwork than G2. They want to
Well, they wanted to until this Viper smoke came up.
The brilliance that they can pull out at times.
If they can drag teams into that tempo and play style even better, the trouble is G2 not really privy to it. They don't particularly like to opt into it.
No, they are an extremely slow-paced team, especially once the side swap and G2 get onto the attack side. But you can see here, for example, no G2 players on the defensive A contesting these angles.
That's nice. That's what they wanted to do now. Insta reaction from EDG to push over towards site. And Kang Kang is probably going to farm them up pretty heavy here.
Map, at least for this half.
Thing is, though, if you play retake all the time, EDG are going to get an idea of that, and then they're just going to start vacuuming up space without using too much utility.
Bro's going through every single possible after plant position you can play on A.
You know, at some point you do need to mix things up and go for contests, tuck somebody into pipes, run strats like this.
This is getting a little bit messy, but at the end of the day,
Hey, very nicely done. Chichu pretty close to his ult. We got Simon pretty close to his ult. Not bad at all.
Going forwards now into the bonus, bit of extra weaponry.
And some good players with some good ult points there as well. Getting closer to Simon and Chichu's ultimates, who are the best ults to have online for your attack side on Icebox. Now we get to see what G2 are doing with an economy advantage. This is one of the rounds where you might expect them to play a little more aggressive. You know, we talk about G2 playing slowly, but that doesn't mean that they're completely
they still go
passive
for
all
the same
time.
wall.
They do have aggression. They do like to contest, tuck
What's
people into nest,
what's the
fight
plan
with
from
for example.
A knife goes in, knife hits too.
Got grabbed.
And the bonus is looking pretty good.
Still there. Just trying to see whether nobody and
Especially
Smoggy
when
are
this
gonna
guy's
sync
got
up that,
five
utility combo that we see from a lot of teams on their attack side. Notice as well that Chichu is not using Nanoswarm to deny pipes, but Trent might get overwhelmed.
Yep, might indeed. Underhanded flash
Yeah.
as well, straight through.
Oh, what,
and
you want the
Alpha
whole
able to
back
take
of
that point
sight?
and
Sure, man.
contact, and
Here's the
his
whole
body's
back of
dropping
sight.
on
We'll
either
give you a wall that
direction
gives you
still.
full space.
Still have to stand here for G2. EDG with that player advantage. Massively so, in fact, now left down to just Jonah P. This is an EDG fully powered up, fully empowered.
I mean, very nice, man. I really not too sure about the wall when they get close here.
That's a fantastic beginning for EDG.
Then they don't have to worry about the
very
right
little
side of
utility.
sight.
Like I said, no
They
shot
can just
molly
take so
combo
much
to
space,
deny
like I
alpha
said.
ult. They used the knife over towards pipes.
I get the little
but they
one-way
also
at the back. It has a
use
cool
an
little
Nanoswarm
one-way
to
at the
deny
back,
space.
which means you
They're
can
not using
heavy.
util on A already in round 3
Yeah.
because they've got the read that G2 are going to be sat back a little further. This time there was a bit of a brawler scrap on site, but you could just tell from the position that Trent used his drone. He had no clue that EDG were pushed up that far. He
Yeah,
thought
no,
they were still
and
sitting
they were
back
here
waiting
so
to
fast as well. We're here so fast. And we got a big buy round next, and there's a good chance that Smoggy and Chichu can have their ult online if they play this right.
G2 will be a bit
Same with
slow off
Icy,
the
really.
blocks, or download their opponent as the games go on, sometimes from map to map.
I'd agree with that point. They tend to take a bit of time as well, like you said, to download the opponents and make the necessary reads. It was becoming a bit of a chore, honestly, watching them in Americas. They drop the first map and then just go on to rinse by the time they got to the third.
But what that means is, if you're a team like EDG looking to secure another massive win for China here today, it's about trying to punish them when they're in that warming up phase, when they're gearing up. You want to get as many rounds on the board as early as you possibly can, so that comeback becomes impossible.
EDG is be ensuring to take this one slowly, steadily.
Jonas got a lot to do. Jonas got a lot to do. He has a smoke that's going to delay the plant a little bit. In the plant though, we've got 30 seconds. Leaf has no molly for this.
Big ults to utilize, which Simon's going to be letting loose and letting rip right now.
Yeah, Simon picked up the orb on this one. This just gives him the ult, and the ult that I thought was going to be used into the next round is used onto this one just to secure it. And if they can keep it nice and clean, it's so worth. They would get their money really strong on this one. I mean, Smoggy would.
Simple cleanup.
Smoggy would hit 9k.
But a pretty big ult expenditure. It's one that Simon would love to have for the next round. Perhaps a little worried about time pressure there.
Ooh.
But they've kept things very, very
How much damage did that do? That's like quite a wide angle there.
Coming into round 5
okay,
here.
dude, so much money. It is one of the best possible starts you could ever have because we're almost. I mean, if they win one extra round, we get 3 people that reach 9k.
Not too much of the early fighting, as we've already mentioned. This one we've seen it drift over towards the A site. We'll see though. G2 also coming up close to a couple of ults of their own, big ones in fact. 2 from the lockdown, Reckoning, Thrash 1 away. Kill could put that onto the board, but G2 have got to start, I think, pressuring at least that they're fighting over A early. Again, the knife just tagging onto the 2 of them. Pair of players, Valen and Icy. Ordered back, pushed away. Jonah P is going walkabouts here with a wall in his face as 2 players side by side again. A game of time, and G2 are they going to be catching it, looking completely.
Oh god, they're getting wrecked, man.
No response there to the audio cue of the wall
so
falling.
wrecked.
They're already pushed up.
Oh
2
god.
leaf balls as well.
My.
They're getting annihilated.
It's open season. EDG looking like this one is far too easy for them. Simple stuff. These first 5 rounds that we've watched, I mean, look at
Look
this.
at it, every single jewel everywhere. We creep up over towards B. Got the classic wall, we drop the wall, we're already so far ahead. They've pushed out into the open, we drop the wall.
1v5 here.
Like G2 need some kind of timeout, man, and I would start by changing the wall, I'll be honest.
We'll be able to carry that one into the next. Another flawless one, 5 alive, this time on a gun round. EDG have a tremendous amount of momentum behind them now.
Remember that EDG have been sat kind of in the back of champions today, watching their compatriots.
Dude, yeah, it just feels like they're getting wrecked by walls. We had the wall over towards here on defense that gave them full space over towards A, so they didn't have to worry about the right. Next buy round, they got the attack wall. They insta creep over towards the box on B, full map control, or full space taken to drop the wall.
Extremely well today. And if that didn't give them enough confidence, how about a 5-0 start against G2?
Okay, let's go back to the normal. Go back to the normal wall on it.
As you said, mainly on the attack side, the calling of Valen. He'll be running rings around teams. He'll be calling perfection, the ults in terms of how they sync it up. It's all being worked to a masterpiece.
Stephen Liggy, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the gifted. You gifted the Valorant Esports China channel. Honestly, I respect that.
But I mean, G2 just losing.
Today's the day.
I think in that previous round, G2 making a hard read that when the knife and the recon came in.
Oh, thanking himself.
Valen, he's thinking about going for the ult orb. He backs off and he's thinking, all right, this is similar to what I've seen before. This is EDG contacting in behind this utility onto A. And in fact, completely wrong read. EDG mix it up, drop the wall.
Same wall. Same wall here. Uh-oh.
Just for people who haven't been aware of both of these teams, if you haven't been following them in their regional leagues, I thought from watching EDG, now they don't think this because they don't permaban it, but I thought Icebox was their worst map that they play.
I mean, it is their worst
map. So for them
map.
to be 5-0 up right now, looking really prepped.
But it was also G2's worst map. so it's weird. Like it's both of their worst maps.
Bodes well.
If you take out their bans.
And another pause. I see the timer frozen.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that strikes fear into my heart, Josh. That strikes, especially when you don't see the timeout.
We had a lot of very late hit rounds in our first series of the day. It's already the time ticking. We're down for a very long one today.
Been here a few hours already.
IRSYO. How do I say your name?
On the attack side are going to be slow as well. And there it is.
Not sure, but thank you so much for the continuing the gift itself, man. I call you AR. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
More time for Valen to be thinking about things.
PC
also,
kick.
When you've just come out of attack timeout and there's ideas that you want to implement.
That they put the wall down. He's like, oops. Didn't mean to do that one.
To think it through. We'll see.
Okay.
Find out
the reset of the round.
In terms of what exactly is going wrong.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to be back in the game fairly shortly as well.
Pansy? Yeah, Pansy's there now, right?
We're into this next round of Icebox. So very small tech
Insta
pause,
touchdown.
Be too concerned about. G2 trying to
Just
make sure
walked
you
into the
are
venue.
looking for 1A
Tech
to
pause
keep
goes down.
Valin into nest.
Stephen Liggy, what's going on, man? Stephen, thank you for the gifted. Why is Boostio now getting one?
The dart.
Full process here.
They've got acknowledgement that there's an EDG player at least around, but they don't know how many. And the slow pace that EDG are applying right now is making G2 just sweat a little bit more. Valin even going for a couple of peeks here, but he's missed. Oh, no, not quite. It's nobody that's missed the timing here with a Cove to evacuate.
Cove to get out. First time.
All the way out of
First time, maybe full stop that they got the first kill. I haven't been fully keeping on top, but it feels like that.
Choosing not to try to turn that into an all-out brawl like some teams might. There's that discipline of G2, dropping back in the 5v4. But with their weapons, still 3 players with Sheriffs, it's not yet a clear advantage.
Just the first hurdle that's cleared. About 40 seconds.
Look at all the space that Chichu got over towards B very early on. Dodge on those shots. Could have been bad for Simon.
Mid to B setup here. Leaf doesn't have the weapon to try and push this one back here, so should be an open side, but also being committed, and I don't blame them with only 20 seconds.
Fish, or they're getting...
Simon, sticking that, going for the plan as well. Thrash has really cleared too much as well, but a backstab, no way! Responded and adjusted. Icy just whips it around.
Dude, they're so lucky that Icy gets that kill. He did great. 5 HP, survives. Yeah, we've got a Killjoy on top of this. We've got full space from Smoggy as well. And you gotta look at the HPs here and just feel like this one's done.
Awareness, Smoggy already wrapping this one. Thrash connecting.
Hey, Smoggy finally goes down first death.
Potentially that time on the board to make a go of things. Damage done though.
Yeah, and if Simon just gets this molly down,
could play spoilers
like that.
Absolutely all of this one. It's already gone flying, and Trent is finished.
Yeah, takes down Trent. It kills Wingman. Very nicely handled from EDG. And if you're looking at G2, they used the official on this one as well. Very nice. Logic Valo, thank you so much for the gifted. Kang, there you go, welcome in. Thank you for that. Matthew Who, 01 with a tier 1, thank you so much for that. Thank you. G2, please, you're on your knees. Yeah, it's not the best start, man. Logic _ Valo, before that, gifting to Valorant, of course.
But at the end of the day, too little time and too much good post-plant utility.
And Jay Brecky also with the gifted. Thank you so much, man.
That fragment to work with. G2 get rifles back. Are they going to try something similar again where they go for a piece of aggression? I think doing the same thing on A would be silly, but you know, going for a mid-push like this where they triple up does seem like a decent idea. They were threatening flanks like this constantly in their opener against Paper Rex.
Using a drone now to take that space. Don't see the turret.
Big change up. We've got a really passive turret, but they're still going to spot them. Let's check their reaction.
5-player group up.
Let's see what their reaction is. It's weird because you kind of need to take screens, but they got the wall, which means that maybe they would react fast back.
You look at the position of Jonapi's wall. If the turret was on the left here, it would
get let's see. Here we go. What's the reaction?
It's broken. Lures EDG now to the flank as well, with no command.
Okay, they want to go aggro. We got flash, and you could see these two wanted to try and actually take some map control over towards screens. This is looking like the first round for G2. G2 would have to do a madness to win this. I mean, that is a madness.
And holding it tooth and nail in through the back, but G2 finally with those guns in hand, put a round on the board.
Because in theory, he ate the flash.
The same flank play that ends up working out for them. It's been a staple of the G2 defensive playbook. They bring it out, and despite the turret realizing that they're out there,
I cast it, bro, but how?
Mostly thanks to Valin and what he was able to do to control the post-plant aggression. You watch him take down Kang there, and that's an absolutely vital one. In those kind of spots, the Jets are always going to look to try to get aggressive and open up some space on the other side of the map. So the first attempt to stop the bleed in there from G2. Now they're going to start to get ults online as well, but I'm sure EDG are thinking up a response.
Yeah, that's despite the fact as well that Valin and Icy, they ended up using it into that half by round 6.
We got Killjoy ult, we got the Sova ult that breaks the Killjoy ult. We change up the wall from EDG back over towards B instead of the straight A one. Over towards
the same setup when they pushed Valin into
nest. Dude, they did 4 people here to try and get this orb as well. So EDG was so fine with them getting this ult, and they just wanted to make a lot of space over towards B. No one shoots the recon tap of the spike, means that mollies get used.
but he might get
And
it
then
on the
tap
next
with the
tap.
spike means that they make some space in
He's gonna put
middle.
a stop to
It's
that
still
one,
a
he
nice
will.
overall round from
Alternating the
EDG.
movement,
I
making sure
like
that
the
he
plan
stays
here.
across the
Wasn't a
aware
bad
of
plan
all
at
these
all.
possibilities. Chichu is being caught out of position. Hunter's Fury, at least to relieve that pressure.
But
does
even
not
this
do
was
enough.
kind
So
of
will
cool.
G2 drop
Even
the
the
two players
Sova
now
ult to
down
try and make sure that
Not
your
gonna be committed.
team gets
Simon
kills over
gets
towards
him, and
middle.
That's going to be a tag onto him as well. Lit up, and already players fall.
Okay, even
one
though
after another.
EDG got absolutely
G2 racking
annihilated
them up.
in this
That's
round, I
5
still
alive
kind
for
of
a
liked it.
flawless round.
At least
You
there
got
was like a
second
plan.
round.
They knew they were
Somebody
losing this. They were going to get
See
the
what
ult,
a
but then they had
difference it
like a
makes when
backup
G2
plan.
anticipate
After the
what the
spike,
round
make him use
looks like
util, then
from
take
EDG
space on
when
middle, and
nobody is
hopefully you kill the
calling.
Sova. That's probably just
Then
picked up
they
the
had protocol to flush out
ult.
both of those lurkers through mid. Great
The idea
discipline
was
to
still
even
good.
Think of the second player in that spot.
G2 really needed this
And
for
the fact
money
that they
as
pushed
well.
out on A, got the recon deep as well, gave them enough peace of mind to know it was a full B hit. They weren't worrying about which direction things were going. The things that were working for EDG early on were when they were quiet and contacting, making it very difficult for G2 to read it.
Hey, that's a
G2
nice
were
early
passively.
timeout.
Yeah. At the moment, this seems like a very good adjustment that came out of the tactical timeout. So EDG are going to try to make one of their own. See what Muggle can do.
Nobody ult that. He tried to get the. He tried to bail out his teammate over towards middle to get the kill.
Yeah, it's an interesting note. I mean, we didn't really talk about it too much when we were covering the EDG game.
They really just wanted that trade in middle for pressure.
Sometimes a shift up is what you need, honestly, because this EDG team, they felt just, I don't know, knocked down.
And like as soon as you got that map control there, it means you can't do the good killjoy ult, which then means that you probably do a bad killjoy ult and then waste your ult.
Fresh perspective, I think.
It wasn't. I'm telling you, it wasn't as bad as it looked at all.
Yeah, I think I would phrase it as that they had hit their ceiling. They were still performing very well in China, but they'd had one breakout event last year at Tokyo, and they weren't able to replicate that. They weren't able to go further than that. And so at that point, you got to take a risk. It might make you worse, benching Haodong and bringing in Simon and making all of these changes. But if it doesn't, perhaps it's the thing that's going to crack you through that ceiling and bring home a big result.
They're very far away from ults. This is G2's chance to stack up some rounds.
And now they're in a race with the rest of the Chinese teams by the look of things to crack a big result here at Champions.
Yeah. Snipe just unable to get broken early off the rip.
Gives them good info though. Harbor, Sova.
But it doesn't push G2 back. G2 still get good information. And this is not A.
Yeah.
Yeah, this usage of the recon
4
dart,
people
stuff like
here.
that, it's
Recon clears all of
exactly
this.
the same round that we just watched.
Yeah, it looks so similar to the round that just happened.
From Leaf, and then you
Maybe Jonah P's a little bit further away from the rotate than round prior.
Unless EDG have got something different. Well, the shock's a good first thing that's different.
Yeah, they actually have no delay right now to stop this plant.
The nano swarms.
So they're taking Snowman, flash through.
Again, a lot of walking up behind these walls and underhanded flash. Simon
doesn't go deep enough to hit
Leaf. Leaf was tucked though, and there is safety there, but not for the respite of the rest of his team. They couldn't quite.
No plan, by the way.
So he's going to get traded. Tag up into the back. Thrash now followed through straight through onto the site, but broken just before the detainment onto the high
It's
ground.
nice for Kang. Do they expect him to do this because it's madness? Yeah, they don't at all. That's lovely, bro.
Just was not expecting it. Deep dart.
That was awesome decision making. Dodged the fish with the updraft, kind of sold his teammate out. Bro, look at the shots as well. Look at the shots. They hit some incredible shots here.
What a great adjustment coming out of the tag timeout. Obviously, great individual play.
Dude, it was kind of just the same round, and they were happy with the amount of space that they
just talking
took.
about how good the tag timeout was from G2.
This time they actually just had like the thought of taking
and immediately come
Snowman.
out with a round that looks exactly the same to the one they
Yeah,
just
it
had,
was exactly the same,
except
apart from they took
flash,
Snowman.
They push deep, they trade out Leaf, who had the lockdown, and then they have all of that position
Yeah,
for Kang
but
to
this,
go nuts
it's
in the post plan.
still pretty good, like what's going on. But you can see this is just 2 rounds that are called because of this ult. Oops, that's a smoke that you can't pick up.
That's really bad in this patch.
Yeah, that happens to the best of us. We've all been there.
Have any smoke for mid.
They Viper, that is.
It's a good job that they break the turret, otherwise that would
Yeah, so what I was going to say is like Killjoy ult, obviously the good ones here, and anything else isn't great. So round before they wanted to have mid control to try and do this, and then coach actually calls a timeout and it's like it's better if we just take Snowman. Have no space at all to even do any kind of ult. Leaf was there anyway.
He is almost the opposite of Kang in many respects.
Yeah, he definitely is. Not leaning into it. Although Kang's rifling definitely been on the up and up now. A year plus, to be honest.
And
Again, that contact playstyle, just walking all the way up. Shock dart again.
Yeah, shock dart again did so much.
No value to be had, just walking.
A one person
away
walk,
up,
and they put the knife there, so it kind of looks like he's not there, because why would you try and knife where you already have?
Knows what to play for, just needs some supplements.
I'm nervous. Yeah, they don't fully clear it. Dude, that knife baited him in so well.
Clean off G2. Have no chance in hell to keep playing this one. Spam through the box. Leaf is lucky to be alive. He'll be backing all the way away. Needs to be defended here. They want to keep these guns.
This G2 team that's normally so
G2,
good at shutting
man.
down stars.
Oh, he saw them both. Damn, dude, he gets both here. They're playing so well. They're playing so well.
What we're getting from Kang in this map so far.
Yeah, they locked him in.
It's Tokyo.
It really is. It's given Tokyo.
Tokyo.
12-4, top of the scoreboard. Not just for his team, but top of the leaderboard overall.
Yeah, and not just the kills that he's getting, but here, completely denies a lockdown opportunity, completely shuts down G2 trying to trade him out. He's
Through the
facing
window.
two players so often and killing them both. And that's going to win you rounds.
I've only seen that like twice. Safe did something similar with a dash. About it. Okay, G2 always do this setup.
That they possibly can before they get into that second half here for round 11.
Does EDG have a plan for
They
this?
have the Viper's pit in the back pocket already offloaded. Down through B main.
It's always this ult down here. It's always the alarm bot. Sometimes the alarm bot changes a little bit. It'll be on this X or X. They've been changing it up slightly. That's like the only difference they do. G2 go back to the A wall. They feel like they're giving them too much space. So now we just have Perma wall here in terms of Viper wall and then Harbor wall.
Drone, get the tag and a break.
Yeah.
They bait this guy in pretty well again. They're doing so good.
There was a second player there.
And it's just barely held. Jiggle peaked as well. Chichu almost lucky to be alive. There was a couple of players that quickly were looking to try and put a stop to
Look at the numbers. If G2 go hunting for this guy, there's going to be 4 of them here.
A is extraordinarily open, but if they come into the B split, Jonah P could win the round still.
Allen's dropped. I think that's through the window. Leaf has got a lot to do into this spot as well, but just with the Stinger in hand, close quarter combat, even with him being set up for it, the pit's still up and active.
Oh man, and look at what they've done though.
Kang.
Pulled the Viper away. They know the Viper's here, surely. Guys, the ult's still up.
Right from behind, just not expecting that. Level of awareness that went missing there for EDG into this round, and it leaves it to Chichu. One player running and gunning, but time is against him with only 12 seconds.
I mean, it's still doable.
Him versus Jonah P. The timing should be granted. You need to hit.
Okay, very nice from Jonah. I mean, really well played round from him. Again, I don't even think the overall plan from EDG is like bad at all. I felt like the overall plan was awesome.
And that makes
trying to
the rest
pinch
of
over
EDG
towards the
think
Viper.
he's
We even
still
had
playing he manages to duck back inside his pit.
There's nobody that walked all the way through.
Yeah, that kill is just so big. He manages to duck back inside his pit, and then they don't realize he's somehow managed
it was more just him. He should have looked at the fact that ult was up, and he should have thought he was by the alarm bot. Like they even they pulled the rotate off in terms of the Viper, and then they made the space of the lane that was free that didn't have the alarm bot. Like,
yeah, I take that class.
I don't think I've disliked a round from EDG yet. Like even the ones they've lost have been awesome.
Specific for an opener.
Yeah.
Egotistical professor.
Requiem Vale, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 4 months. Thanks for the tier 1. And Adrian, how we doing, man? Thank you for the 11 months. The Prime also.
And there's big ults online for G2 here again. Going for this re-clear into mid. They've been doing this quite a lot with the drone. Some peace of mind in that direction.
Viper will back over towards A this time.
At least this is going to be leaning over towards the A side. They do have again the ult for the retake.
Yeah, and they're going to
ideal Leaf dropped.
Dude, Chichu, dude, back to back fast kills.
And Simon, if he pops ult, can deny the reckoning. He's just got to get the timing right here.
You should run.
Locking down one avenue as well. Lockdown's going to be just
give me Smoggy.
Straight into the center of the site with his flank. They're going to be pushed out into all these extremities, and Smoggy is left to watch most of this one. Ducked, crouched. The peak timing is absolutely everything. And Smoggy delivering death blow after death blow, and toying with his food at the end. He knows that he's essentially wrapped this one up. Running around him, not giving Jonah P any easy access. Not to the body. Valen shut out.
He's gonna put down Viper ult. Whoa,
nice
what an attack half from them. It was incredible. It was really good.
Shut down and shut out of the round entirely. This is a 9-3 if I've ever seen one.
And a beautiful half from EDG.
It was.
I mean, the way that they played
incredible.
around the ults in that final round completely outplayed G2. And then you think back to
they
previous rounds where
they had a
Kong
good
is
plan
pushing
for a
deep on
lot
the
of stuff that
screens
was
to
going
deny
down
lockdown.
here.
They've just had a phenomenal awareness of how G2 are going to play around ults this whole half.
With how prepped
and
they
I'm
were
sure
here,
that's gonna extend into the
I'm
next.
half expecting that if there was a normal veto, that Icebox might have been third map, because they look very prepped.
Oh, come on.
They either expected them to pick it or they
guaranteed.
expected it.
And get $800 off the new Galaxy Z
They
Fold
had
6,
some good stuff.
only on Verizon.
Especially that the Viper ult round makes me think that than anything.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Also, their rounds when they were going up against Killjoy ult was nice. Not saying that's like anti or anything. It was nice for stuff. How screwed are Paper X? If G2 go down to the lower bracket, Paper X are very screwed. Yeah. Four slots are not enough for China. Okay, now we're getting it. I like this. Getting the revenge for the amount of times that's been spammed. Yeah, honestly, just this event in general should be nice to just stop a lot of those. 2-1 against Paper X and Land. We are good at Icebox instead of we understand how to play Icebox against Paper X. I think that might be true as well. They got a lot of confidence from that game.
To take one of the best maps from G2 for G2 away in the form of Icebox early on with its 9-3 beginning. And my goodness, it's listen, China just one event too late, I think, as well. They probably would have liked to have done this at Shanghai, but they'll take now.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's a great question. Would you have preferred to win?
I think Fnatic can win against
China
Crew, bro. We've been watching this event. Anyone could beat anyone at the moment. I'm pretty sure. Everyone is so good at this event. It's
way far away.
Up for everyone's grabs.
But it's difficult not to
Fnatic
get
obviously
sucked up into
map
the
pool wise
hype.
helps them.
Again, EDG, if they're able to close this out, would be looking good to be the best performing.
Except Sentinels, damn, you guys are savages. Absolute savages.
What a world, man. What a world.
Yeah. G2 have got some time to fight back, but they need a pistol here for it to seem even remotely doable.
That's the trouble, is their attack side does look good, but as you mentioned, you need a pistol round to even just get the buffer room to breathe, because EDG win this one.
Great knife. Stop the drone on this one early as well, so they didn't manage to check back a yellow. We got a knife to see if. Oh, sorry, that was.
This is where nobody
delayed.
absolutely shines. If there was a lurker over on A,
Yeah, G2, but G2 do this all the time, and I wonder if they've been looking in tendencies of like how much they cut sounds. This info right here and info right here
They should be able
can
to
stay strong. We got a flash from Simon. Do we wait for this to go down? No. Okay.
Swing. Straight up, taking the fights as well. This one could get dangerous and dire still.
Simon's a lunatic. Because Kang was out of there ages ago.
He needs some defense, but still.
Really nice though. Like it was together at the beginning before he dashed out. Like everything was good here.
Round, a pistol round. EDG.
That's a double pistol.
Looking great there on the pistol. They got the read perfectly that it was on B. Is it a risk to go for a reclear like this when you know that they're 5-stacked in B main? Absolutely. I mean, you're opting
Yeah,
into
dueling together here. Love the little
numbers
1-2 from Chichu as well.
and yet they still come out on top. They had that element of surprise, dodged the utility beautifully.
2-0 for the pistols.
Take a look
Dude,
at
I
the
can't.
scoreboard here.
Not that I could draw twos good before, but they're really
Smokey was
defeating me.
amazing in the game against Foot. Chichu's at the top of the scoreboard. Everything is working right now for EDG.
Right here.
It would be unfathomable that they drop this map from this point.
It really would.
And that's without taking anything away from how good G2 have looked here. It's just, it looks like EDG's day here on Icebox. Right
there. The read and more firepower hitting. Weapon in the hands of Smoggy. He's hearing all this noise. Bullets sent flying. Straight into the back here, no
Hold up.
punish. Oh, almost catching onto Smoggy. He's going to get overwhelmed. Surely will fall. Drop the gun into the laps of G2, including this plant. Time might get against him as well. It's long rotates on a map like
might come down a
Icebox.
lot down to Kang here.
Well from Trent and Valen.
Even though he has a
Looks like
sheriff.
Valen's trying to
I
bait
wonder
for
how
Trent.
late he's going to go.
At this point, it gets real tricky. Be moving in and out as well. They're in the walls, man. They're in the walls, and it's all about collecting the kills when they're.
It doesn't even matter. Oh my god, Kang's dashing on him.
I presented to you, Kang. Not to be
Bro's
denied.
15-6. Hey, let me tune into
was
some of
looking
EDG's
tricky.
scores
You
at
can
the
see the
moment.
health on a
They
few of
must
the
have some
players just to
mental
the right,
scores right
especially
now.
when they get that plan down, I start to get a little bit worried, but all contained, all maintained.
There's been some convincing rounds.
They are in control of the map.
16 didn't even update yet.
No, I respect that.
That's ridiculous from
That's ballsy.
Am I a believer? Maybe. I'm not sure about winning the event though, Saint, but
Time is paused.
and it's open.
Yeah.
Dude, 17-5, 16-6, 15-6.
When you call tack timeouts after
There's
only
3
getting
of them
stuck
on
with
an
a follow-up,
absolute
I'm worried.
wild scoreline.
Because what kind of input can you really get from your coaching staff here that you didn't get during the halftime anyway? I understand that EDG are up to 11. Maybe you just want to run through the bonus, figure out what's going on. Maybe overall things are off. Comms, somebody's freezing up on stage, someone's not playing as you would expect them to. But
3-11 Icebox.
that's the final timeout that G2
Yeah.
have access to. They're 8 rounds behind, and EDG are 2 away from closing things out.
With how the rounds have been though.
I think Josh might have a chance to talk to his team in just a couple of rounds' time, to be honest.
Definitely
face
will.
to face.
At least the turnaround mentality.
What the hell?
But
Pretty
maybe
accurate,
just throwing
but
out a set strat, an idea, anything to counteract this momentum that EDG have right now. And I mean, they're going to be going into it with bonus round weaponry. A couple other players didn't invest. They might be able to buy for the next. I mean, Kang might even
Stop streaming NA or EMEA and just start doing China. Dude, I see what the schedule's like for next.
It's very unusual the way that this map is played.
Dude,
out,
maybe
just because it's a
maybe
map
we
that
have to
G2 have
prioritize the
and
best
EDG have
region.
looked a bit rough on in China,
Right.
But also because G2 have all year been excellent at shutting down individuals that meet them one by one and get double kills, get multi-kills on them. They are very, very good at
Artist is going to go to China. Bro, Artist don't need... China doesn't need Artist right now. I'll say that much. They're doing great. This was Artist's backup plan, man. It's all going wrong for him.
Try and get your way past this one here with a Dizzy getting that acknowledgement. It's G2 sending a couple of bullets through. Do collect the one. Drone as well on top of it. Kang has to respect that. So we'll back away. Chi-Chu. Re-exploration. Underhand with the flash as well. Right from behind. That is sublime, man.
Yeah, maybe too much for Kang on this one, but what do we...
Onto the corner. We'll have to give that one up. Backs himself away.
Oh yeah,
they know
you guys are
They
so...
want to refight it as well. These timings
They want a duel all the time.
Perfection once more.
There's a good flash and timing of the flash as well, though.
Here. 50 seconds left into the round. Could call for the pause, but your Viper's down and out. Can't even wall up and just try and fake like you could be rotating, faking like you could be walking up. Valen's hard committed, bodies and shoulders.
Bro, he can't be out in the open like this. Someone get him.
Just overcommitting here, and Valen's the one who's put a stop to all of that nonsense. Simon now, last one left. First one's good. 2 more players to deal with. It was just a slight tap.
Oh, he gets around the corner. You know they're swinging
Simon,
together.
A wonderful job to try and isolate these fights out, but only 2 bullets left
2 bullets.
to work with. Before he has to commit to the
I
reload.
kind of thought he was going to do that. I'm not going to lie to you. Nice run from G2. The confidence from EDG needs to get shut down. Some of the stuff they're doing, it's awesome that they're doing it together though. Like, it's not like it's one person like heavy overheating or anything. It's like they're all super confident. They're all just out here just fighting together the whole time. Like, everyone's committing. Like, look at these guys. They are straight up out in the open, but at least they're doing it together.
Even when they take fights out in the open, trying to force the tempo up against G2. They would have to... They would have to take risks like that and lose it so much more, though, for this map to become even close.
Dude, they're taking turns.
Just 1 for 1, isn't it?
Is it the server?
No way.
Why not for Jonah P?
Brutal.
See, the thing is, people are going to say that Jonah P's rattled in that situation, even though Smoggy did it earlier, and you know, he
when they were dominating,
massively leading.
Oh, yeah.
Not everything's fodder for the armchair analysts, but
it is for me. Ready to pick it apart. 2,000 years of Roman war can teach you. This Kang is hyper committed. He's got nobody alongside him here. The Z connects though. They should know he's up top, and the dash will not save you. Nobody. Again, seeking to at least.
What? Why did nobody look so? Did he get flashed and we didn't see it, and we went back to him or something?
Well.
That looked really weird from his POV.
Timing, but now he is just fully committed once more into the corner. Chichu responds, vacuuming up that space, but he's traded in that discipline, rearing his head. The G2, he was singing the praises, expecting that level of play from them. It will grant them at least a round winner. It looks towards.
He's waiting for the flash, yeah, but.
Real chances for Smoggy in this.
Hey,
there shouldn't be an opening.
I agree with you, but he kind of wasn't. If that makes sense. He wasn't like ready at all.
Spacing super tight.
There it is.
Beautiful as well.
Okay, this one is a great sign. Like this was a confident round. Force him down to eco.
G2 were trying to do these things earlier on, and the individualism from EDG was shutting them down. They were also slightly off, just ever so slightly, in terms of those multiple swings and timings.
Yeah, I mean, give him what, half a second? Give him half a second, the flash goes in. I reckon he was like trying to wait for it, because it was kind of in front of him, the flash, so he was like waiting to turn, I think.
Shh, keep it down.
Like waiting for the cue of his teammate of the pop, him to just turn.
You can't ask the crowd not to react when you bungle something at the beginning of the round, man. They're just going to do that.
That's funny.
That
EDG.
is funny.
Lighter weaponry here. Went for an attempt. Nobody will not give up this space either. In fact, the rest
this
of
pause is great.
Him. Very pushed up through A main. Looking for a play. With the peak though. Turret did not get broken.
Timing's a little bit unlucky for G2 here.
Staying alive throughout this round.
I'm very lucky for Kang.
Really seem good enough here, but if Chichu can.
I like what he's done here though. Like he uses the dash early and then he goes back for more. Nice shot from Lev. A great flash once again from Simon.
Live and active into it. Phantoms in hand. Jonah P will offset most of it.
Another sick round with 4 people alive. Their money's really good. Money's really good. One away from Jonah P's or Trent.
Like I said, that duo play between either
right?
Chichu and
Oh no,
Simon,
okay, he has his ult.
and then trying to set up Smoggy, who had the stinger. Jonah just swings kind of behind a few of the rest of his pack and takes them both down. He's anti-flash. Deals with them really nicely there. But Valen did use Reckoning. So they're not
they use
saving
Harbor
big ultimates for big moments. They use the Thrash.
Right, they just got to go round by round at the moment, really.
They're not
Logic _Valo, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the gifted.
Right now, this
China
round really
_ on
matters.
top.
I can't blame them. EDG are up to 11, but you are right. Sometimes you have to take flight. Stretch whatever resources you have. Really quite thin. Drone.
Don't ignore the other gifted. There was another one.
Dizzy as well, so nobody knows that there's 2 players here. Despite that fact,
What the hell? Who is this Anon, bro?
So
Not a chance I can say that. Thank you, Anon.
These are the kind of moments where it worries me that nobody is playing aggressively like this, because again, you're 5 rounds up. You actually don't need to take these kind of risks. But maybe a risk like this will end up putting them over the line.
Just feed waiting to happen, Trent. Okay, drone's going to be used as well, so nobody will get the hell out of there. Lockdown's going to be used as a response to this. EDG going to be...
They have Sovereign.
Yeah, there's a Sovereign to break this one. So
I mean, yeah, we're going for this.
As well, plant down from
This was nice. They waited a little bit as well, so
get themselves into the post plant.
they get a plant. They use Cove to cover Wingman. They got double mollies down.
On B, by the way,
he's going to be trying to wrap this one while nobody's way
And
ahead of the
it's
rest of
a
his team as
solid
well.
round from G2, man. Both of these attacks look
Honestly, the
great.
fight might just be over
Nice
before
shots,
Jonah even
bro.
gets into the fray. I see. 3 on the board.
Put
there's
a
2 plays left
duelist
to stand.
on
You know the maths.
Gecko.
To potentially an ace, but not anymore. Jonah P.
Ordered him as well. Waiting for Icy. Here comes Icy.
All the timing's taken. And Icy's just running his body in.
Nicely done. This was very good from G2. What do you reckon? EDG timeout?
And Icy's not too far away from Thrash now as well after he popped off in that round. He's only 1 away. So after my criticism of how G2 were using their ults, they've actually just managed to win an incredibly crucial round, fairly dry, to get the ult cycle working again. And as much as we were talking about, EDG massively in the lead.
Weird play this round.
Here we go. Let's see the weird play.
Are going to take a tack timeout, and you hear Trent already calling it out there. he's expecting something unusual. Something that's going to knock G2 off their game to push them over the edge. I could absolutely see that.
Change the YouTube title.
Yeah. If there was going to be any round where Kangkang's going to dig a tunnel and pop up behind you or something. some kind of weird thing that
Bro's been watching too much Pokemon, man. What?
Yep,
It
certainly.
would be this one. Yeah, but what I was going to say was G2 are actually starting to make this look reasonable. The gap's down to 4. They've just won 4 in a row. And we're starting to see Valen really heat up with his attack side call and getting a nice read on what's happening in the game. So,
how many rounds do G2 need before you start to become a bit of a
YouTube title has been changed. Should be better now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Logic underscore Valo, thank you so much. Gifted, this is a relatively normal one from you, Logic. Thank you so much, man. Trent underscore FPS.
It is game on at that point. Obviously,
Trent.
2 more rounds is not the easiest thing in the world for G2 to be able to string together. That would be 6 in a row. But let's keep our focus in the here and now, because Trent was
Still,
expecting
whoa.
something silly, something weird.
Why is it red?
About to find out if EDG have been cooking with it. As you mentioned,
Yeah,
there's
they
Storm in the mix for Kang. Be holding on to this one.
It's still kind of scary just because he has knives.
Not going for any stacks.
Jonah waited like what? Just a little bit longer for that one. Secure it. Recon goes over towards A, gets in shot, and G2 really are waiting for something weird.
That G2 do
Without
not
passive
go A
default.
early on. You see that the A site is pretty open almost all
That
the
one,
time. There's only nobody holding towards there. This looks
That
like
one
very
Logic
specific
is
predicate
more
against G2
like your normal ones. Thank you for the gifted, Logic.
Thus far, it's been all right, but G2 have done great with the space that they've taken on A. They're so patient here, G2, waiting for that aggression, but EDG also matching them bar for bar with the patience.
Yeah, right down to that minute mark. And through mid, Chichu wants to take the peak. Why committal? No heads to be popped.
You can't allow the time to run too low here if you're Valen, because nobody has that Hunter's Fury.
Seeing that pressure as well, might be calling for a
Okay,
few
2 pass and fake.
moving over towards them.
Do these 2.
Not too much.
Dude, look at him though. Every single time he re-clears instantly over towards A. Round before they pushed him off, he went back aggro. It was in spawn. This one, he just insta re-clears. Got 4 people here, 30 seconds.
47 forwards need to be defended. It's not.
Yeah, 25 seconds.
Nobody in G2. They strike from the sides to pin to play. Double pronged in the approach, and guess what? It's worked out. Fully in the favor.
Dude, the flashes.
Again in the refight here with the rifles. They're going to try and sail their way through this course, but already it's tumultuous indeed.
Nicely done. Oi, shout out to Kang. That info here, just not getting pushed off, was everything, man.
G2 were ready
5
for
chances.
G2 knew it was coming,
Big
and
info
yet they
from
still
Kang.
could not stop it. Ran perfectly into
Yeah, 4 people
that
with the
read.
wall up. As soon as they get that kill and they stop the
EDG
plant
had
from
4
Wingman,
players
it's just
rotating over to
open.
the A side. Only Kangkong on the other side of the map before the plant was even anywhere near ready to go down.
Yeah, and this little 1-2 again. They're playing so well together. Like so well together.
Now, whereas it looked like those 4 in a row were going to set a comeback. onto
Every
the
single
path for
swing we
G2.
see right now from EDG has someone either ready to swing off the contact or like swinging at the same time. They are just a unit at the moment. Every single thing is like calculated from EDG.
Now under pressure on the shoulders of G2 right now. Once more playing it slow initially here, but now waiting it out and taking a main control. They have ults to use.
I think this is one of the key things that people are struggling against some of the Chinese teams. They always re-aggro the pressure. You're not wrong, because it was like they...
Simon is swinging wildly into
dude, Simon's been really good as well, even just util-wise flashes. It was like what we were talking about on Bind Bacon, like where they did like the NRG, like when I was comparing them to Stage 1 NRG, when they're doing like the fake question mark and it insta gets cleared. Like all the Chinese teams are using like numbers of people to re-clear, and it is annihilating the Americas teams at least today.
Can even afford to clear. This setup looks nice from nobody in Chichu.
It's a crossfire.
This is what I'm saying. There's always someone here. There's always someone here to trade it. 30. Wait, what's his real HP? 62? Damn, bro. Okay, solid from Icy. Yeah, he's been good in these couple of rounds.
It's survival. That's
Last
what
3
that
rounds,
means
he's been
for
really
G2.
good. Okay, 5 chances down to 4.
My God, did it take everything from them?
Yeah, it's just not
EDG's
a
setup
it's not a
looked
convincing
really
round.
solid on site there. They've
They had a
been
few of
breaking
them,
these
but
swingmans very consistently when they've been coming into A. Thrash was irretrievable. Didn't make a difference in the round at all, and yet
3 of
IC
them
didn't
ate that
need it.
flash. It was a great flash from Simon.
Great kills towards the end, and fantastic fake plants for him to be able to get up into a position to win that.
You can't argue with that.
Leaf is picking up an attack side op to try
Yeah,
to make something
EDG
happen. 4 chances remain. for
just
EDG
down to an
close.
eco. Got a hero gun.
Kang himself.
Yeah, dude, any little bit of pressure, they're just like, hey, let's see if anyone followed it up.
It's gonna be fading away, though.
I actually think the attack op would work pretty well. Like, once you take map control, you just hold it with the attack op.
And Chichu going re-exploring into mid.
Is that why China have to use attack ops all the time? Because everyone just re-clears all your info? Like, everyone just re-clears any little bit of map pressure. And you have to have an op on attack to just make sure that they can't do it.
No idea. Nobody looks like he wants to take another swing at this. They still have the turret up for mid information, but they're so hungry for it.
Yeah. Difficulties here for ED, or for G2, I should say, is don't want to be running into the same problems that opened you up for the thrifty loss earlier. Got EDG up to 12, with time becoming an issue once more.
Either
Thrown up and over the nice dodge, only tagging onto the one as well. Might
Gotta
be
keep an eye out. This guy's this guy's so confident. Wait, chill.
Gonna be into his face as well. Plenty of targets up and over Jonah P. Just didn't know
What's
which way
going
to
on?
adjust.
They
It is
didn't
sick,
expect him to
surely.
be so close, man. They expected him to be running him
Take away
back.
this map. Nanoswarm's at your feet, Detted, ready and waiting. Trent is spotted.
Oh my god, he did everything. He got 4. Okay, they're so insane, bro. They're so confident. They just stick in positions where people should normally fall back, or you would expect them to normally fall back.
An
And this was
incredible
G2's
map to
map
open
pick as
things
well.
up in this series. EDG want the win. They've taken a massive.
Hey, Simon
scalp
played
there
really
by
well.
taking
Not just that
Icebox
map,
away,
but like
and it's their brand new
his
player
util.
Simon that closes things
What I
out.
meant to say, not just his
Phenomenal
fragging.
stuff from EDG all
Like
throughout
his
the map
flashes,
as
I felt like
well.
every time he did a flash, it was
Absolutely
just 2+
deserved.
people
And
eating
now
it.
It's shaky ground and territory as we look forwards to Haven. Map 2 for G2.
I mean, this was a good icebox, man. That was, yeah, just overly impressed with EDG. I actually think they've been focusing a little bit on their icebox. Monsieur Poseidon, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 5 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that. Not the level of FPX's icebox. They were dueling very heavy together. It definitely looked pretty. Stephen Liggy, I'm doing good today. How are you doing? See you. Okay, chat. Ads coming.
I ain't tryna live broke like you be. I've been coming for the bag, I do me. Will I get paid? Absolutely. Cause you better knew a boss like take off. I ain't left all bad and bougie. Heard them talk, they barely knew me. I ain't let no stranger fool me. When I came in the game, y'all showing that fake love. I ain't look past your jewelry. Now this ride is foreign. Every whip I drive imported. Anybody know me, they know. For this game, no, I'm dying for it. I'm on now. Give me that crown, yeah. Ain't nobody out here really wanting with me. I'm going hard while you falling asleep. I got it all cause I deserve it all, dog. Just being honest, they don't wanna see me honest. I'm taking over this game now and that's a promise. Stay out of pocket, they don't wanna believe I got it. Give me that crown now cause I'm the king, call me your highness.
a great day to be a fan of VCTC, and I'm now joined by the head coach of EDG, Muggle, and Luna here to do some translations as well. Now, I've heard a lot of discourse that looking at EDG this time around is giving the same feeling as you guys back in Masters Tokyo. And of course, at Shanghai, you guys underperformed a little bit. So how did you guys manage to turn things around and look this good in the space of time that you guys have had?
很多人都说觉得这一次的 EDG 有一些回到东京大师赛的那个感觉了。那在上海大师赛可能表现并没有那么的达到预期，但是现在你们表现得这么的好，是做了哪些调整呢？
进行了一些记忆阻断练习吧，就是忘掉某一些我们后面可能学习的太杂七杂八的东西，然后回归这个游戏最本身的玩法。
I think we're trying to forget that kind of things really like make us be chaotic. Just go back to the pure game.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. Thank you very much, Muggle. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everyone, and guys, it's happening! Oh no! Listen here, as the host of VCT Americas, let me just say for a minute, today's a dark day in our history. But hey, we're not out of the woods yet, right? I'm not selling out my boys in G2 quite yet here, but we got to talk about EDG because obviously not only did they win, they dominated, they looked great, they had their number, they shut them down round after round. I mean, Paperton, this was clinical from them.
No, I'm very, very impressed here with the game plan from EDG in that they get to the post plants, and what would normally happen with Paper X, they're sitting way back. Like, their furthest like forward player on A site is on A nest, and then they're like dice and then on the back.
Yeah.
They're getting ahead of that. They're pushing screens. They're trying to contest G2 when they're trying to cut in towards the site, and they're cutting players down on the way through, and that's what started to snowball their success. Snowball these rounds, and then when they'd get a little bit spicier, when they'd start to get the mud flowing, is when they get a few of those opening kills, and then they'd start pushing.
Join me in the mud. Right. No, but I will say, though, what Coach Muckle said, I mean, they played beautifully. That wasn't money at all. I actually quite enjoyed everything that I was seeing from the Machilios.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple scary moments where there was a run back happening, but I want to highlight Kong and Smoggy because from the outset, to be able to get that 9-3 half to start things off, it was widely on the backs of these two players with some really excellent setups from the likes of Simon as well, whose util usage was very much on point. But Kong and Smoggy, they were doing the heavy fragging in that first half. They got them that advantage, which then made it a little bit easier to close things out on the defending side. G2 trying to make it happen. It looked like we were going to be going into an OT for a little bit there, but ultimately EDG were able to put their foot down, and this is a fantastic way for them to kick off this series as, you know, again, G2's map pick.
Yeah, 100%, man. What a way to start off for them. And something we do got to note real fast is, you know, a big win condition for this G2 lineup has been Leaf for a very long time. And what he brings to the table on the lurks and how he plays around the map effectively, he was utterly shut down. He had little impact, which, I mean, that seems like a key to victory for them here.
I mean, I kind of talked about it, you know, what we were seeing from them over at Shanghai when G2 were having their struggles, when they were dropping games. It's when Leaf wasn't able to find that impact. But similarly, we saw some struggles from the likes of Trent, who's normally very much on point when it comes down to those Sova Dart lineups, but we saw a couple of them trying to interrupt those plants in that first half, going wide, not really landing on the mark whatsoever. So things like that need to be tightened up. However, as we have seen from G2 over in Shanghai, drop a map, get the download complete, come back in and dominate the series. That's still very possible here.
Yeah, very true, very true. All right, well, let's go ahead and cool down on the
Haven?
existential
Dude, I
dread
feel
of
like I
being
haven't watched
America's
Haven
fan
for ages.
a second here and just look at some bingo. We got some stuff to fill out here. So we got Icy gets first kill. Congratulations, Icy. You are very good at the game. And then we have Valen 3K. Ay, también. And then we get a tech pause. So, you know, just make fun of ourselves sometime. So we're so close. G2, brother, come on. You gotta clutch it out.
G2 just needs to win a map.
I mean, if G2 can get the win, if Clove gets picked at all, or, you know, there's a couple different things.
Team Ace would help.
We're hoping for the G2 map win so we can get bingo.
I think it has to be the series win.
Oh, it doesn't? We'll
otherwise
numbers.
we would have put in the EDG win.
Oh, that's just too much time. In any case, Let's go ahead
Elizabeth,
and hear what
hello,
Josh
how we doing?
RT has to say as we get ready.
Looks like we need a mental reset. Honestly, just felt like EDG had a better
I'm standing by
icebox.
with G2's head coach Josh
Yeah,
RT ahead of map 2.
some of the stuff didn't
we're
help
going to Haven, and
at the
Haven
beginning.
is already a map that we've seen you
They got
guys play
snowballed a little bit.
lot of in official. So without leaking anything,
Double
what can
pistol
we expect
also.
from you guys?
I think we're gonna have a much better performance this time around. I mean, we just experienced some tech issues in the first game, but given moving past that, you're gonna see a new Haven coming up. I think it'll surprise them a little bit, and we'll bring it to map 3.
Thank you very much. We love new stuff. Good luck.
New Haven.
Okay, a New Haven. Brother, I'm in. Okay, you know, sell me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's too shocking. This has been a very middling map for them overall. They've only played it twice and have a 50% win rate here in 2024 on that map. So doing something new, I don't think is going to be the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they were just running the stock standard Haven comp, right? Like the breach and everything that you would normally go, the KO, Sova, all that stuff. So this is going to be interesting if he says they have something new cooked up. What's
Tech
that mean?
issues?
That worries me.
Yeah, I don't know what went down.
A lot of teams are leading into Neon comps.
Whoa, okay.
Viper,
That's
Yoru.
the other one. Okay. And Kong, of course, going to be playing that Neon, so look for him to get real big impact with that.
Yeah, I mean, but this puts a lot more weight on Icy's shoulders as that Yoru, as that
this comp doesn't get much
Lewis
info.
here needs to be really smart about his timings because
Trent's got to do a lot.
struggle with
Like if you're
solo
EDG,
entry
you're just
Yoru,
looking at this
whereas the
right
Neon,
now,
that's
you
something that can go in
probably
and very
thinking
much
that
take over games.
Yeah, but
taking over towards A is good.
Very, very well on this map. Are very
That would be
similar,
A
at least,
defaulting
with the
a
Yoru,
lot.
So they've definitely got some good ideas to base it off of. You've got
Are they going to
Viper in
shut
there
down
now as
A,
well, so
I
you can use those
guess,
walls
with a
to kind of
TP Omen
obscure
flash?
what you're trying to do with the Yoru a little bit better and things like that. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to work for G2. They
Yeah,
got
let's
some
see what
very
they got.
This could be pretty spicy.
On paper, they've got everything.
Confidence going into this one, right?
There's
If
just a
you're
couple of
G2,
things that
you
maybe
put
the
all
comp
your
doesn't
eggs
do as
into
well
this
as the breach
basket,
comp, but
and it
they
better
got
pay
Viper as well,
off.
so
Can
they kind of
force a map 3?
have
Let's
some
send it
stuff they
back
do
over to your
better.
Casters, Bren, and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it's a lot resting on the shoulders of these G2 players that this Gambit, and I'm sure that they put time into, at least with this composition on Haven, but the fact that it needs to pay off here because you've already started a map down. It's unorthodox for sure.
And EDG's actually looking really competent on this map. I liked what I was seeing from them.
Hard agree.
EDG are going
Yeah, I
to
feel like I'm
defense
changing
side
my
of
sound
Europe
in my ears
with a
so
chance
much. These two
for
are go
another
quiet and loud all the
big
time.
win for China. Their flood defense on this map is beautiful
dude,
to watch.
4 classics with armor.
So whoever's
Okay,
job it
so
is to try to lurk
EDG
down
on
behind that
defense,
Viper wall.
G2 on attack, and they go
Lucky,
back
buddy.
to the Vipers. Back to the VIP
crashed
comp
up.
for people that aren't aware. Jonah P is the VIP. You get Viper over
Feigning
towards the
and
site.
faking that they're going
As
for
long
this
as
A
you have
pressure, it's gonna keep
smoke,
most
pretty
of
much
these
win the
EDG players
afterplan.
at least tethered to the spot.
It's
Actually, both teams faking
kind of as simple as
here
that.
because EDG were making it look like it was only nobody playing A when suddenly there's 4 players over in that side of the map.
Let's test it out on a pistol. We get over towards site. We have smoke. Yeah, this is gonna be a real test because it's gonna be 4v5.
Steady hands there for the kill onto Chichu, but catching this in theory and at least in
4v4.
practice too, Trent does get that kill.
The
So
smoke goes
Kang
over
down
towards
to 4
spawn. We
versus 4.
3
Spike
pass and
planted for
go
G2.
garage.
But at it re-exploration in
Dude,
from,
is Icy not just
40
gonna
health
get
will be
wrapped
dropped. He's
on?
looking to put the squeeze of the rest of his team onto these players here. Icy still comes up with one just before the tray, but they're missing his timings onto
Yeah,
one
I like this
another.
from
And now just
EDG
two
though. We
against
went
the
everywhere
three.
where
G2
the
gonna try and
Viper
hold
smoke
this one
wasn't.
back here.
Then do we
Util
make
the
sound
back
garage and we
pocket,
walk
Sam's got
through the
that fault line,
smoke?
so to be let loose along with the paranoia in through the back. Valen could not stand a chance against it. They know where to last.
Hey, this was handled really well, by the way. I didn't think. I don't.
Highlighting the ideas that they had coming
I don't
into this
massively
map.
think that
They look
G2
well
played it
drilled
great.
on Haven. That's why it's that
When they
scary,
took
tumultuous
garage here,
territory
you
for
should
G2.
probably have
It's a
this
map
guy
they-
that's
they haven't
behind
looked too hard
watching.
at. You know, they've had to experiment. They've
But
had
I
to
still
run
like how
different
EDG handled it
compositions
of
here, and
just
now,
let's
for
take
EDG, you're gonna start to see
garage
a lot more
or
of that.
reactively take middle.
Note as well that Jonah
garage.
uses his orb to place that over towards spawn and make the retake very difficult. Where did EDG come from?
Yeah,
From flank,
that's
from
the thing.
garage.
They
Only
know this
Jisoo,
smoke's
the
going down
only
over
player coming
towards
from
spawn, and so they
All
just
of
go
the others were
everywhere where in
EDG
theory
know how
they
to
actually
play
have a
against
chance
this
to get
composition.
out.
You can tell right from the pistol round that they're comfortable playing against Viper comps.
3-0, bro. The Chinese teams are dominating the pistols.
Smokey potentially going to be tested here.
We had 4-2 earlier, 3-0 here. Logic _ Valor, thank you for that, mate. Appreciate you again.
Yeah, they want to grab an orb, see if they
Still
can
not
pull
saying
a
that one.
few players out of position, maybe get a kill. Meanwhile,
I see
lobby
gets
control.
the Marshall out. Marshall Sheriff. Henry MTV _ Thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Thanks for the 7 months.
Against this Viper wall. It's aggressive.
Appreciate you doing that.
That is bonkers, though. I mean, going for the flash re-clear.
Okay, that is bonkers.
It's a gun given away, but Leaf has got his back wide open, so Simon will happily take that timing against him. Aftershock is good too, and through the back, Icy trying to TP and make a play happen. But
Okay, only lose the one gun on
this.
this.
EDG. Not too much damage and danger into it. It still keeps 3 of these players intact.
Yeah.
At least a few of the guns.
They're doing fine, though. There was 2 players that didn't even buy into that round, so they kept all 3 pieces of weaponry. They're doing fine. EDG's bonus is going to be very potent.
They just changed the Marshall out.
And we've yet to really see G2 a good opportunity to get in. That goes there.
Yeah, so should be one of their better strats the next 2 rounds in a row. G2, let's see what they got.
For Fnatic's comp, the Yoru makes space for an ISO. That doesn't exist here. Someone else on G2 has got to step up.
Ooh, late
Probably
trip
Valen
close.
going in and trading these out.
The sound bait here out towards A lobby.
Still making it feel like it's only nobody home on A.
That fault line still being held by Simon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Leaf at least heard or saw this go down early.
A little bit of mid-rounder, making sure that they can break some of this util. It's drone forwards and through B. All the trip's going to be dealt with here.
Good default at the moment from G2.
Down
Break trip close, they break trip garage.
It's good defaulting.
And they had A pressure.
Here? You silly
And
Billy.
Simon.
Dropped, man. He's taking the risk to try and get that mid-round information. Stun connects, but Leaf's covering.
Okay, well,
over the shoulder.
Bacon was talking about the fact that they like to insta re-clear as soon as there's like drone or some kind of pressure. And when you hold the pressure, it can look as stupid as that does.
He's the one in danger.
Oh, this is shout out to G2. As much as that looks mental.
Doesn't connect onto too many more of them as well. They want to make a good go of things here, but Trent's going to be swinging this with the might of the rest of his team, and they do put a stop to any sort of bonus round aggression.
That's a lot of economic damage done towards the end there.
That was a perfect example. Yeah, this was a perfect
Considering the way
example.
That this started
It's something
with
that
G2 fully in control, map
G2
control
didn't
all
manage
over
to
the
do
place,
on
breaking all of the Cypher utility, like very good slow defaulting. The
on
thing that you come to
Icebox,
expect from G2.
straight away here,
And
they
it baits out that
managed to
push
do it.
from Simon, which was absolutely ill-advised. Considering that's how the round began, the fact that they've done serious damage to the
Increase the sound? Yeah, I just increased it
Light
there.
armor
It should be
with
louder for you.
bulldogs
I
on
edited
two.
it on OBS.
That's a really solid bonus in the end, results-wise, for EDG.
Let me know after this round if I need to up it more.
Probably going to be seeing more of the same here from G2.
So they did
at the beginning.
pretty good damage still.
EDG fully disrespecting
Got 4 people here. We've got 5 people here that can't buy.
Popped up and G2, he wants nothing to do with it.
All goes in,
over the top as
smokes
well,
down
just
as
straight
well.
from the
Instant
lineup,
reaction is 3-person push behind, and
players
these
gonna try
two
to
get funneled
evacuate
into
into
Leaf,
the
who
arms
made
of Leaf.
base.
Already sucked up position in through garage here. They hear the footsteps as well. EDG just crossed up, nobody not expecting like Leaf could already have repositioned there. Fake into the TP, Kang. Not going to be setting his eyes there for long, but not also going to be winning out the fight. He's going to be dropped. And at this point, with just Simon and Smoggy left alive, forced to save these rifles.
And Simon's petrified. He thinks that Leaf is going to be coming around behind him. In his head,
It's a great round.
Leaf was
Great
just pushing
rounds.
out garage.
Got
and Leaf
everyone
is gonna
here
be
that has
popping
to
out of,
eco.
window or pushing around behind him. He thinks he's
2-4
fully
on
stuck
top
in
of
that
this.
spot.
Guy's gonna get
Obviously, we
1,000.
can tell that Leaf had decided not to take that particular snack and had gone off in a different direction to make sure that the
What are
post
these
was
names,
secure in
man?
other
Sliggy's
areas,
Big
but
Toe. Thank you for the Prime, bro.
EDG
Appreciate the 4 months. Thanks for the support.
Getting a
We're about the
little
name, but
stressed out in these final 2 rounds with the correct ways to respond to things. It was a beautiful insert, though, from Valen's calling to get Leaf into that garage window position. That was lovely. But what we've seen from EDG in China is that they enjoyed flood defending on C. And
But did G2 pick Icebox in that a bad map for them? It's also historically like a pretty bad, I say historically, this year it's been a pretty bad map for EDG.
Now, I think one of the reasons that they are feeling like they can't do that here is because they've got 3 people
it was like
defending A
both of their
very
weakest
late
maps.
into the round. They can never
So it was
be
more
sure
them
that
just
A is
picking to
clear. You watch the way that EDG
than
defend
maybe like their map.
on the A side,
And
they're holding
it
the
was
fault
maybe
line,
what
they're
Saint said a
holding
little bit
stunts,
as well
they're
in
not
chat
actually
earlier,
going
that
for
they kind
early
of got the
rounds,
confidence
flushing out
from
A
Paper
level.
X. Did he not?
There's no TP necessary. Nobody.
He did not.
Punished for the hubris. Yes, it is these weaker weapons in the hands of these EDG players, and they want to try and make usage of them. But
oh, Icy did good here, man. Gives the iron short also. That was cool. Hitch, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
who do they choose to get the plant to? Because Trent here picks up the orb.
It's going to be weaker.
Oh, with the plant as well, we get Sova ult for next big buy rounds.
Yeah, it's not necessarily weak, it's slow. I think that's the biggest issue that EDG are currently having. In an ideal world, they would want to flush out A lobby, clear it out, and then get back to doing what they're doing on the rest of the map.
G2 just going to be looking.
They got so much money that
alive,
probably Leaf goes a little bit aggro.
2 away from a pretty big ult.
Yeah, it might start swinging in like 5-10 seconds or so.
Don't really have to worry too much about losing some of these guns. Taking a jiggle, Silent spotted, taken out.
Now you can just see him holding heaven.
Last
There we
one
go.
right through the wall.
Insta spam. Nice, one away.
To add some additional context to G2's
do we time out?
We haven't seen it very much.
A lot of ults here.
We've only seen it twice, I believe. Both times playing this over Breach comp, which was a surprise to us. Because when G2 were playing in Tier 2 under the Guard, they were known for pushing forward this Viper Omen composition and really selling new ideas and ways of playing it. I believe they invented this version of the Viper Wall as well. Whereas other teams were using one that goes over towards
the attack wall. Yeah, this is the Guard attack wall.
A lot of other teams stealing their ideas, loving the way that Jonah P and Valen were playing on this map.
You're already seeing the difficulties for EDG to get a handle on that A lobby control. Unless they fully commit with bodies and a bit of utility to clear it out early. The Viper wall.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, I think nobody needs to be using his drone from short to clear out that area, while someone else.
I mean, they're heavy expecting the, you know, the TSM, like a classic Americas play, where you ult here, then you split over towards B, garage, and actually go into C. That is what EDG is set up for right now. We literally have Chichu hiding in this corner in spawn, so that once the ult gets fully committed to, he just swings around the corner and kills him. So EDG still done a lot of homework into this one, but the change up from G2 might haunt them a little bit.
Now they're starting to get a move on. Now they're starting to get here.
Fault line's good. Aftershock even better.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead,
but himself out of there with the util. Yes, at least now the roll in front of clears it. It's an open, an empty side at the end of the day. Kang.
It's an early tap.
Forced out the first wave of things, which happens to be the bullets. Snakebite lay it out on top.
Hard retake.
Alongside it, all grouped up. There needs to be an extra element here from EDG if they want to try and navigate this spot and situation.
Yeah, next tap they use Sova.
It's going to get that tag onto Valen. Going to be util used to clear him out here. Wall blocking the way, but holding it down out through garage and whipping the rifle around. Spraying.
Hey, I mean, very, very nice.
It was
yeah,
all quite precise
EDG here, the anti.
Well organized
and backfires a little bit because they're
I mean, a lot of ults to try and deal with
so
and get through there to even get themselves into a plant position.
Like they weren't even close to kind of flood
any
in.
of them out. I mean, in terms of the post-plant ultimates, sorry.
Shots, man.
The ultimates that G2 had in their back pocket to make that post-plant a checkmate situation, they didn't even have to use them. Specifically the Hunter's Fury, but Leaf with the kills even got his lockdown online. That's going to be another amazing one to add to the arsenal. So, tack timeout called here by EDG.
Yeah, and they can kind of scrap a lot of their anti, I'm pretty sure.
This is now 4 rounds in a row, likely 5
Might even be a
row.
timeout to be like that and just be like, well, everything's new, let's adapt on the fly, what do we got?
No. There haven't been any opportunities.
Talk about the fact they can't let them over towards the site. If they get the plant down, they're going to win the after plant.
They tried once to get
so they can maybe be a little bit more aggro.
Line in A lobby.
Op would help a lot.
That didn't work and the flank didn't pay off. It seems like they've been disinclined to go for it again. And unfortunately, what that means is G2 have just got their run of the map. Right now, it's almost like there's no defense for the first minute of the round as long as they don't go into a site. They can go garage.
Can EDG win champs? I'll let Saint answer that one. Biggest EDG fan there is.
They're not getting contested.
No. Free reign to just break all the util passively laid out across the map here, so Chichu's trips, there's no playoff.
His answer is it's not a question of can.
Must be having a nightmare as well.
You got a follow-up for that, Saint, or is that all you're giving us?
within the first 40 seconds. You know, G2 just taking their time with that one.
It's a question of how dominant will the final be.
The following noise cues, or knowing exactly where the hits are coming through.
Honestly, I
So
respect
defend,
just how in on it you are.
When it's getting slow to a crawl like this by G2, they're forced to spread their players out, and you can't really play to the advantages of the composition. Here's bit of a push, looking like they're trying to feign, like they're fighting over A lobby, at least with the early stun, and Kang is immediately getting the hell out of there, but it's just a cheeky play.
But EDG at the moment, just straight up default, they recon, they have a smoke behind, they know that they have all of A main control.
This is going to allow them to rotate other people off. You know, this line that he's on is going to allow the defenders to stack more over towards C rather than keeping those three cemented.
Recon gets shot. I like this though from G2. If the recon doesn't get shot, they walk into sight. Recon got shot, so they cancel this one. Walk back and try and take space over towards A once they cause a lot of pressure from C.
Using it, but already understands that the rotations have to be coming through fast at it. Nobody's going to need some help now. He's going to be swarmed into this short position.
Here we go. Let's see what Kang's got.
There, but it's going to be running short. Kills need to be found from it. The stun is almost perfect. Yes, indeed it is.
Bro, nobody hit a shot as well on sight, by the way.
They've got spades of it to try and refight those areas, and what a time to do it. And Trent. Oh my. 30 seconds left into the round, but surely you can't do it in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Spike hard committed into the middle of nowhere. EDG's
there is a lot of upgrades down here. Obviously, they're going to win fast, but
time on the clock, surely.
Yeah, no, there's no way. Unless there's a weakness that crops up here for EDG, but they just catch it. The contact is Trent sneaking around. So there's a thrifty win to put them onto the board.
And that's what EDG
very nice, man. Yeah, everyone got upgrades as well. Shout out to Kang. The timing of the recon here was really good as well. Recon kind of meant that kind of meant that literally no one could trade on it. Leaf just ate the stun.
Valen's the only one that could have bailed them
the
out
support
of
of
that
Utah was
situation.
great. Recon stun.
And he whiffed and also had Leaf jumping around in his face. Couldn't even see the player that he was shooting at, really. Small.
Hey, we got something aggro. We're going up against 4 ults, so they decide to go something aggro over towards middle. Stun, breach flash. No.
And they won't be too worried about dropping it. Kang looks to disrupt.
So it was reactive off some things. So they wait. Okay, they were waiting for the turret.
Kang,
you are in trouble.
But he just cannot escape.
Where's the rest of the team, man? Simon.
He knows he has to get aggressive in that spot, though, because if you just let G2 fight, that ult combo is gonna be deadly.
There's meant to be a stun there, but I think there was maybe a duel over towards window, or because the timing was off. Like, they delayed the turret for so long, and then Kang, they obviously had a plan once the turret goes out. But I think over towards B, I don't know if there was a little bit of pressure at window or something, but it messed up the timing. So they didn't have their util out. And I think he opted for a flash in middle for someone that faced window or something. Either way.
It's a risky play that does not pay off for him.
It backfires a little bit.
EDG will go for it.
They messed it up, yeah. I think E2's like delay of it messed it up for sure.
If they can't, this is looking
they
like
might have done something at window that I missed as well.
But
Simon's missed.
With a couple kills, with 1 or 2, suddenly it becomes worth going for.
Especially with the damage done to Trent already. Simon's got
no Viper smoke here. Where's the Viper smoke from B? Oh, they're doing the Viper smoke to.
Did you have a plan around it?
Yeah, they do this Viper smoke to create pressure, but we have the camera that goes above.
Here, time is going to start to tick here for EDG. Smoggy waiting for his win con to try and play himself into this spot. Blinded up, matters
a great flash from
Icy.
Icy.
G2 got that discipline, making sure to play together as a pack.
Good money for EDG though. So good that they could maybe even drop Kang an op if he wants to.
He's the player with 250 credits.
I do think an op would go pretty hard here.
The others might be able to scrap together a buy. We'll see what decision they end up coming to. But yeah, that's the reason that Kang goes so aggressive at the start of the round. If you allow G2 to get into a spot, they're just going to Yoru ult. If the Yoru spots somebody on site, they can Solver ult afterwards. Very difficult to dodge that. Lockdown also to try to open up sites. They've just built up such big ult combos that they can use here to try to close out this half. We're in round 9 already. And EDG have actually ended
up
in
a whole mini game with the smokes over towards B. Oh, really? Smoke went in, blocked the cam, and now they have a higher cam. D2 haven't found the higher cam that sees the
retake. That's why I said it might have just been a save round, but they were baited into going for it after that pick on.
Okay, they decide to go for a low buy on this one. It's still a very good low buy, and it's still a scary round for G2. One of the first times that EDG gone like super aggro over
control
top.
out towards C as well. There's a lot of information to give the rest of EDG.
They go aggro everywhere. They kind of know that it's a B right now. Or they're at least sitting in spawn.
Thrown out. Used pound for pound again. Broken, taken out.
How many? Okay. Nicely done. He knows because the guy at long here put so much emphasis on trying to shoot the drone, and you're only really doing that if you're trying to protect someone. Like normally you would just let the drone go, right? It doesn't matter too much. You can just play further back and just run away. But because he's putting so much emphasis on actually trying to shoot it.
Really putting a squeeze down. That's ludicrous.
Wait, what?
EDG and winning Thrifty rounds.
Yeah,
Iconic.
They've done another one.
Also, I am loving these fault lines from Simon. Oh my god, they're coming from Narnia.
He's cooking.
Straight out the wardrobe. I mean, he is miles away when he's throwing these. Take a look at this.
Yeah.
Have a look at the minimap and see where he is. He's on B.
And he's throwing that one out.
He's
Make sure that nobody can swing off of Trent.
Yeah.
Both of them there as well.
Trent jumps through there, and his movement indicates somebody on
the thing that
G2 is
happened from
supposed to trade
G2
that
here
out.
is normally you expect, like, if they go aggro like this and they know there's two people here, most teams won't go aggro on C. It's normally like one aggro instead of a double aggro.
It's been a number of rounds
because they know they're
since
doing
Leaf
like a
has
passive
had this
default waiting, that's why they can
could
do.
have tried to build
Kang gets a kill, they're not expecting him to be here, picks up the gun and snowballs.
Short, tuck it into Bunny.
And pretty much what I was saying is
Instead,
happening.
he's
The
been
fact that they're
covering
going
the
to
flank.
carry on being super aggro.
Really in a position to use it.
This is one of the ways you can play against the Viper comp. It's so strong in the afterplants with the Viper smokes here that you can push behind.
Nothing to take.
Want to go behind A if they go.
The players have already pushed up from G2 straight into mid with the drone. Again, they are none the wiser.
Yeah, they've completely owned this.
Kang leading the charge.
Leaf, alarm bot, still in hand.
Striking right where it hurts. It's G2. You're going to be left reeling, and you have to pivot. You have to hard react now into the A site. It's the only option open. But already they've got these kill trip setups, and Smoggy's already repositioned. The reinforcements have arrived at that. An ult committed up onto the high ground.
Is a Viper
position for G2 to be in.
Some damage. What was this?
But he's pushed back and away from it with the damage done onto all of them. And already tagged up. A kill to be claimed.
Definitely not going to Viper anymore. I think they hit some nice shock darts from
Simon's right from
nobody,
behind.
maybe.
Again, put in the squeeze and just not expecting it.
So big, so good right now.
EDG are coming out with some brilliant, unexpected moves.
And G2, if they don't talk about it, you might see the coach do a timeout here, because they need to talk about the fact that they've gone aggro. And if no one's mentioning it in comms, you're probably calling a timeout.
It's been based off putting people in unexpected positions. Kang tucks down into a spot. Simon stuns off the back of it. This round, they get a triple push coming out of C. They're finding the gaps in G2's expectation and G2's literal gaps in their defenses, if you want to talk about that round.
G2 have had 4 ults. Yeah, they keep going aggro because of the ults as well.
A timeout call for G2. I think they could have been fast playing some of these ults. At this point, I mean, you're not going to get them back in the half.
No.
Right? So it comes down to finding the right moment for them. But
I mean, you got them so early on, you're basically going to get 1 ult per half at this point.
Yeah. Are you going to really be able to find moments to use Lockdown, Hunter's Fury,
Coach
and
the players,
all in one round?
Yeah.
Probably not. That's why I was advocating for using them in round 9, round 10, maybe even earlier. But all right. It's 5 apiece.
Simon Masterclass? Yeah, I mean, his stuns have been on point, apart from that one round where Kang went aggro on
But still with a nice
Garage.
comeback here to even things up. G2
Yeah, we're still
still
holding on to a lot of ults at the moment.
In the danger zone potentially, but there's only 2 rounds left to play for in this first half.
So now if I was EDG, I would probably be thinking that they're gonna do this one.
What are they going to go for?
Wonder if they're like on top. Interested to see where the Cypher goes. But I also think in the
offset against the conditioning that they've been laying down, which is that slow
timeout,
play, but
yeah, he's at least close for it. I think in the timeout they said that we scrap all the anti and we just play normal.
But no, G2 decide to play this one
Yeah,
pretty
Recon doesn't get shots, they kind of know that short's clear. The alarm bot actually goes down towards long as well.
Not sure what happened with the alarm bot in the previous round. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah,
to it.
I mean, Leaf just held on to it, and I don't know if that was like their way of checking garage or what, but...
Through spots out most. It's the trip here for the defensive setup. Kang's at the up though. Great line of sight. Good awareness though from G2, already jump spotting this one with the smoke in their face to try and feign like they're crossed up here.
A lot of this is the timing of the timing of. Okay, Diamond probably has a pretty good stun.
Down, Hunter's Fury now into the corner.
Diamond's miles away, can't stun on this.
Haven't seen that one in
nice
quite
from
some
Trent.
time. Reminiscent of EG on Fracture back in the day. I see we'll be able to get that plant down as a result of that one. So baiting him in, but he hadn't cleared Smoggy, but the trade is intact. And there, Valen rewarded with it. That patience that's being played, and with the pit drop down into the back.
This was just
desperately hunting for the neural theft. He does get
you can
off
tell
and stays alive.
G2 in this timeout just like more together. Make sure we have
that information.
our alarm bot down.
Again.
Let's start using these ults to secure the round.
Basically dead to rights.
EDG still doing pretty good against the Viper, right? They never retake over towards spawn because the Viper just has it on lockdown. So they take all of this space and they win some duels.
It's
not planted for
I mean, maybe.
It's playing out wide here. To tap.
Maybe they can
he's
still
not playing onto the contact. Jonah P is going to be weaving in and out. Still going to be coverage. There
Whoa.
he jumps around the corner, but it's Diamond who saves the bloody day.
Whoa, it was close, man. It was real close, yeah. Because obviously they had to go re-clear all of this map control.
That's a ridiculous situation because there wasn't a player on G2 there that really slowed that down. EDG probably could have played that half a second quicker and still had the same result. I mean, you know, Valen maybe slows things down just a slight amount, but it's all just based on when G2 gets on that diffuse.
Chat, was there an Omen ult? They used 3 ults,
Wasn't
right?
quite there early enough.
Oh, there was an Omen
Final
ult
round
that
of the
I
half.
was
Feels
not on
like
top of.
EDG
Okay,
could
so
have
all
had
4
that one in the
ults.
bag.
Yeah, definitely a timeout to be like, well, guys, we should probably keep a simple plan. Use your ults here. Make sure the alarm bot's down towards long. Turret's here.
Kang into the appropriate spot. I see. Spam down into the corner here. Smoggy, though, is going to be going down. Valen will not leave
Dude,
that
look
one
at Kang.
uncontested. Nobody.
Look at Kang.
Paranoia's
Oh
be
boy.
But at least with the draw, no way! Backstabs in play. Kang with all that positioning. 6-6. That is an explosive
6-6. Okay, G2.
To the first half of Haven.
I mean,
and one
it's not
more
too bad. It's kind of
situation
the average that you get on
EDG
this.
find the gap.
Problem is
Bait them
G2 haven't
into a
been
big
winning a
fight and
Fisto
sure,
yet.
Walk down mid. Kang is right there for the backstab. It looked like G2 had all of their pieces prettily set up throughout this half. And yeah, EDG have still responded.
Salvaged it, man, just from the scraps as well. Forged the path to 6-6, and still, you got to think it's anyone's game.
Yeah. Who won pistols? Yeah, 3-0 pistols, EDG at the moment. An attack-sided map. It's a little bit weird when it's the Viper comp though. Like sometimes you can really lock it down with the Viper comp and the fast floods over towards Saints. Did I see the artist tweet? No, I didn't see the artist tweet. Probably something about him moving to China. Something along those lines, I guess. What's the fast update on the LEV game? They just kind of got outplayed a little bit on the 2 maps. Bind was really good. Bind was a really, really good watch. Then Ascent, they just stomped them. And Sunset, Trace were never going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like G2 were in complete control, to be honest, at the beginning. It was only EDG grabbing that pistol round, but the Thrifty win on round 7, and a string of rounds that really followed as well, just from that lack of respect that
Including
EDG was
another
showing.
Thrifty.
That's
Oh, they said China is the only one region in Valorant. Bro, literally flip-flopped within the space of what?
And expectations again,
a day?
kind of a skew whiffed. EDG, what we do know about this team is that their execs are nasty good, very well drilled and tempered. And they're going to be putting that pressure and applying it straight to a lot of these G2 players.
Yeah, EDG actually found success there in a very different way to the way that they were winning in China. And I think that's a sign of a team that's doing well on the global stage, where you're able to take not just your strengths that we're getting you across the
When
line.
do teams take
against the
timeouts on
champs.
eco runs? Because you can
But
do
being
something
able to
crazy in the
adapt to
eco,
what's put in
and
front
also you can do like a bit,
realizing
like
if we
whatever
just find these guys
adaptation you
straight
want
up,
to
we're losing
do.
the macro game.
It's not as
And
like
realizing that
obvious.
you need to take
If
risks,
that makes sense.
find those moments
Because
to
everyone's
push
so
from
busy
defense.
focusing on like the eco rounds. Sometimes
yourselves
like
tucked
whatever
into
the change up that
one-and-dones
you're
and
doing
then
for the
baiting
big
yourselves
spy
out with
rounds,
the breach detail.
it's not as
All of those
obvious.
plays that we
Whereas like if it's a really
probably
obvious
on the
change up that
fly,
you need to do,
worked out
and then you're doing it on a buy rounds,
I think the
like
pressure
everyone's
is
so
all
fresh
on
in their
G2
head, they know exactly what's
all on
happening.
them.
Kind of outsmart
And
them.
that might seem a little
Sometimes you
unusual
need
if you're
to.
not familiar with
Sometimes you need
Valorant
to do it
because
in a timeout. Sometimes you
G2
need
is
to
not
do
the top
your
seed coming out from
adaption
Americas,
like here.
but they did
You're
very
changing
well
your
in
stuff up here
Shanghai.
just because obviously,
Felt
again, if
like
it's really
they
obvious
choked
what you're
the
going to be doing,
finals in
the other
Americas.
team
They
know
felt
that.
like they should have been lifting that trophy.
Also, it's fun on ecos, like to have some kind of idea, something that you think is going to work well, and it's a little bit freer doing it on an eco. Like if you think, let's say garage for a second, you think that there's a one-way smoke here, but you know they're not holding it. Like against an eco, you're probably more likely to walk through the one-way breaker.
G2 would certainly set that
the
kind of
stuff that you
tempo
think
and
could
pace
work.
forward. It's going to be utilized.
You can kind of take a risk on that.
Responded by G2 to try and push back.
Like you might have a player that is 80% of the rounds you look at their setup would work. You could do that and call it on an
Rough
eco.
one. That might have just saved G2 a little from that.
And then do like a bigger macro change up for your
They still
buy
have
rounds.
paranoia.
Okay,
They
3-0
get
pistols
out.
at the moment for EDG. They take over towards A.
Nicely sitting with
That
a
sounds,
flash in the back
at least
pocket.
now.
5 seconds until the fault line comes back, and the recon.
So the timing's been weighted out, so EDG do have that.
And Trent.
They can never go with it.
Trent should be good for
Smoking
this.
short is
Oh.
causing problems. Kankan's just going to.
No,
Okay, just
I
walk
knew as
straight
soon as I
through
said it, he
No,
moved
you
position
took the
that he was
clips,
going to
lucky again to be
he's going to
alive.
go
There was no
down.
damage really.
Yeah, as soon as the smoke starts getting a little bit low, he lost his
45
positioning on
seconds
this.
left.
Still pretty hard to
Get
get
the
over
dart
towards
at
the
their
site.
backs.
Recon scans the
Recon
guy in the
broken,
corner.
Still lighting them up, and a crossfire setups
matter.
are definitely enough. G2 didn't budge, didn't get rooted away from this
Shots,
spot.
man.
Trent
Nicely done from Trent.
delivers
Like
a
I said, full
four-piece
confidence the whole time that Trent
to
had
set
that
the
unlocked.
stage here in the second half.
They get the
of
first
Haven.
pistol, 1-1.
Fantastic paranoia as well from Valen. Didn't get baited out with that first wave of utility because
Also just a
of the
different setup from what
miscoordination between
G2
Simon
normally
and
do,
Kankan.
right? It's normally Viper
So
smoke
then when
here,
it's
wall
available
over
towards the end,
towards
blinds everyone that
But
could
this
have
is the
followed
first time
up,
that we see the
and Kankan
Viper
gets
smoke
chopped
over
down by that
towards A long.
crossfire. Valen
And
and
honestly,
Trent there.
if this team kind of just
Really
heavy
nicely
XX through
able
long
to
and
catch
not up
the
short,
duelist.
this should
Everyone else
probably
also
own them.
is basically swinging through this Viper's orb. It's a different spot, more of a hard anchor spot rather than a flood defend for A. Also, we haven't
Still
seen
do the
G2 play
smoke.
with Viper in a long time, so hard to know if this is standard or a specific read into how EDG exec.
There's a lot of unknowns.
A hero Marshall for
Learning
Kankan.
alongside everybody at home.
It's cool as well. They just want to get
Flood
the orb,
defense
so they
strat
just do
looks
one-way
like
smoke
it's
over
gonna be
towards C.
As a lot of people do. Most teams are going to be running that.
Go.
Throw a smoke over.
Okay.
Get the
No
vulnerable
chances
up,
from Trent. We're not even
reinforce this
gonna
position very quickly.
like that. Not even a little jump
Kinda
peek
not
onto
willing
that
to
one.
reveal the fact that he's holding on to the
A little,
Marshall.
a little bit of pressure over towards B, and then we hit
Now
over
an attempt
towards
over
C.
towards the C
And we
side.
have
Util
this
is
wall,
always
which
gonna be
means
good
you can
for it.
flood in. That's why we
Mentioned
get
how
3
good
people
EDG's
back a
XX are,
site.
but they don't really have the weapons for it, so we'll have to be Util to try and save the day.
Oh.
Leaf peeks up and over, realizing he wasn't favored, going to be backing away, and a pause is called at just the right time. Refighting into the back of the site will not turn up with absolutely anything. It's cleaned up.
One of the better ults to try and get
Stack 'em
online
up,
early
knock
as well
'em
from
down
Jonah.
by Jonah P himself.
Right, just one armor rebuy.
Nobody saving in that round, though. They went for the full buy-up. A lot of respect being shown for EDG. But that also means no Vandals, no, Phantoms to carry forward. So this is light weaponry that G2 are coming into their bonus round with. It's good, though, to play scrappily inside smokes. So that's something that EDG are going to have to watch out for and dodge here. And EDG would love to get off on the right foot. Losing this round.
Change their wall a little bit. They do their wall from
Possibility.
here now, so it
Might
leaks
just send them
over towards
spiraling.
middle.
Flash through into mid, a couple of stray shots.
Like, it used to always leak a little bit over towards garage and middle.
Bit of posturing
but-
from Kankan. Overall, though, nice and slow. Drone timing, I believe, missed there by Trent. He's not going to be able to see too much information, and a shot whiffed by Icy. Looking to get posted back up onto that one. Trent is going to be under so much pressure once more here with a drone into his face. He's going to try and take a timing past it.
Ooh.
He's way ahead of it. Question is, does he come up with any results as well? The fuel timing.
Wait.
He could
so much damage.
In Coming through into the back as well as the dart. He doesn't reveal it. Bulldog spray is
recon is
leaving it at
everything,
that, but
man.
at least he claims the kill. The trade down, Snakebite up and over the top as well, only applying a slight amount of vulnerability, and as they attempt to play and swing off of that.
Sova savior for both of this. We got Recon that really saves them because this guy can get multi-kills, and then we have the trade. The Breach can actually get under Heaven as well. There's
EDG showcasing that they're happy
was it
to do
Omen
a
or was
two-wave
it?
exec to try to get through
I'm
that
pretty
Viper
sure.
wall, Viper orb.
Pretty sure it was.
But if they're gonna sit there, drone, and then execute afterwards, I thought he teleported straight into the trip there.
There's a chance.
Yeah, if they're gonna do that kind
It's
of
close
play,
to
it's gonna
absolute
give G2
disaster.
a
Yeah,
lot
the
of time
Recon
to
is
set up flanks,
Recon was everything.
to rotate over and reinforce the A site.
Spala looking to do some damage. It's
That's
quite
good.
nice.
It's great. It turns out to be a really good
damage.
bonus.
Smoggy
It's
has
pretty
to
much the
rebuy
same as what we had
armor.
in the first half. 3 people.
Nobody can drop a teammate. You see,
Yeah, as you
a
can
late
see, no one's
reaction on
checking
Trent
it.
that
Like
was
he's
so confident
absolutely
that
owned
drone
it.
had cleared his
Maybe
position.
Smoggy looked like he was going to check it 4th guy in. That's about it.
Icy is going to pick up the operator. Saw it in a couple rounds from Kangkang, but he didn't really find too much value with it playing on back plat. See if Icy can make the difference. When you're playing against a team that doesn't have that Viper wall, playing A long, super good with an op.
Dodging a phone line, misses the
Oh,
shot,
that's
though, and the
okay.
game crash
That's
is
a bigger
not
miss
good.
than the Marshall one before.
Delayed as he's trying to activate it.
Yeah,
Kang
Marshall
Kang
one will let him
punish.
off. That one, big miss. Big slide though from Kang Kang. Maybe they weren't expecting
it.
it.
Stun as well. All up in the face of G2. Makes it feel like they could have been going with a bit more pace off the backside of it.
Same round again. Yeah, so gotta look at the G2
Drone
comp
in the
and
mid-round, use the clear.
hard for it to
Nobody's
get
gonna
like
use it.
info.
See if you can gain any more
Right,
information,
normally when
gotta
you
be
play
there.
the Viper comp, you
Snakebite
have a
dropped
Sky
down,
comp
at
and you
least
can
from
like
one
flash
avenue.
over the top here, and it used to be the Sky that has like perma flashes.
Like there could be alert going on.
So
P buy
the
it?
overall game plan from EDG to take A control, create the
I mean, there's many
create the
fights
question
about
mark
to be
here so that they kind of have
occurring
to go
here.
aggro
Wins
with
it out for mid,
bodies like
Valen.
this.
Gone
And you just hold
peekaboo.
for them is
The head off Smoggy.
it's a nice game
Away
plan.
and plays his live. Trent as well
EDG.
baited into a one and done
I
position.
feel like
in case there is that
EDG have
re-exploration
done
by
very well
EDG.
considering this is the first time
If you
G2
had a
done the
stat
comp.
of players fault lined,
Like on defense, they were going aggro a lot. On
that one
attack,
aimed for Valen, but
we have
catches
this
onto
where they're
Trent.
taking over towards A.
Like you said, he's
Either
kinda
the
stuck in
coaches
short right now.
or
He's
people
gonna
in
be
the
able to do
server
a lot.
doing really well. Like
He has to be
plan
worried
wise.
about this B lurk, and he has to try to cover the C site as well. Viper's down, so Jonah P can't pop that wall up and try to help them flood defend in here.
Yeah.
And Leaf's getting squeezed.
Similar to the
It
other
really
Viper
is.
comps.
Right
I mean,
from
you
the
have
side.
less info.
And the damage done. I mean, listen, Kang Kang was almost alone taking
You
that
have
fight,
way
but he would
less
have had
info.
backup at the end of the day anyway. C plant and G2. Take the tail between their legs there. Going to be going all the way away. They want to save this
Like
operator.
most people aren't running the
Certainly don't want
Viper
that one to
comp
fall into enemy
because the because the Sky got
Give that donation over to
and pretty much people are just like
Probably a pretty large mistake.
it shouldn't be able to.
Who knows? Maybe they
shouldn't
wouldn't
be able
even
to
want to
work
play with
with
it on the attack side as a Neon, but Kang Kang does love
It
to
works
attack
similar to the current one that Gen G are using. If that's
I think this round was
comparing it to.
fairly chalked right from the beginning when Icy fails his shot. Kang Kang immediately
But as we can see, Gen
over there by
G
A-Long.
have been struggling. If you look at like the DRX game that they
Making the
played against
investment
them,
to put the operator
similar kind
into
of
his
thing.
hands, as they are again by going and saving it. He's got to be hitting. With Yoru, yes, you can get out, but normally that saves you from the trade.
Right, they
not
save
if
the
you
op
miss
though.
the first shot.
Exactly.
Got to be good for
Yeah, I mean that's a hard shot to hit.
Looks like
Got to
it
wait
just
for the
skimmed past
stun.
the
You got to wait for the stun and then
And this one's a
get back to the
particularly weird one
angle, and
because
he's like
G2 are not gonna be able
mid-slide
to buy
already.
up around their weapons that they just saved. The economy on the others is too poor for it, really. I mean, they could scrap together bulldogs
Yeah, it's
if
real
they
rough, though.
wanted to.
I mean, you don't really ever want to be doing that, put in a position to force up around the operator.
Yeah, and
Because you-
G2, they're going to take attack timeout, and I think half of it is going to be just discussing whether or not they want to commit here. If you take the commitment and you're in a disadvantage because of the economy, and then you lose,
You
and
would have
then
hit that
it's
though. I
9-8,
respect that.
And then you're on an eco,
Like the
so
confidence.
it's 10-8.
And you're still holding on to the operator for some reason.
Yeah,
And
it's a
just being
big,
dragged along.
big risk.
Yeah.
If G2 go for this one, it could well define the map for them. You know, if they win, they're just in it. If they lose, they might be out of it. These last couple of rounds for EDG have been absolutely vital.
I think can beat Trace on Ascent.
Re-establishing
I
their
feel like
position.
Trace did very good. Trace probably did the
snowballed
best
away
I've seen. Not that I've seen all the games where people play against Deadlock, but they did the best game plan I've seen against the Deadlock on Ascent.
Second map of Haven, already up 1 here for EDG.
So I feel like they would do good against most of those comps.
Slam dunk finish onto the series.
But there's some good Ascent teams out here. Gen.G is very strong on Ascent, but pretty strong on Ascent.
Here, Champs 2024.
Yeah, Trace definitely have a very strong Ascent.
G2 have made the decision not to invest. Trent's only bringing a classic into the round.
As a coach, do you know players getting repetitive stress injuries in their hands? Bro, like so many players have repetitive, like, I'm not sure if that's the actual injury, I don't know enough, but a lot of players don't stretch enough or look after their hands.
Big tool to use.
It might be better now than it was like a while ago, but
favor to at least get the plant or a couple of kills into this, with G2's weaponry being so low. The danger has to come from Icy or Valen.
They haven't particularly tested this C defense.
Wrist injuries are very common in esports. Yeah, dude, even I mean, I have a dislocated tendon just from crouching too much because of my keyboard setup.
They're actually running into a
I needed to tilt my keyboard more because it was like more straight. My like little finger was just so out to the side.
I mean, look at them right now. They don't have too much
Crouching
info,
IRL now
deep
in game.
that kind of thing.
I'm a
so
crouch
you've just got
tapper.
no ability to pivot your players over.
Imagine Primi, but
this is
just 15 years of gaming of crouching that much, and then without the skill.
Forwards, taking a challenge into the smoke. Flashes won't connect. And again, playing a retake without any rifles really, other than just Valen and the op. It's an impossibility for G2. That's the position they're going to be forced into.
Does Chichu get checked?
Whether or not to even make a go of this.
Chichu duel. Lovely from Chichu. That should decide it.
The bodies, seeing if they can set up any sort of kills, but everybody
convincing,
falls.
bro. Yeah, this guy back at site as well is causing such a distraction that they're trying to spam, and then can just slowly walk out and just duel them all.
Glimpse of that trophy.
Those are convincing rounds, man.
So G2 forced to go into the next without the off. Maybe it's going to be a good idea for them, because it hasn't found them too much value in the couple rounds that they've been running it. But this one wasn't really a fair one to judge. He had no chance of defending. Kangkang is so hyped up. You can feel the fact that if they win one more big rifle round.
What are we going
right
for here? Because we are going for
G2
straight
on the
up
ropes.
a bit of A pressure in terms of the cage. We just want to get the orb. And honestly, G2 are on top of it. This is the person they're trying to make sure can get their ult. 26 HP.
A bit short of the mark there, shy of it.
Yeah, but all they wanted to do was like create enough pressure to make sure they can get this ult.
C. Now, he was previously playing A a lot, so that might make them think, okay, let's not go into C. It looks like it's reinforced fairly heavily. Perhaps we can take another avenue here, a different approach. And the breach ult as that tool in their back pocket may end up being a fantastic asset.
Jump from nobody. Nothing else past this point. Looking to fake this presence. They're all in front of it, cuts it up as well, but already
one person fake, but bro, this alarm bot.
They're gonna know and be fully aware that there's really
they have full C control, and there's an alarm bot, and he ults like this. No one is buying onto that, but they do at least get a free A site. Not that the fake made it a free A site, it was just a free A site anyway, just because they were re-clearing the original pressure.
Can Trent
So
ult to deny
they're going to have no idea that the fake didn't work.
It's a little bit delayed and late here. They're going
to think the fake was incredible. Oi, I love this though. Yeah, that was really nice from Kangkang. Keep an eye on this big duel again. Every single time we get a big duel on the flank.
It's going to have to be held. Icy, no way past it. Has to break the trip now. It's alerted him to his presence. Locked down by Smoggy. It's 1v1 being taken, but the rest of G2 is being just again plucked out of the prettiest picture. Still going to be trying to win out these fights. Held over the shoulder. Down to that 2 versus 2. Kangkang ult in hand. Let's it rip, but again his head's on a swivel. Trent delivers a miracle.
He gets a double there.
Get the hell out of here.
He gets a double
out of nowhere.
I'm so confused.
I had no concept that those
Yeah,
players
you gotta show me this POV.
I assume they were
Is it a
lined
lineup or is it just impressive?
Has he just hit a crazy spray transfer?
Gotta see it in a replay.
Yeah, I think it's a transfer.
You should be winning that.
And they needed that. A round loss there absolutely decimated their economy.
Right.
They needed this more than any round they've had on
Oh,
Haven.
it's fast. It's instant.
It wasn't a full lineup. That took some serious skill to pull off. fast reactions.
That's right. It's actually insane, Jacob.
Light-hearted by the
okay,
sound of
they
things
got
from G2, but
they
just
got to
got away
be
with murder.
Yeah, to take it
flawless on
back
this.
in their
We've
stride,
got 4
despite the
people to
fact
get
that
insta reset. 1-9 loss bonus. They'll be
elimination,
full
but it's a
eco
game
if they
that will
lost
knock
this. We
them
go fast
off their
A.
feet.
The
Here's
one
Undisputed
person
up on
solo
the
holding
display as
A.
well.
Gets
Right
overwhelmed by the
Trent.
ult. The
Can't
nice
get
call
to
from
capitalise.
EDG on this.
It's
It
another
really
round where
is.
G2, if they lose, their economy's broken. They are not out of the woods yet.
Neural to try and potentially play this one into the retake. The Neural theft spots out most of the players. They know that the flank isn't really a threat right now. G2.
It was fast, yeah. Bro was on
almost
site real
entirely together.
fast.
A lot of util to be used here.
Okay, and they
Yoru
understand that
already
it's such
popped
an
off.
important round that
Climbing
we
the
go
paranoia up into the
Yoru
corner,
all
spraying
in.
away in a
Yoru
rough
ult's just
position to
pinging
these
everyone
players
out.
as well. They have to collect it all together. Jonah P up onto the high ground, not enough to collect it. Drop
Whoa!
down and spray
Oh, he got a
down.
double here as well.
Simon
Everyone's insane.
delivers them around.
Everyone's
The players are
unbelievable
delivering
at
right to his
spraying.
bloody
On
lap.
20 HP, gets them both.
Perfect response for what Trent just did in the previous
Yeah,
round.
he literally just did it back to him.
Hitting a similar level of spray down. G2,
Okay, chat,
no
this
answers,
round,
no economy.
This is
I love the
is
increase of pace as well.
pretty much everything.
look at the way
It
that
is
G2
so
are
hard for
defending on
G2
the
to
A
win this
side.
now. They've
They've
got
got that
full
Viper
eco,
ult that
everyone's
needs to
sitting
come
about
up. They need
2,000.
balanced paranoia in that spot. EDG just caught them with only a single player looking to defend, reading that Trent was the only one home.
Okay, what do we got? Sheriff.
EDG should be favored to get up to
We
11
got nothing,
here,
man. We got
and that is
Classic,
within
we got a
touching
Shorty,
distance
we got a
of
Sheriff,
securing this match
Frenzy. Goes
and going to
for one of
playoffs.
each,
The
basically.
only #1 seed that would have managed that so far.
One that was least expected.
From inarguably the weakest region, and I don't mean that as a knock on China, just historically, trophies
Yeah,
gained,
I think that's
depth
fair.
in tournaments, China hasn't been there yet.
Dude,
But
they got the
that
game
yet
late.
is doing a ton
It's
of
so
heavy
fair.
lifting here at Champs.
It's the key word. The tide might be changing. EDG
He doesn't want to become the next boost. Yeah, he's got to be careful with what he says.
Much of a risk, but G2 taking a gamble of their own
All-person
on the
stack
eco.
here.
To stack of players.
This is one of those rounds where
Some
maybe
danger,
you know what
especially if
you know what Heretics did the other day where they bought a sheriff so they could kind of like prod a little bit. That would have been nice here. Not that it's going to matter, I don't think, but
Fire setup with the smokes finally blooming and blossoming, and Icy trying to flash himself in, making a play, but this is EDG up to 11.
G2 are going to have to make an adjustment to reinforce
well,
this
look at this
A-side.
as well.
It's been
Simon
such a glaring
used his
weakness
ult
in
a
their
couple of
defense
rounds
now.
ago to fake over towards C. Is 2 away.
Every pellet miss.
Who knows how that one's happened. Leaf is 1 away from getting.
Yeah, what the hell?
Trent is a couple away from a Hunter's Fury. These kind of ults can really reinforce an A site. They work for plant denial. They
So
work
wait,
for
who
a
did that
retake
last time on
potential as
Sunset?
well.
Was it Redgar?
But they're going to get them online by dying, really. That's not a great way for the end of your map to look.
No.
EDG, like I said, touching distance now.
And as we mentioned right at the beginning of this series as well, EDG, they were the top dogs in China for quite some time regionally, but they've been overshadowed a lot. Pushed to the brink by their own region. And not just that as well, they've been watching some of the other teams at this very event, even just earlier today.
G2 right now
them.
must be thinking of getting picked up.
EDG not willing to go down
EDG with the amount of
quietly.
pressure they had here last time might go for like a
Wanna show the
fast
strength
B,
of their
thinking there'll be
region, the strength
loads
of
of
their
people
team,
here.
the improvements that have
Or
been
fast
made.
garage, yeah, I like that.
I'm dead impressed. The pace.
Dude, they got
the
some
tempo.
really good, like
Turned
they've
up,
dry
the
run a
increase off
lot
the
of
back
this
it.
stuff.
Ult
Like a lot of their
committed,
fast
in
stuff
fact,
is
just
really
broken.
good.
Kang trying to play himself in.
Like
It's
the
doubled up.
dodging of the stuns
Movement
here, you
slightly
slide
ajar, enough to
through.
just offset all of it.
Ooh,
And
their stuff
pre-flies
over
into the
towards
corner.
A with the
Hunter's
stun
Fury
and
getting the
sliding out as
supplement
well was
and
really
push back
nice.
EDG away from this C site.
G2 are using huge amounts of ultimates here, but it is getting them the value. 5v3 and G2 are looking to re-clear over towards Garage.
Spike was picked up. G2's got it now.
Does he realize his back? He's got enemies there.
Silent drop down Leaf. He nails it. Chichu drops, so does the spike. Nobody going for another reclamation. No, my goodness. Smoggy
Hey, they need money, man.
can
They
only
need
do
money.
so much into this spot.
It won't go down.
He's got the time to work with, but unfortunately, insurmountable odds.
Hey,
And it's all set
huge.
against them here. G2
Double
will
armory
not go
buy.
down themselves.
And that was a good setup. They had Viper's Pit over towards A, reinforcing that site that has been a weakness for them. They deal with Kankan by doubling up, break that Omen ultimate. They've even got the Sova ult that comes through, denying a Garage split. Everything there worked the way that G2 would have thought it up. But now they don't have the Hunter's Fury. Now they don't have the pit to reinforce the A site. So now it becomes incredibly important that we see a change around in the defensive setup for G2. The A site has been a massive weakness. EDG are going to try to exploit that. Or fake that they're going to try to exploit
I like this
that.
though, recon
Three
in.
players cemented in place
They're
for
sure.
G2 on A.
They have the cage if they need to retake this. They show early aggro pressure over towards A. He's keeping 2 here. We can see it's 3. They're going to think with 2 ahead.
He's droned up and right ahead of it. Nobody.
With no one else with him.
Where's the follow-up?
There's a solo drone fake.
And
shout out to G2. The push over towards long here from Icy was everything.
Making sure to shore up those defenses with the reinforcements now scattering and arriving. There are some potential holes here into the setup, and Chichu has found one of them.
That turret might have been placed wrong. They could maybe abuse that later.
Very safe positioning there from Icy and Leaf. They don't want to get caught out. They're happy to give the C site over. They've got locked down for the retake. As long as Leaf doesn't die right now.
Why not play like
does
that? 3v5, don't give
he
away
get tempted to
unnecessary
use something?
advantages. Fault line, push into the spawn. Smoggy wants to go
Really
with
nice, man. It was a great round from Icy.
Not this time, Simon.
G2 just had a very good idea that no matter what, they're going to try and get a kill before they go for a plant here.
Aftershock as well. It's all highlighted and orchestrated like they want to try and fight this once again, and G2 are fully aware.
Bro, it ate so much util. Oh my god,
Playmaking
what a
ability by
nightmare.
Icy. Sacrificing his own body for it, but he's still the
That was
one
a
to go
Valorant
for the
moment
kill.
there. Nice
Simon
shot.
has got to do so much
Nice
more.
shot.
Kills are offered up towards him,
Wow,
but not
bro.
enough in the end. G2
That was kind of
collected all
doable.
together, playing together with that discipline that's highlighted this team as a major strength all throughout.
A little extra sidestep on that. It was this guy.
That A fake was such a beautiful call from EDG.
Right, it was so good. It's just the fact that this
Icy's
guy's
push
reaction
down
was nice.
C-Long should have been punished if nobody had a single other player with him. Icy goes down in this spot. You gotta think it. And yet both of their players that were in more solo positions, Nobody and Kang Kang, both fell. 11-11.
The thing. What's the thing? The flash off the wall, jump out?
Here, oh, EDG are taking attack timeout.
Okay.
They were all set up. We could see on the minimap, all set up to go for an A hit. I would imagine it wasn't going to be
he's talking about the emote at the end? Oh, okay.
The psychology of the way that players normally
The
play
finisher
the game.
emote.
If you run a fake play and it doesn't work, and the only thing that's been working for you recently is the big site execs on A, I would expect EDG to just go for it. Maybe the coach has hit the button here because he didn't like what the call was, when things are getting to crunch time.
Possibly getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, I can see the economy. Of course, there's options for EDG.
So
to
if you're
adjust.
the
Kang Kang
coach
does have
at the
that operator
moment,
into his hands. On the
good
attack
success
side,
on A.
So if you're going to be going into an A
At
hit
least
as
making
well,
sure that you've
probably the best tool
100%
for the
taking
job.
A control,
At the
I
same
imagine
time,
is what
something
the
that
talk is
EDG
going to be.
very
If they're an
often-
eco,
they
this
will
could be
often
one of
run
those rounds
fast
where you
plays where Kang Kang
maybe
is on it.
look at the
He's
turret
just
over
super
towards B and
comfortable
at
in
least
those
kind of
spots. Is
see
it
if
the
you could get
best
under
way
it.
of playing the game? No, not really. But does he
I would
still
expect
find value with it?
there to be a different
Yeah.
change-up though from Leaf.
More often than he should, I would say.
I would more
And he's
confidently
still got
just
this
focus
huge
on A
breach
here.
ult to use.
The very
I
least
think
I'm
I'm
A
expecting
defaulting.
G2 to be playing in retake position.
Not sound, wait for him
You
to
look at the ult
repush, just hit
status.
sight.
Attacking team has breach ult, defending team has killjoy ult.
I'm kinda
You're
shocked Garage
expecting
on what
defenders
should be
to
there.
be playing retake quite a lot of the time, which means that EDG might want to try to take the site for free and not use that breach ult. You might get some weird situations here where Simon's trying to be a bit greedy, hold it for post plant, and gets punished.
11-11.
The attack op
Nice and cautious here by EDG. They're hoping,
with a comp
praying that somebody will just peek
struggles to
onto this
get
A long.
info once you've created
For
it,
the information.
and people have to jump
Prey to
spot
Kang
like
Kang
this
ready
or
up.
jiggle peek like
Jiggles,
this.
I
It's a
believe,
really good
onto the
call.
other side of things, Chichu also going exploration.
Oh.
Garage does manage to fire a few bullets necessary, takes out the alarm bot.
And now nobody actually
Okay,
has
got a
somebody
rifle
with
to
him,
shoot this.
right? He's not going to get timinged.
All from Icy. This is going to be used roughly around the minute mark. He needs that mid-round information for the rest of his team. Spotting two of these players in through mid. Pretty big tell. Exiting out.
Yeah, it looked like they kind of did a bit of both. They wanted to
to the other
work
side of
over
the map as well,
towards
so the slow and steady play by
B,
EDG.
and they did a default.
This goes. Oh, Kang Kang misses it
Yeah,
with a shoulder peek.
That's a
The
chance. That
awareness
is
is
an
now there for
opportunity.
G2. They do not want to offer any more chances. Shock dart.
Do they want to
Rebounds.
leave site because of Killjoy
Patience
ult?
played, but A-Long has been given up with only 35 seconds. This looks like it's moving.
Oh
the jump
my
spot.
goodness. Yeah, he ain't picking that one again.
Tempt him twice. Rolling Thunder now committed. Paranoia alongside it. Valen He's tucked safe.
Valen.
Nicely inside the orb, stunned up, matters not.
Everyone's flooded onto site. There's so many people here.
As well to play into the back pocket. The rest of his team are already played all the way in. Simon weaving in and out, nowhere to play.
Don't have time to go
his
out.
hands, he just has to let the time run way out. And G2, they've stolen this round away. When all the
And they use
momentum
breach
felt
all
like it was
into
in
it.
the
Nicely
hands
done
of
from
EDG.
G2. They're going
This
to
is
have
the
one
12th
chance to
round
finish
now
this.
for G2.
Map. What the whole thing.
What a beautiful adjustment from Jonah P of where he put that Viper.
Yeah, I mean,
we've been seeing it towards
this is
that
their old
A-long
school
entrance.
smoke.
Almost
But they haven't been using this for a
and now
little
he's
bit.
making that shift to put it in a more standard
what they've been
spot.
doing
This
is
where
it
most
was one of
teams
those things
would be running that
where
Viper orb, at least in the
they
previous
just
meta
for
when
like
Viper
the
was played on
first
this
three,
map, Valen hunkered down inside
the
of
first
it.
3-4 rounds, just change it up with the smoke
a
over towards
great
long once they
headshot.
see it there, and then they go back to their normal default.
Match point. We're 12-11 right here. This is where we end it, boys. This is where we end it.
And that's confident from
I
G2.
mean, this is just the classic where you just change something up for like the first 4 rounds.
11-9
and then
down.
They feel like
Now
they
with a
have
chance to bring
or
us the
can't
buy.
go somewhere.
You gotta
Actually,
close
they can.
teams out like G2.
Kangang's going to take matters into his own hands here. Order util to set it up. Another fast play from EDG. Again, an open
And Leaf's in
site
position
for
to
the
spawn to
taking.
use his
Fault
ult
line in
here.
through the link as well, but G2 and none playing towards it. Wisened up to the tricks of the
We have a
trade.
perma
Lockdown's
block
going to be
of
used as
vision
well
here,
to
no
clear this
matter
one
what.
out nice and freely. No more util has to be used here by G2. Drone in through the back. Trent's going to be threatening, like it could be making a play for this one.
Alarm bot for the garage reflank. They're going to know about this.
They don't have too much on.
Lambot triggers, Jonah P diffusing half onto the board. This is for the map. Someone needs to stop this. Someone needs to stop this.
It's a full stick. The full stick. So they go for the plant in the middle and not the one that's like in the corner. So you have either side and then just sticks on the side and just diffuses it. And they don't have the killjoy, so they don't have the mollies.
Perfect word to use there. EDG look
They
like they're in
very nice from
control,
G2.
up
This was a good map
11-9.
flow.
You have to close out
Dude, why does
against
my
teams
recording
like
just
G2.
keep stopping? What's
You
going on here?
cannot afford to let the series go deeper. EDG have just lost control.
You're gonna have to wait a little bit for that map. Odd watchers. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit. It's just sub. Hold up. We have play_Palmer. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. What the hell is that? We have Robin Worm as well. Robin, I appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the 8 months. And Rawby as well. Thank you so much, Rawby. 21st month of asking for the Sen Fnatic odd review. Yeah, we'll do it. Dude, off-season? This is the off-season, maybe. I'll always give you a maybe at the end. But surely there's not that much going on for the off-season. Maybe that's doable. Okay, we've got binds coming up next. And E2's bind's really good. I can't remember the last. How's EDG's bind? Where did I put them? Check real fast. Bind B, not too bad. E2's A and at the high A. Okay, so I have. Not that it's gonna make people too confident with this. I have D having a. Yeah, I have G2 having a better bind. But I don't know what Saint's got. Did I at least write on the Havens? Both on A for Haven. I mean, that was pretty close. Okay, back in a little bit.
What's up, guys? It's G2 Jonah P, and I'm here to talk to you. I mean, it's always great to get a dub, but I definitely didn't appreciate my first match to be against Paper X, but I can't decide that. But overall, it's very exciting to play them, especially because of their playstyle, and we feel good to start our first match ever at Champs with a dub. I think our coaches did a pretty good job at preparing us for them. It definitely felt less individual plays and more team plays from them, so props to them for, you know, trying to incorporate, you know, W gaming and more structured gaming. So I think we just had a good read, a good flow on them the whole time. It started to get pretty close on Lotus, but, you know, one clean round from us and we knew it would be fine.
Now they maintain their control, slow the push from Paper X, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual on a sliver of HP, and he triples up!
The name Professor is definitely growing on me. I have an idea when we win for the whole champs. I'm going to ask to get a Professor title in game. You know, you never know. I got to shoot my shot. I think that would be cool. But yeah, I didn't really like the name Professor at the start, but you know, seeing how much it's grown and seeing the whole community type it whenever I do something crazy, I've grown to love it, so it's great.
Welcome back, everyone. You heard Jonah P there in that Omen player moment talking about, you know, the nicknames. You don't get to pick the nickname. You know, the people bestow the nickname onto you. That is why he is the Professor. Absolutely love it. But wow, I mean, incredible stuff. Let me fix my headset for a second. Give me a hot minute there. We're in this, boys. We're back in it. We're back in.
6 map a day. Let's go.
It's a long
Good,
day of
honest Valorant today.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But let's talk about what we saw on this one, man, because the talk of the town going into it, fellas, was the Yoru, right? And Achilles, you're seeing what they were getting with that value.
Yeah, and this was from the outset. I mean, granted, yeah, EDG were able to make things very competitive in the half, but G2, I really liked the game strategies we were seeing from them from the beginning. That Yoru ult comes through right there in round 4. Immediately Mask goes on. You chase 2 players out of that C site right into Leaf, who's just counter-taking that space in Garage. He's up in window, and it just lambs to the slaughter for him to go ahead and pick things apart, and the round just falls apart from there. So there's some very good stuff there from the side of G2. Obviously, EDG making this one incredibly competitive. It looking like we were going to be going to overtime for a little while, but right near the end, that economy just getting out of hand for the side of EDG. They just couldn't recover.
Yeah, and I think overall there were some weaknesses in G2's game plan, like where EDG was like constantly putting pressure, especially with the Neon, on the extremities of the map. Long C, long A were really difficult for G2 at times here.
And that's why, were nasty.
Yes, the flanks were great, and just their ability to control that space, you know, using Kong to kind of dash in and out to get some op shots to whiff and things like that really did cause G2 some trouble. However, their fundamentals came into check. They came back, they started having these great retakes. The Yoru ults were so amazing, like you're talking about. Every time it had a ton of impact, even if it was on a retake or if it was on just an info gathering mission. It really made it a lot more difficult for EDG to work the map the way they wanted.
Yeah, it felt like whenever they, you know, had the opportunities to pop those ults, right, they were getting some kind of value. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, they were finding that value wherever it was, you know, available to them, and they were able to pick up the dub there. But one player that we were really hoping to see come online in map 2 was Leaf, and he did just that. Absolute turnaround that we saw from him on this one, Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, he went from, you know, fairly absent on the first map to just full-blown impact, being near the top of the standings there for the team. Yeah, that's right. His first map was so bad. He had 1.5.4 you know, ADR, which is just abysmal, and also the ending of my IP address. But this was just a really good turnaround. But we kind of teed this up.
Yeah.
That slow start for G2, starting to get the understanding. This was not nearly as clean as some of the matches we were seeing from them in Shanghai, you know, being able to pick up that second map win. But as we get ready to go into 5, we could still follow that trend of just slow start into this ramp up into domination.
Yeah, I do think G2's got something with that composition on Haven. I'm curious to see them continue to iterate and grow it. But now we set our sights to bind. I was actually talking to Sideshow about this before, where he was reading the series layout to me. And I was like, you know, I think this is a pretty strong one for G2. Like, no matter what, if they get to map 3, this is good for G2. And here we are, map 3. And Paperton, I mean, you kind of got to side a little bit with G2 on this one. They have a great track record on this map. They're very good at it. So, I don't know. I'm curious to see what the community thinks.
I'm with you. I felt that way going into Icebox, though. I felt like their fundamentals, their structure, like, would get them over the line against some of the quote-unquote messiness that, you know, EDG brings. However, EDG had some good ideas to counter it. They were able to kick some doors in, find some opportune moments to catch G2 off guard. So G2 here, they play the standard Bind comp, and they played it to perfection. They were undefeated in Stage 2 in Americas on it, and they weren't just undefeated, they were destroying teams. I think the closest scoreline was like 13-8. Like, they are phenomenal at this map, but EDG also very, very good at this map. They switched up their comp very recently. They have the Fade in there now, so the biggest difference is going to be the Initiators. It's going to be Fade versus Sky for both teams, so really curious to see if they can find ways to get some value with that Fade versus kind of that long, deep control that the Sky gives you.
They were able to get the
How did
win
LEV lose?
in that opening
They kind of just got
series
outclassed
here
a little
on the
bit.
group stage on Bind. Yes, a little bit scrappy, but still a decent victory for the side
If
of
you
EDG.
watch Ascent, you'll see,
taking
man.
that foot. So
Slammed
I'm curious
out.
to see how this one looks, because if they can level up their performance, if they can kind of get back into that magic that we were seeing from them on Icebox, where everybody was going, you know, fragging out of control, Smoggy, Kong, they're at the top of the standings, and then Simon and G2 creeping up in that second half. If they have that level of firepower behind them again here on Bind, they can close this out, but this is going to be the ultimate challenge. Icebox was a bit of an hors d'oeuvre as we get ready to go into this.
You know what, though? You get a situation here where G2 does have a lot of film, you know, on how they play this in officials. So there could be something that EDG could lean on potentially in their prep work. One would have to imagine, because you're damn well sure G2 prepped for this one.
Yeah, I mean, EDG has been, so far this event, very, very good with their anti-stratting. I mean, Muggle's done a great job with the squad, getting them ready for what the other teams are going to bring, and you're absolutely right. I mean, it's something we saw in Icebox. It gave them grief because there was such a good read. You had already shown it once this event against Paper Rex. Like you said, tons of data on this
EDG have a
Bind
chance on
for
G2's
EDG
Bind?
to work with.
Yeah, I would still say that
take
G2 are
this
favorites on this
strong
map,
away
but
from their opponents.
One
I
player that we
think this
haven't
should
touched
be
on too much
kind of
is
close
Icy.
still.
We mentioned him there with the Yoru, but he had a pretty good performance on that Icebox, carried that over into Haven. If he's going to continue on that level with this race, then G2 might just be set up for a victory. So Kong gonna have to do that much more work to really try to outdo him.
Yeah, we're on the precipice of a massive, monumental achievement here for VCT China as a region, right? Going clean in the day with TRACE moving forward, EDG potentially moving forward as well.
And with TRACE doing that, they were the first Chinese team to be able to make it out of groups as a first seed. It's always kind of been that second position.
Yeah.
Pros
EDG
turn
might
on
be able to
show
match them.
blood.
They can't beat them to that
Some of them
achievement, but
do.
they
Some
certainly
of them
tie
have
it
it.
up.
Yeah, but it's going to be a tough challenge for both teams, but it could have ended
In the old tournaments,
other
they used to
way.
ask
Let's get ready
who,
for map 3 and send it over to your
had it on and who had it off for
final
replays. Then, like, if you had it off, like, you would have a separate observer
which way this
PC.
series ends up
Well,
landing
they changed
as
it
well. And, you know, best of threes. Typically, at this point as well, we're finding that
because
map
they used to
pools are
have
getting
it
tested
so that
as
you could
teams
have
get
it
pushed to
on,
the
but then
brink of them, which sounds odd to say, right?
then they
There's
just
only
wouldn't
3
have
maps
your
played. Normally
direct
you'd
feed
expect
for
that to be observed
POV
best of
replays.
5, but when you have all the maps
You would
being
just have an observer
shifted
on
and
you.
changed just before you go into champs, in before playoffs, and a lot of time to prep for, you end up with holes in your game plan.
You sure they just asked you to turn it off now?
When you reach
I mean, maybe it
that
changed.
pinnacle, that third and final map in series.
And there's a really good reason why people talk about G2 having a little stumble or maybe starting slow.
I think China
and then
improving so
closing
fast
out
as a region,
strong.
crazy
The narrative
fast, yeah.
is they drop the first map, second map is close, dominate the third map. You want to talk about the last 3 months, G2's win rate in third maps in a BO3, they're 6-0. They have not lost the third map of a BO3 in 3 months.
I had Artis's accent. I
All
would be
year.
bigger than Tarek. Dude, what even is this take?
Yeah. All year, they're 8-3. It wasn't really a narrative that was around before May, but since then, the numbers, they speak for themselves. The more time you give G2 to warm up into a series,
That's a solid take. Yeah,
they
you're
do
right.
end up dominating towards the end. I'm not sure how much EDG
you're
are
in
gonna
70.
think
Thank
about
you so
that.
much for the
Obviously,
prime, bro. Appreciate the
just
4
take
months.
it 1 map at a time, 1 round at a time. But if they,
100%.
Thank you for doing that.
review and if they look back, that end of Haven was the opportunity. They need further opportunities, and they're going to have to do a lot of hard work to get those further opportunities on Bind.
My opinion on the G2's Yoru. He
Yeah,
still played it pretty
keen eyes,
good.
You can probably tell that we're solving an issue down on the stage.
I like how
Big body issue.
proactive he was
Hopefully
once
it's
they
just
lost a good
idiot
amount of map
swapped in and
control.
out, get that tested.
Yeah, I mean, it's Valen's in ears, and he's popping them back in right now. We're getting a nice
Mango,
deep
Mango
look down
Freeze,
the
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 5 gifted, chat. You know what to do. Get the Slug Oilers going.
Tested them out and
Thank
see
you so much
what's
for that,
going on.
Mango. Appreciate you, dude. Dude, 200 and... What did it say? I saw it earlier. 273 gifted altogether from you as well, bro.
For our viewers, perhaps
The
that
mad
have never
support, dude.
been
Thank you
and
so much for that.
attended one of these events,
Chat, where the
they
Slug
are
Oilers at?
much
There we go.
louder, bigger events
There we
than
go.
the ones where you play regionally.
You got gifted also. Make sure you at and say thank you to Mango Freeze.
Players play regionally. There
Didn't
are
I, bro?
things that you will notice in your ranked games, little sounds that you can pick up that our pros sometimes can't because of the roar of the crowd or because of the white noise in their headsets that's used for competitive integrity reasons.
Yeah.
There are things
Top 3 teams
that are
in America's in
different
order.
about this game on the
What?
big stage, more
Sentinels,
than just
NRG,
the pressure, the nerves.
EG,
For me,
something like
it's
that,
been a
right?
spike time at this event.
Yeah.
Been missing that one quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely seen some other moments where people have dropped down behind players and they haven't reacted.
Yeah.
It's not
Good
always
morning
a
from California. Am I worried about Lev?
We'll be getting into this one here, but beginning of
Not
bind, our
really.
pistol round.
A little bit worried about some of their game plan
Right at the
on
beginning,
Sunset. That worried me more than
versus
the actual maps that they've
G2.
lost.
G2 no slouches on this map. They are dominant. Dusk was kind of going through the details, picking apart
Perfect
the
list, yeah.
statistics.
Okay, EDG, let's see if this recording stops this time or not. EDG on defense, G2 on attack, 3-1 pistols, I'm pretty sure.
That fakes the fact that EDG are taking short control. We can see not the case.
G2 are right up behind it now, up and over. Wingman going to be escorted in through the side, a bit of spam into the smoke. Makes Simon think twice. He could have potentially denied the plant there, but it's going to go down into the next.
That's really good work. Spam into that smoke stops the plant denial. This map, the A site, all about plant denial.
And dude, the smoke to stop. Hey, that's sick. Yeah, and they can take the map control back because of the smoke and the nades. That's a really good reaction from G2 at the moment.
They're going to be setting their sights now over towards the forward section. See if they can take the fight through with the flashes and heads are turning, facing away.
Hey, IC did incredibly well this whole
now.
time.
Every position, leaving Chi-Chu the last one left. To do so much here, but I see what a running gun.
That was a sick round from him.
Shuts him down.
A nade to make sure they
Bullet
can't
to
get the space
brain
off the
with a
marsh.
pistol round
Perfect.
win.
That smoke, not bad as well. Do you
G2's
reckon they just
G-list.
always
4
retake
kills
heavy
in a
over
round,
towards lamps,
but
so
not
they
just
just
any
use
old
a
kills.
lot of
He was
util
under
here?
a lot of utility pressure. Perfectly timed raise nade to keep back and keep lamps control. Came around swinging through smokes, confident the whole time. He's here to play. You get Icy online, and it turns G2 from being a team that's very scary, looking to make deep runs in tournaments. Actually, I think to potential tournament winners. Like, it makes that level of a
Yeah, I agree with that.
increase for them. At the moment, of course, still being
God.
pressured hard by EDG.
Dude, this is what I wanted Lev to do on
We've seen
Sunset.
teams
1-3-1
like
and
Fnatic
3 as soon as you hear info.
all of the heavy Leviat
3 just
members as
rotating.
well.
Oh, and they are fully aware.
Yeah, they're so
Simon
good at the
was gonna
moment
try
of
and
just
go
a
for
pure
that cheeky
spam.
play.
Spam here, first round, spam here,
Playing
second
in
round.
Spawn for this round as well to see if they could just react to the noise cues sent their way. Now here's the danger zone for EDG. G2 getting into positions as well with his ults are being earned up. Icy's 3 away from his showstopper into this. They want to be hopefully empowering him, setting him up to try and get these kills. Trent's the one though, taking them all away. Leading it forwards here with
Really
a 3-piece,
cool, man.
so flawless.
Trent, one away
Gets
from
the
his
eco.
ult as well, so
Very
everyone's
little
be talking
damage
about
being
orbs
done
at the
by
moment. Should
EDG.
be a
And like
easy
you pointed out,
bonus.
this is massively dangerous for
At least
EDG. The
plan
snowball
for.
is right
Then
on
that
their
they got some
doorstep.
options.
It's looking
Like
like
when
an
everyone's
avalanche.
heavy focused over
Picking up
towards
so
here, you
much
can
pace
definitely
and
send it
momentum
up
as it comes
short.
down the
I've seen a
mountain.
couple of teams
It's
do
looking
that.
like a Thrash, a showstopper.
Like everyone's so
Super
focused that you're
early
one
on.
away from your ult
These are
that
rounds where if you lose them,
focused on the sides.
G2 are able
that
to convert a
normally,
bonus. You get
this
that
area and this
domination
area
that
becomes
we've been
relatively
talking about
free on this.
Sometimes happens for G2's previous games.
What are we doing? What are we going for? Outlaw on Leaf.
Looking like Trent's going to be playing
1, 2, 3 people.
just to
Get one
reinforce
shot.
Icy's position to start with, but could play for an ult orb later on in the round.
A bonus round with potentially a bit of bite behind it.
I feel like we're actually noticing less and less teams go for that obvious run towards an ult orb at the start of the round. It's just too predictable for the defenders to think about. So you get rounds like this where there's a bit more of a default, no immediate lunge for that micro objective. And then they'll try to grab it later on or maybe even play for post plants.
And now they know about the Outlaw.
Of course, if Trent gets that spike down with Wingman, he'll have the Thrash as well.
And the Prowler pressure just connecting onto Leaf a little bit prior will keep a lot of these EDG players tethered to the spot over towards the A side here. Nobody looking for that info, just slight jiggle. Mosh now reutilized to try and push them back and away, but it's one less tool really to stall out potential attack. That's why Chi-Chu's holding on to this. That's the second wave, I think, for the Boombot. Triggered out. Mosh pit now up and over.
Okay.
That's incredible awareness. Just knowing that Chichu was going to be placed up into that spot with the Thrasher, and from that kill,
So 4 people TP. How heavy do they focus on this one guy?
Shark indeed, clearing most of the way, but not clearing the pocket. But Simon spotted.
Dude, the tag, that was solid, man. That was so good from Leaf. Wait, he got...
Smoggy has made the most of this. It's a 3v.
Oh my god, bro.
And everybody falls from G2. In the blink of an eye.
That round sums up.
It was looking so good for G2.
Versus
the 3v5 over towards site, and then he just does this.
Beautiful G2 calling, 5 people rotating around the map perfectly, or one little smoggy boy. it's smoggy.
It definitely was in this instance. He has not slowed down, has he? That momentum. Not just from the last 2 maps, the previous series as well.
Kento 1704, 25 months, man. Appreciate all of that.
I mean, the
Thank you for the 2 years plus, bro.
Beautiful. Came up towards B long, got the opening kill, rotate through the teleport, huge pressure through showers, trade out the player pocket even. I don't think the G2 should be too disheartened by that. And they've done a little bit of economy damage. It's not a huge amount. Light armor on a couple, Bulldog on 1. It's a fairly even round here in round 4. But IC is 1 away from Showstopper. He's currently, though, the only player B long.
The money's really good. 2-4 loss bonus on this, they could buy up
that's an accidental TP. Kanga's just side
yeah, wait, he misstepped, right? He TP's out. They actually wanted to punish this with a flash. But now he's here early for the hit. Hey, what's going on? This is such a weird round.
I don't think has even realized how lucky he just got.
Like the accidental TP, even though they don't get the first kill, it doesn't mean that they have numbers here. You go back now?
And all because of that. I mean, Icy's picked up the orb. He's got his ult, the reposition.
That's great info, though. 2 people walking back, you know that...
Surely you don't use a mosh pit. Surely you don't overheat. Man, you got to get out of there. We're still being held down.
He's baiting in this guy pretty well, though.
Going to be trying to lock this down onto one of the angles here. There's a showstopper that is exchanged onto either side.
And Kang did really good to take down Icy. Nobody on low HP. We've got 20 seconds on this one. We still have the... Whoa, wrong side. We still have the molly from Smoggy that goes out over towards default. Should out wingman. Yeah.
Takes a molly to the face, yet still Smoggy defends up and over. 12 seconds left. Orbital strike. It's all toppling now. And the spike has to be planted. Defense is necessary. Valen needs to be held. All the way through is the last one left. Swung through and out.
Wait, that's a big round, bro. The nice shot on the first guy as well. 3 people that can't buy after this. That is huge. Huge from Valen.
So close.
Yeah, we've had some big hero plays at the moment. Icy on pistol did so much. Valen here.
Run of it still.
Yeah, the most impactful round so far.
Side going 1-for-1 with the Rays. They were ready to fight. Why did they not swing Valen immediately as soon as they heard the plant go down? I don't understand that element of it. A bit of miscoordination there between, I believe it was Chishu and Smoggy.
I mean, the spacing was just slightly off. One was going back.
Right here. EDG's money sent toppling back down to the weaker by G2 again. That's that danger. This composition.
And it was looking kind of done for G2 there, timing-wise.
But they failed. And so G2 have just found this area of the map for free, basically every round. The one round where they should have been contested, the execution was fumbled. Now, B-long control, ult-op taken, Seeker's out.
Here comes the snowball, potentially, but the kill's going whiffy. All over the place there.
How is this the duel? How's everyone alive? How have we taken 1 bullet for Chichu? No way, and that means that he gets that kill.
The rest of his team, though, needs to
we get the flood smoke. A lot of teams been doing this.
Nobody could be creeping forwards into this one,
yes. Smokes, you can
with the spike planted, Icy makes sure this rifle well trained onto that spot here, so the retake from Simon and Smoggy.
Keep an eye on Trent. Some kills here for Trent, pretty important. 2 away from ult.
By the way, 2 away from his 2nd thrash. We're only in round 5.
It's just insane. If you get the ball rolling with this composition, you cannot be stopped. You can just keep snowballing.
Yeah, the ults are just so strong.
Ult orbs into plants. And then ults themselves into the XX. Very difficult to stop.
And look at that. Trent comes in to steal the kill. That's perfect. Gets another one.
Leaf's baiting it. Leaf's baiting it. He's trying to get Trent to kill here. This is just min-maxing to the utmost. But okay, eventually
they did enough.
Put Simon out
they got
of his misery.
They got him 1 away.
Now. So the round differential here for G2.
And EDG can't figure out these timings of when they need to be fighting over certain areas of the map.
Makes a lot of sense. 4-1 down.
Of course, that was
1 away from official. You're 1 away from a lot of ults at the moment. 3 people that are 1 away. Everyone's talking about the orbs again.
I know that they had a close round there. Came down to Valen against against Smoggy. And Smoggy, of course, with that fantastic round where he gets a 4K. But these are rounds built on more of the individual than they are of the game plan, the macro, the team. These things that are going to be more consistent. EDG, though, are also getting close to their first big ult cycle. One away from Pit, one away from Showstopper. Being one away from Pit, though, sucks. Because you're thinking about, well, I'd love it for this round. This is the round where we actually have rifles.
No way to get it.
No, I mean, what are you going to do? The Viper pushes showers to get the ult orb and then hits. It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
They could, however, do something similar with Kang. They could try to double fight.
7 orbs and 2 usages.
Strategy that we see
It's
quite a lot of
a
teams
crazy
go for.
strong ult. It's only like it only looks this good because of pro play and it's like organized though. That's the issue.
If they're doing an A-leaning default.
For EDG, spotting same kind of weaknesses, I think, as well when I was doing a lot of the VOD review prep. Legwork heading in, their bind composition when they get ahead of themselves, I think, with the B defense. What I'm noticing as well, a lot of teams, I think, when they catch contact on B-long seeing players, they'll save the mosh pit. They won't end up using it. They'll just back away. Getting the
Okay,
information
most of
is
this
good enough,
timeout would have been spent talking
but
about
you're
orb.
seeing nobody just kind of rush into things. He uses the
E2,
mosh pit early, and it
2
leaves
to
him
protect
one
this,
less
2
molly
to
to
protect
use to try and
this.
stall out an exec that might be occurring.
Another big thing is that Chishu is always throwing his Viper orb over towards A. He's not using it for B-long. So they kind of need that mosh.
Yeah.
Or at least they feel like they do.
Otherwise, the pressure's too overwhelming. Now they've
Like
at
this.
least offset it here
Smoke.
with deep smoke.
Flash.
He's going to drop that one down defensively.
And they're
Yeah,
trying
flash
to get good
secures and
information
no
on
one's
both
there.
edges of the map where both the ult orbs are. But I feel like Simon's getting baited in here. G2 deliberately giving him bad information.
Pretty good as well. Flash
expected some
before the
kind of
smoke
push.
goes down just to
G2 looking
secure
to
that they're like
control that.
behind it and no one's pushed all the way through.
Trent doesn't
And
need
like
the ult orb,
actually
remember. A post-plant thrash would also be
worked
great
out
if
that it's
Wingman
fake
can plan.
pressure. So question
G2
mark
now creeping up,
created.
looking like they want to set themselves
This is interesting though.
up into the exec.
Kang is the player to watch.
All people
He's
on
got
A.
nade for plant denial. He's got ult for plant denial. Or a kill.
Full piece of kit here. Flashed up though,
That
blinded.
incredible
It's gonna be
nade, man.
rebounding, ricocheting. Here's the
Oh,
old shot
God.
stopper. Back wall.
Bro, there was
with
one
no
point there where I
targets.
thought it
No
could have got
casualty.
3.
As a result, through the wall, spam down, Haunt reveals up onto Leaf, putting that pressure down. Vulnerable is excellent and good, but he still needs some extra elements to help him out entirely. He is being pressured, overwhelmed, taken out. Coverage there from the lamp
3v5
position,
at
but
his
EDG
peak.
have control of showers, and now
Boy,
evacuation.
just
Trent,
caught
though,
him on
not
this.
so lucky.
Yeah, and
We drop
Chichu's
from
been here the
behind.
whole time.
Chichu was saving this one, a
Can't
snake
do
bite for a
too much
rainy
here.
day with the wall still up. Bullets are excellent. Damage through the wall. Taking those timings, but he can hear it. Scuttling, scurrying across the sand. Icy wins
Hold
that
up.
fight. Jonah B
Hold
covering
up.
it all. You cannot be squandering this.
Boy,
no
he
way.
missed his jump,
Simon
bro.
will close it out anyway.
He hit his head.
So
Simon
many of these
1v2.
rounds are coming down.
Yeah, we
to
had a
fine
1v2
margins.
here, we
That
had a
is
1v2
not one
here.
of them that I thought would go
I
like
tell you
that.
what though, in the full V2
EDG
to make
look
this so
utterly
close.
in control. And they do close it out. Credit to Simon.
Did he get tethered?
New player
Oh,
stepping up.
okay.
His first
Is
time
that
on the
why he
big
hit his
stage.
head?
Still delivering. But he had to go and play that one a little silly, didn't he? To put the pressure on Leaf so that they could focus
Oh,
elsewhere.
okay, yeah.
You see Chishu's reaction.
Dude, that's a
EDG,
nice
though, one of the
seize. Did he
reasons
do
that
it over the
worked
top
is They
there?
got the plant denial working on A. They had nade. They had the molly actually coming out from Smoggy.
That was sick.
Smoggy hasn't even bought molly this round.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, so maybe kind of panicked a little bit
Goes
there. I
away,
guess if
paves the
you
way
if you
for
siege,
an
you have to keep
exec.
your gun out. But he had like 10 seconds left.
Got 2 alongside that. I mean, Showers has been fully disrespected. Sees up and over. Man, not worried about that one, but
Oh.
nade. Icy's got to be concerned.
Yeah.
Satchel and around.
Again.
Bit of bungee cord in play. Will survive. And the plant's down crucially here for G2 now, but the second wave of things ready.
5
Right,
people here for
Simon
EDG.
scatters it. Forwards now with a nightfall.
Got 4 people that
Thrash
can't
wave
buy
2.
if they lose
All
this.
to push them back and away.
Got 2
It's
people that can't buy if
cacophony
they
of
lose this
util.
one.
The mosh pit
Wow.
and nobody that gets that first kill advantage. Leaf damage done again through the wall. The pit to just try and play EDG right back into this
Whoa,
one
whoa,
again.
whoa,
But the
that was
bodies
a high
are top
HP,
lane
yeah.
players are falling. EDG cannot hold a candle right now to the rightful play and work right through
What
Leaf.
is going
Even
on?
with the pressure, he's overcoming it
What
all.
is
and
going
they all
on?
are falling. G2
Dude, no, EDG,
chokehold.
man.
onto that A post plant.
Why did they play it
Not
like
letting
this?
EDG in.
No plant denial for EDG. No showers control for the Chinese squad either. And so G2 are just able to
Oh,
run
the
in
money's
down
in
short,
the bin.
have perfect post-plant positioning. Valen sat back with a molly, 1 away from the orbital strike. I mean, how are these players supposed to retake when they don't have a a stable area with which to
No,
play
look
from.
at them though. Look
And that is a bit
what
lucky.
they're doing.
My movement is giving them.
Okay.
I was waiting to see if we caught the thing that his movement was giving them.
A lot of trouble, I think. Couldn't clear him out of that corner. Walkabouts for Chichu. This guy, he's a demon with the sheriff in his hand, especially when Kang's there to help him out right from the side. Shot fired. This will force potentially a pace increase out from G2, but instead, again, they cut the noise. Bit of discipline here. Just the slightest of pause, enough for them to full rotate out through the TP. Seekers as well.
Yeah, I mean, Seekers is incredible
Into an
here.
open sight.
Seekers just means they don't have to worry about anything.
And already push it in through the spawn, I see. He's taking liberties with it. Kang's a danger man with that rifle in play, and with him
It's his
toppled
ult as well.
and dropped. No more towards it.
And we got one big
now
buy
for the
round
ace.
after this,
Simon
and they're
is
going to have two of
miles
the better
away.
ults.
I don't think Icy's getting this one.
This is
although
pretty dominant at the moment. They're wrecking
if
them.
Simon did go through showers, you'd have to cut out the middle to make a clip out of it, wouldn't you? But but certainly a different energy in here for G2. And mirroring a lot of their previous rounds, here it comes.
Yeah, will we see it? And ticking away, Simon's cutting it up close, he denies. It's a funny moment.
He's got really nice shots though.
Not funny for Simon. Not funny for EDG. As every round ticks up.
The
for
damage
G2.
does matter. We've had some really
A
close
little
rounds.
voice in the back of their heads thinking, should have closed it out on Haven. Had the chances on Haven.
The missed opportunities.
Could have been a 2-0. I mean, look at the aggression that they're going for here. This is how you get into spots where G2 steamroll on map 3s. 6-0 in the last 3 months when it comes to the final map of a BO3. Icy has run away with it. He's 13-5. And like we were talking about, the ult cycle has never stopped. No. It's a runaway train.
Just keeps generating.
They do always
actual
have
motion
something.
machine.
They've always got an ult.
I've seen those.
It's one of these things that is just like incredible when you have these comps that just have like unbelievable ults.
Satchel clear.
Oh, strong.
Can hear the
Like
util
the,
pulled out.
I mean, it's the EG. The real first comp we saw of it was the EG Fracture, where it just felt like every single round they had some kind of ult.
G2 don't want any part of it though. Instead now moving over towards the A site, feeling content that they may have just pulled rotation.
It feels so similar
away
to
from
that.
that
Every
area.
single buy round right now,
Now it's
EDG
now
are going
that
up
push.
against an
Icy
ult.
with the showstopper looks to potentially open up the round. Opposite of
I mean,
the
Smoggy's dead here.
namesake. Through the smoke, and Smoggy is no more. Leaf potentially hearing that sound.
Yeah, and this was so nice as well.
All
Just
the noise being made. Open
yeah,
up
Valen
Simon.
just makes some footsteps,
Back to the world.
and then Trent farming up, getting
At this
close to
point,
his
EDG
ult. One more here.
Gotta save these rifles. There's no more money left to play with.
I'm fine with Trent just
But
dueling.
also EDG looking like they don't have a plan.
Yeah,
And
splash.
honestly running out of a bit of hope as well. You can tell in the way that G2 are playing, they know they've got this.
Yeah.
They can feel the wind coming towards them. They're outplaying EDG, running circles
Need to
around
save
them.
the guns, and
again
he's
here
here.
with
Oi,
Jonapi's
what
positioning, but nobody comes out on top. We
It's
need to
actually
see something, maybe
kind
from
of important.
maybe from an individual like Smoggy's 4K
Might be able to
earlier,
claw him around.
that re-energizes EDG and gets them back into the game. Either that or some kind of tag timeout to get a strategic change on things. They just haven't been
What,
able
another
to
one?
stop
Another
the plants
timeout?
from going down. It feels like G2 are constantly in these spots where EDG are backpedaling and having to make, you know, solo plays like here where Simon just gets caught alone in showers.
All smiles on the G2 players make you feel it.
Bro, something was crazy
taking
funny.
a turn even in some of the replays we were looking at towards the end of Haven. You wouldn't think that's a team being pressured. The potential of losing the series, but
Yeah.
I can see why taking it
It
one
really
round
was.
at a time. Worked out nicely, and EDG, there's no timeout called.
So hard for them.
Talking it through in that short amount of time as well.
These
Trying
two
to
combo
do something
insanely
here.
well.
Stimmy, Satchel, Flash as well, sets up Icy.
Good nade.
Nicely, and a nade is nice.
It's Tether, but they dodge it.
Mark, though. No
Yeah,
connection
it's a
forward.
little bit off. You can see it's just not as strong on this
low.
map. We have a
Trent
Tether
gets
here. We
inside
have a
Flash, or
nade that
Jonapi
goes
gets
into the
inside
corner.
dog. There is a Brimalt on the other side.
Contact refinder want to get ahead of most of this already, but do they have the weapons for the
Dude,
job?
the shots
Nobody.
just aren't.
Not
The
long
shots
for this
just
world.
aren't as clean as we've seen from other
Survive in the
maps
middle
here
of
from
it, but it is a
EDG.
cheeky play, and a nice one. Just
I can just see like how comfortable they feel. Even Icebox look more comfortable in this.
Again choked out.
Another round that they basically have no chance in. It would take something momentous from Kangkang. He's found a timing.
He slipped past. Leaf is down, and so is the pit, but Valen's immediately there to respond in through the back of the site. Leave it just down to Simon. It's been good for the clutches in the past. Newcomer to the roster. This is too much to do. Sheriff in hand. It'd have to be an improbable and impossible play, and he knows it.
Where are you?
Once over, doesn't even spot him. Doubled up, discipline, 1 HP and a dream, but it's an 8th round for G2.
And a nightmare for EDG. If we get some of that aggression, though, coming out from them when they have rifles in hand,
We've got
ults to
double
work
official,
with, maybe
double
that'll
Brimall.
end up being the key. They did find quite a nice timing there. I'm not sure that G2 were ready for that timing necessarily, but without rifles in the hands of Edward Gaming, the G2 players were just able to react in that spot and win the fights anyway.
Dude, sorry, Nate. I actually don't know how, bro.
Okay, Jacob's 15 and 5.
And that is so true. Icy taking over, 15 and 5. It's easy to play when you've got a star player putting out performances like that. And we were expecting it from the other side on Kangkang.
This is the adjustment that EDG are going for. Any signs of the util as a C's being held? Kangkang's there with a showstopper.
I like this from G2.
Anytime you have
Just
ult
playing
like this,
passive,
there's a deep smoke,
especially with
it
this
also looks
stuff.
like a sand crunch.
Like to go aggro sometimes with
As Valen's reading into this round, he's
Razor.
thinking short's dangerous, sand's dangerous.
Waited out though. Prowler catches it. Trailblazer alongside the Boombot. It's a C's and a nade. Again, at least the C's is good, but the nade just a little bit too deep. Banks it off to the side now. Reposition from EDG. They want to try and take up that shower's control.
Kangkang?
Kangkang's still there. Has the ult waiting at the minute mark, but there's no signs from G2.
Waiting for the tap of the spike, as we can see, minimap-wise.
Speed direction, and nobody, a lot is asked of him. Over the strike through the back.
This was really good from EDG though. This reaction was great.
In and out through.
To make sure they can't actually take any space with the official, and then we just have this guy not having to worry about the timing behind. Like their best round so far, just because of the timing of the Brimall.
Crash has already been picked up, right? Trent, I think, has it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So this is going to be the repop.
Wait for the second wave now. Straight through, up and over, not broken, but the timing taken across it. His rifles in hand.
This was
Nobody
interesting. Use the.
Put a stop to all
I've
this.
never really
Kangkang
seen
through
that.
the TP might have just done enough. Still, 15 seconds. Nobody not clear, but eventually is.
Hey guys,
12
please
left.
win this round.
Time is
Guys,
of the
don't
essence.
lose like
G2,
this.
They stretch it to the finest of details.
Don't lose like this.
And Simon again asked to do so damn much. No crossfire setup, but you know, as soon as Valen has taken that contact,
that's so
the swing will be there
devastating.
from Trent. It has to be a miracle. It will not be the case. A 9th round for G2.
Oh, they're getting slaughtered, man.
It's amazing the way that G2 are able to recover these situations.
It's amazing how they can win that round. They should never, ever, ever be able to win that round.
Kangkang is coming through behind them with a showstopper as well.
Can't believe it.
Valen's kill, when he comes back through, this one here, onto nobody, absolutely crucial. If they get locked out at the choke point there, if that solo player B-Long
Hey, you can
is
give
not
it,
able
man.
to
You had
find
an
that
absolute
value,
round.
EDG have won the round.
Stay focused on us. Make the
Double operator coming out for G2 here on the attack side, just hoping that EDG overstep themselves, get desperate, and they have. Yeah, immediately.
Straight into the trap. Leaf is there waiting. Thrash to try and set up some sort of crunch in through the angles. Horn's going to be revealed. Leaf squares up to it, takes the challenge. Trailblazer forwards, but way ahead of them. Jonah P had no one else to play off of here. EDG might have at least carved their way a path back into this round.
POV.
Thrash round
Nice
2,
shot.
Chichu with the push. It's all putting the squeeze onto these G2 players into a 2v3. Chaos sowed. It's not over yet. The job's not finished. Hearing all sorts of sound and heads. Not expecting it. I see.
How are they losing these rounds,
made this
man?
incredibly winnable.
How are they losing these rounds?
Drop down to just 5. How 50 seconds
It's so
left. The footsteps are
devastating.
heard. It's a game of those
I can't even
timings
imagine
now.
how the coach of EDG feels at the moment. It's
I said
been
earlier, to find a moment for the
mental.
round now. Will he catch it right from behind?
Okay,
Yes,
finally
it
they
is.
get
Yes, so
finally they get
a
one.
consolation round. EDG,
Correct.
they get the 3rd one there. To finish up the half, potentially enough, but listen, it'd have to be a hell of a comeback mounted.
Desk was looking at their bingo card earlier on. They had a 9-3 curse in there, But G2 have just looked so heavily in control.
It'll be a hard ask indeed. We'll find out on the other side of this.
Let me mute this. And 3 still doable. It's super doable, but like some of the rounds they're losing, not a great sign. Yeah, if G2 get this, so if G2 win this, we get 1 from each region. That's pretty sick. If, yeah, if. We see mad at comebacks, man. You gotta hit him with the if here.
Three scoreline sets them up.
Not a single first seed winning their group. Yeah, that is also true.
Series as well against EDG. Don't get me wrong, they've been tested, pushed to the brink, but it's all about how you finish and bind here. I mean, G2 looking unstoppable right now.
Think about this tournament overall.
What do we have? EMEA third seed, China third seed, Pacific second seed.
In my opinion, second favorites. They've also lost. I would have Heretics. Many of the community had Leviathan in that kind of spot, and also G2. A lot of these teams have looked shaky, and yes, G2 are getting pushed in these maps. But if this one ends dominantly, you gotta have your eyes on this squad as another one of those potential candidates to lift the trophy later on, to go on some kind of run.
That's the crazy thing about these big events, especially champs, where it all culminates at the end of the year. G2, you can't exactly call them unlikely.
Oh, you got a reactive pistol in this.
Potentially get that trophy, because they have been good in their own region.
And they were excellent in Shanghai too. They only ended up losing to those finalists. Let's see if EDG can get a pistol and make this one a game.
Grouped up now with a Dizzy, and the Haunt not being broken. Already Icy rebounds that nade. As soon as he hears the wingman, that will be the plan. Denied from the plant. See if they've got a second wave of things here. If EDG just want to evacuate. Grouped up. Hesitation in their step, but now going to be making their moves over towards the B site. Should be open for the taking. Leaf gives up a lot of this space onto the off angle.
Yeah, and he was not ready for this guy to be so close.
Happy to take that fight now, but G2 not willing to slow down, but not
oh my god, G2 just did so much
here.
here.
Wraparound.
Beautiful round from Chichu.
Spike planted.
Leaf was even anticipating that there was a lurk
4-2
happening over there.
is what we're looking at.
Pretty rare that EDG would go through the teleporter without having some info on the B side of the
1-1
map.
for the last map.
The crosshair placement was not there, and Chichu cleaned up. Crispy round, lovely ghost aim.
Starts with a pistol.
EDG are going to have to win. Plenty of rounds here.
I mean, it had to.
Serious ult cycle to get back into this one. Gonna have to showcase us that their attack is a lot better than their defense. But that's the first step. I think it would also have to come with somebody like Icy cooling off.
Yeah.
And individuals on EDG stepping up. Felt like at the beginning on Icebox, it was all those EDG players coming up with the big rounds, the 2Ks, the multi-kills.
And never being shut down for it.
Haven't really seen that.
No.
Dude, G2 always do this on their eco.
Every little efficiency.
Do a little double orb. The Trent, try to get that fish ult as fast as possible.
Trent's lucky to be alive.
Surprised Kankan didn't go for a spam here.
The goal in rounds like this, just stack as many
Would have had
ults
him.
on your players as you can, and then see if you can deny them on the other side too.
Yeah, definitely. Chichu was a lone one taking that fight, even with the better weaponry. So the 1v2 in the favor of G2, even with Valen down to the single digits. Go button's called. Hard clear into the corner, just the shoulder peeking. And you're right. All the gold for the eco here of G2, just deny at the orbs.
I think they've done a good job. you're looking at the ults that are most likely to come online for EDG that could potentially start a comeback happening, and it's Thrash. That's the one that I always look at first. You just get it up so quickly. You're trading people out, you're getting spike plants all the time. You can go and pick up the ult orbs too while Wingman's planting. Generally, that Gecko ult is coming online super early. And nobody's not even halfway there yet.
What the?
Simon. That's a read.
He was so confident.
Okay.
What is that?
Really the only thing going wrong here for them.
Is that a crowd or is that a... There a little
also
gap in this
potentially
box
they
on
were
the
looking
left that I don't know
to again
about?
Get that War Machine chugging like G2 managed to do on their own attack, but it's all
Committed
good.
so heavy.
Keep the rounds going one
He was
step at a
so
time.
sure of it.
Yeah, it won't matter if EDG can find an individual to step up in this and carry them over the line. You know, somebody like Kangkang, who has the only real rifle out of the group, if he comes in here and hits some blinding entries, this is going to be a fight on showers. He's got his opportunity.
I want to go for this one. Valen, early smoke drop down. EDG are holding the util here. There's a nade, there's a prowler. It's all pressed forwards here. Now Icy is going to get squeezed with a stimmy in play as well.
Yeah,
That's
double
close
stinger.
range weaponry at short work onto the hold. G2 going to find this one.
Okay.
Bit of a struggle. Mosh sent preemptively. I was trying to break that wingman.
The
He's worried about
timing
the
from
spacing
Chichu here is
position. He's
great.
already
They are on
lost
top of
track
it.
most of
But
this one, but with the horn broken, spam through the box as well. He's still alive.
wait,
but God
I'm
knows
taking
what
I'm
reason, but
taking
eventually
it that there was some
cleaned
spam there from Leaf. I
Bonus
hope he
round for
didn't
EDG.
all tank the molly
Looking converted,
in the
looking good. Nobody
in the big buy round against the bonus.
the plan, prioritizing to try and get his ult online. Jonah P off from the flank now. Player positioning of these EDG a little bit separated. He's going to try and play that one together, and Smoggy will just isolate the fight himself, take matters into his own hands. So these are exactly the type of steps that you need to see EDG
Yeah,
taking
it
if
is.
they want to try and even up
How
the
you do the
scoreline.
comeback.
Yeah, if there was a path to a comeback, we're watching it. The run through with the stim beacon and the sting ended up being massively important there. I was putting the attention on the Kangkang, but he got traded out. Double kill for Simon. They death balled up, ran through showers, and Trent's positioning towards the back of
Early
triple
timeout. Everyone's sitting around
was riddled
3,000 for
with
G2.
bullets.
So is this a low buy?
No safe place to stand. It forces the timeout out of G2. Maybe a glimpse really into. There's not too much again you can read into tactics. We're only 3 rounds in onto the half.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can make some small read in terms of how grouped up they were on that side of the map. I think that was 4 players running through shower there.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty unusual way of playing. Possible that Josh RT wants his team to, pull back a bit, give showers control, play for plant denial, that kind of thing. When you watch the way that
Simon's doing
nobody
great.
uses his wingman,
Util's been good.
and he just sent little bro
Game's been really good.
wild escapade
A solo
towards
mission.
default.
Yeah.
Stuff like that can really mess up a round if you're thinking about post-plant positioning before plant goes down on buy. So there are some small things that they could maybe be reading into. And I don't mind an early timeout in this position where you're ahead and you're trying to stop the comeback from happening. Because the earlier you nip it in the bud,
Hey,
the
any
quicker you
stingers are
stop
out. Triple.
big things from snowballing out of control. And again, eyes, attention onto the Gecko ult. Is this a showers crunch? It doesn't look like it.
No
from
one on the
G2.
receiving end. Yeah, G2, normally you want a player to try and break this haunt.
Yeah, they're just
Hey,
looking to get the
EDG,
orbital strike online.
insta fade. I
Looking for plant denial.
100% sure that
that's
no
gonna be
one's
so
facing
key
it.
here to the way that G2
And
are playing
group
their
up
defense.
over
It's key
towards
for
B.
every team, of course, but seems like we're going to see G2 try to play a more passive look to the defending side. Focus on putting the EDG in bad
Hey,
spots.
Sky Dog sees one. Do they rotate?
Creeping and crawling now over towards this B
Prowler
site.
goes in. Do they rotate?
B's up close here. Wants to try and take that fight. Bullets lay it down. Not enough for the kill.
Bro, that
though.
was so close to a
There's
double.
lot of
26 and
damage.
42.
Something up for Trent, but
This eco's kind of scary
much
now.
with it. Just playing, peeking out of the smoke here. Found himself corner window of opportunity. EDG want to go over towards the A side now.
Yeah, Icy on the
players
rotate.
there
We got some low HPs.
Leaf could easily take a timing through this Viper Orb.
Not just that, I mean, he's got a. If there's signs of life from EDG, if they just try to go
Dot
fast
saw
with this one,
Lucy.
he
Thank
has
you so much for the 5 months.
his own molly to try and slow them down.
I appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much, Adon.
And Icy's now there with an aid. This Looks like it has some danger to it, I'm not going to lie. There's a snake bite. Slowing down
We're trying to bait in the shorty.
They're trying to take that point of contact. Kang.
And the other guy close is low HP.
Oh, and weaving in and out, it's just spraying, then praying
And then we have a nade to stop this.
Though. Coming up with the goods. Coverage has to be there, and it finally is. Valen shut down as he seeks to deny that plant.
Nade was strong, though.
Keep an eye on Trent.
Give
me Trent.
Health. And here comes a flank. This kill, so important.
No way.
Patience play. Trent barely there.
Oh, Wingman just down the corner.
And all this sound and pressure is being made as well. Simon doesn't know which way to look. That
was sick from Icy. Good decision making.
Disaster for EDG. And Smoggy is the one who now has to pick up the pieces. 1v2. Time played, time ticking. Smoggy's out wide. A tap, a stick, coverage. Trent
wow,
lands it.
Man. Nice round, bro. Triple stingers, sheriffs.
Completed fully. Thrifty win to get that 10 for G2.
Doesn't Trent know
Double gun upgrade.
Feeding into the crowd there, knowing that they've just pulled off a huge one to stop that momentum. You could see that disaster occurring in slow motion.
Dude, that one was a
weak
disaster.
Players, like you mentioned,
that was so scary.
First, getting hit with the vulnerable as well. Leaf barely had to peek, and he caught that first kill. Onto nobody.
Mastercard Thrifty pushed G2 right back into it.
Look at this death ball from EDG. Nobody watching Sand, nobody watching Fountain. All 5 players grouped up on A to go.
If Valen gets a kill here, though, Valen getting a kill could be everything. Money's really low.
Overwhelming with the ults.
3 people still have to buy on it.
Tuck safely. Putting the smoke, underhanded with the nade again. This is going to be denying the plan, surely. Nobody, no way. Wingman survives. Wow. In through the back of the site, though. That is
500 HP, is he?
There was that punish inside. Thrash through and out
oh,
of the
whoa.
Now Simon, he's pulled it back out of nowhere.
Wait, he got 3 there.
That one again, somehow, somewhere.
Dude, there was so much going on. This guy was top bench, right? Did they all just line up?
Spraying right through the wall. Simon finishes it with the secondary shorty.
1-9 loss bonus.
Hidden gem for the EDG team.
Yeah, he's doing really good.
He pushes through by the look of things and just swings back sight and deletes 3 of them. But he seems like it was very unexpected.
Oh, okay.
The replay,
Damn.
as they're focused on retaking lamps. And he gets Trent in the
Dude, his
back.
timing's insane. That's some fast reset
P,
here.
Not there to deny.
That was impressive, though.
The target priority.
Even though they have so much util in their hands, that is so fast. That last kill as well.
Picks him off.
He set's really good.
Now at the top of the scoreboard for EDG, but still 3 behind. And last time,
it's so fast. I know it's in slow-mo, but like actual speed, it's incredibly fast.
There's no pushback from EDG. They're not going for any stimmy plays off the rip to try and punish these orb pickups.
No, G2, despite losing the majority of the rounds in this half, have actually been blow for blow with ults. Basically because of what you're talking about, that ult prioritization.
I don't like that. If you are EDG, you kind of need every advantage you can get if you're going to make this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they're hitting where the double guns are. Like, the only good news for G2 at the moment.
Try to take contact against nobody, against Simon. The 2 initiators who are down to fight, down to scrap.
Played Leaf in. He's for the judge. Mosh now.
Well, we go for the old school. This is how teams used to take B in the beta, though. Like double smokes here. Wait, they have no smokes.
Again, there's util into the back pocket of G2. Surely this doesn't happen again. Ring around the roses.
Wait, guys, they're in trouble. They're in trouble, I'm pretty sure.
TP once more. Surely not. Running them down. Classics in hand.
You have a Brimble. There's low time. No, Valen, you went down here.
Around here by G2. The plant is tapped from behind. It's wrapped. The players are being picked to pieces. Nobody gets that plant down. At least they do.
Dude, Valen stays alive there. Brimble, that's a different round.
Guns in the process. Double up with the rifles. Swinging through. It's Leaf who trades it onto Simon. Slow down once more. Fight. And a bullet. Just through the wall there. Leaf will survive. Trent walking in. The barrel betrays him. Nobody's down. And it's given an opportunity. In for the 1v1. Adjustment not there. Stands to the side. Wingman not being used.
Did Wingman to search for him.
Oh
my, nicely done from Smoggy.
Goes down to Smoggy. And EDG are still alive.
Oh, that was close, bro. Yeah, a couple of different decisions there. I think G2 win that.
Like we saw earlier, going across the line.
I like what they were doing though.
Smoggy's
The rifle shows
savior
over
there
towards
for
Hookah, and they
EDG
switch places with the judge.
final moment.
It's just the fact that EDG used like both smokes,
alive
and then they
for
called
the moment.
cancel and go through the TP, like as the smokes had gone down. And this guy just had no smokes to get any kind of map control over.
You don't celebrate like that usually for winning an anti-eco. That shows you how
that
close
was incredibly
the scoreline
scary.
is and how much they want to get
Okay,
to
now the
playoffs right here, right now.
attack.
They need another 5.
The attack op comes out. Simon one away from his ult as well.
Investments from both teams.
Icey's pretty far away from the action though. Last time G2 double fought over showers, it did not go well.
Palin's got to be aware of that fact. Bursted through from the contact plays of EDG. Nobody is there alone though. This time, not too much more players alongside him.
This is one of those rounds too where you cannot afford to let Smoggy get into post.
Too much more players alongside him.
Yeah, I'll times 2 after
This
this.
is one of those rounds too where you cannot afford to let Smoggy get into post plan. He's got Molly, he's got Orbital Strike.
Kostiev, don't get mad at me, bro. I can't do anything about that.
Might already be getting dangerous. EDG trying to feign and pull players out over towards B with the pressure. Simon's there, but he's just one man. I mean, it just feels so fake that they already offload the Seekers.
Dude, the Seekers just completely wrecks the fake.
No hiding this intent of this EDG squad. They want to land.
Yeah, we have
towards
so
the A
many
site.
ults to delay the plan.
Options might be there if they try and take the showers TP, but Leaf is also going to be waiting.
That's a nice mosh
down a
pit.
tap.
And we
Pulled
got...
that again, but the timing caught with Leaf.
Bullet
to the back.
Oh, they
Simon
took the
has dropped,
TP
hit
and he's already
earn,
popped his
and
ult.
finally played the TP to Noah.
Oh, they're cooked, man. EDG is so done here. As long as Valen actually just uses his ult here, they're all good.
This out. They've got absolutely no chance of getting the plant down.
Yeah, they got no
Just
chance
not
of
enough
getting
done preemptively to pull all this util out. It will take miracles, but again, like you said, Orbital Strike, primed, ready, nobody pushed back. 7 seconds, 6, down to 5, 4. There needs to be a plan online, but the time is lost against them. EDG, no more
Leaf might
chances,
clean them
no
up.
more opportunities. An 11th round concatenated up now by G2.
Close and closer to closing out this match. G2 have weathered the storm on Haven, are currently weathering a comeback on Bind after a 9-3 half. But EDG forced to take the tag timeout. They just got outplayed here. That lurk, which was supposed to be their plan B, completely getting shut off by Leaf.
See,
the timing around his Viper Orb lovely.
Not enough to sell it. Just Simon alone, who's just dumping his util over to the one side to see if they can open up A.
EDG have actually managed to get themselves an ult advantage now, but they're 3 rounds behind.
The last one, I'm pretty sure.
Away from having to drop down to that lower bracket of their group.
You still have one.
G2 have burnt some
Seekers, bro, the timing of the Seekers here was everything.
Good for plant denial. I mean, the Orbital Strike.
Yeah, they're just using their util over towards B to fake it, and the Seekers just go on everyone in showers, one on short.
And they also can't be burning up their utility early on too. Valen used his molly early in the round there because he knew he could always rely on his ult to plant deny. And now you've got to try to save stuff like that. And Icy, I think, is going to be particularly important if G2 want to close.
Oh yeah, ×2, I forgot.
He's got to find himself in the right place. Because he can't rotate around as much. He's got the op in his hand. And he needs to be there to stop any push from EDG. That showstopper. Got to find value.
Has to be posted up.
I think EDG is more important than ever to dodge this op. Follow the utility that doesn't get broken. Try to push through smokes because he's not going to be opping behind a big smoke.
He might be running straight into it. Leaf committing his own orb here. Be used to cut up any sort of aggression in through and out of Hookah. Sees it. Signs
Oh, he
up
missed,
well. The horn.
missed the jump down.
Prowler, I should say. Excuse me. Shot missed. Orbital Strike out and around here. Icy with the rocket.
No way.
Insanity with the movement.
Yeah, 55 HP. Kang did good, man. Really good.
And weave. The fast
Also, the util is nice from EDG. Look at this cleanup. No messing about on this. Lot of ults.
Delivers all that damage. Valen, too much to overcome.
Pretty fast.
A rapid play by EDG.
But look, we are still on 2x speed with most of this round.
Well.
They're kind of down pretty heavy with their guns. There's 2 people that are fully wrecked money-wise.
And not just that, Leaf beefed his movement. I mean, if Leaf manages to jump out of Hookah there backwards and get that snakebite off, maybe this could be different. Maybe Kankan could have been shut down on the route out. As it was,
one
mistake, the whole house of cards falls down. That's what Valorant's like at this level. And G2, that mistake has now caused them to be on an eco. A 4-stack over towards B, exact opposite side that EDG are going for.
Going so much faster now.
The gap might close to 1.
So much faster. All the ults are getting used.
It's applied over towards the A site. G2 have been good at least denying some portion of this one when they're on the right ecos, but the players are not in the right places at the right times. I see. It's definitely going to be falling here. Satchels. Bullets flying his way. Ult's even committed here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, nobody feeling like he has to use it to try and clean up most of this round. Maybe just evidence, I think, of the frantic nature that EDG are operating under. It should be cleaned up. Should be. Carrying a lot of weight. Valen, though, isolated into this spot. Tries to pre-fire it into the corner. And Rifle bouncing and hopping up.
The only thing is G2 should be pretty happy.
EDG,
the main two ults, like if we look here,
at least in this map,
very far away. It can done pretty good to get this one close. They used ult into the round before this, so.
Very rough here for G2.
Yeah, I would be okay with this round.
On a knife's edge, only 1 round separating these two teams.
Yeah, out of all the rounds to lose, this one's like not too bad at all.
They use their ults.
Lofa, thank you so much, bro.
I think you needed to
Thank you so much, man. I hope the watch party was good.
Big rifle rounds that
I think
are
you
coming
got somewhere
up.
to be.
Burning them on the anti-eco when you'd already got the plant down. G2 are going to take attack timeout, so EDG have some time to think about this, but I think that's a bit of a waste, personally. EDG
Rush away, so fine.
Losing a potential ace up their sleeve.
Thank you for the raid, bro. If you ever watch this back, or see
these
ya.
final few rounds.
But for now,
Okay, last timeout used.
Path ahead here.
Again, I still think G2 are in an okay position considering the amount of ults that were used into that. We just had 2 rounds where they used 2 ults into both rounds.
Somebody's eco rounds have been, G2's money has just been getting knocked down consistently. Lunch money stolen, shoved into a locker.
It's been the new kid, Simon, who's been doing a lot of the shoving. Just moved to this school.
God.
No fun never raids. Wait, is this his first raid?
The size of him.
Omrod, thank you for doing that, dude. Zed Get Wolf, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that as well, bro. Appreciate the support, mate. Welcome into the Slug Club. Okay, chat, here we go.
And it's working.
Official N11. Money would be 2-9 lost bonus, so these 3 ain't buying next.
Pulling off this comeback. It was 9-3 at the half.
EDG past 2 rounds gone really fast.
Only 2 rounds gained for G2.
Oh yeah, so, and that's pretty much the reason why people go for this lineup, right? People go from this lineup because it's so much easier to hit than this one.
Bit more uncertainty now into the step of EDG.
Like that is a hard lineup.
Trailblazer G2 getting some good information.
Simon's got to be cautious here. There is a possibility that a Thrash could end up coming through the teleport. You see that G2 are looking to clear out short. Here comes that Thrash.
Yep, re-clear. Detainment catches on.
Just gets round the corner. Here comes the cavalry. Bro has been insane, man. A little bit quiet on the defense half up until now. Absolute shots.
He will swat you away.
What a beast. G2's going to try to make the difference on the other side of the map. He's found this lurk timing just as G2 have backed off. Could this be the moment? Could they maybe try to turn this 2v5?
It's a sound bait. Valen's holding, but still loses the fight. Jumping around as a pit into the spawn. Trying to grant him a bit of that space and luxuries, even if they can get into the A side. 2 versus 4 still here for EDG.
The double push coming out from Leaf and Icy is going to be fast onto this. They've planted, not for the pit, not for backside, but exactly for the flank.
It's going to be
and
delayed
he
here.
drops the pit with that.
Planted for that flank occurring, this fight. Contact plays, shoulder to shoulder. They split themselves up. Smoggy is alone and isolated. All comes down to this timing. Does he win this fight out?
Weird because he's going to get shot from short at
making
one
a
point.
possibility across their placement, not ideal.
5?
And Icy,
Ace?
one more for the ace denied from that, yet still the damage has
Still,
been done.
what a time to
it's a 1v3, no util left to his name. The diffuse already tapped, stuck all the way.
Solid,
G2.
Man. They used their last ult with that one. The only one personally might be close to an ult is Kang. 2 chances.
Step is all they need to take.
It's a beautiful setup, the G2 run. You saw that happening live.
This is just straight up individual, man. He satchels past the flash.
He's not even that great with the first spray onto nobody, but then the readjustment shakes himself off.
I mean, that third shot is
every
beautiful
shot
as well.
After that was perfection.
You are insane.
He's playing incredibly right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing really good.
Definitely one of Icy's best games at a time when G2 needed it desperately.
Two of them, and this is the round where they're going to have no ults. Icy as well, we keep talking about him because he's going to have his ult in one kill or one orb. We see him over towards Showers. But if there is pressure elsewhere,
he stepped up to
he's getting this orb.
As you've already mentioned, 22 kills. Not the current kill leader. Simon holds that title, but matters not.
Makes a lot of sense from EDG. Looking at it, they're like, well, he's one away from ult, so we've got to just fight over towards the sides.
The precipice now, G2.
Would be nice to take it away from him.
It's a stalwart hold. The defensive setup. Icy's primed and ready.
Kangkang is going to pick up the ult orb here. If we see nobody bringing the spike back over towards A, then G2's read on this.
A Prowler goes in as well for them to make it look like they're a little bit further control. Question mark over towards Showers. That's the only bit of map control they have so far. They don't have any of this yet.
EDG may not even realize it, but they've just
Flash goes out towards Long, doesn't hit anyone, so the three-person stack stays strong from G2. What is this? What happened here? This guy hears no sound and he tells them to rotate.
Exactly right here with 30 seconds onto the clock. This is do or die for EDG.
Yeah, Jonah P has no Uto now, just gun in hand the whole time.
Massively. Molly's rebounding off to the side, but Jonah P not caught out still. It's played in to perfection here with the satchels in play. Nobody. Plan's going to be stuck swinging a wide lead with two out through the hookah. G2 denies. And Icy is left to do the most in this spot in a 1v3.
Weird, because he kind of should save.
Very little information, just a name.
He kind of should save, but he wants his ult.
Jumping from nobody.
In an ideal world, you like want to save but get a kill.
Take a look at the credits here. 50 for Valen, 450 for Jonah P.
Maybe going here is like the play.
That fight, earn up the ult for the
it's because if you lose that gun, kind of mess it up for.
And you're right, it is possible that having the ult online may end up making more of a difference in round 24. But we can't know that.
I mean,
played for the weaponry.
This is just insane.
The Stim Beacon double blast pack from Kangkang absolutely broke Jonah P's
yeah, he just saw him just like sail by him to the back of sight.
Past him like a bullet train.
And then this guy's just like, well, that's an easy kill. Like Kangkang did so good here. Like, you know how you can look at a duelist score and be like, well, they didn't have a good game. This round right here was won by Kangkang and Space Maid. That's it. That's the only reason they win that.
Round 24. It's do or die. OT will knock down to the lower section of your group. And ults are now online here for G2.
I brought over towards B. Flash goes down as well. They don't see anyone.
Through the teleport.
Icy picks up his orb. He wants to ult. He's sending it. Goes through the TP. Got an ult on ult.
Right there forwards. He's already taken that timing, and now you might have some difficulties even getting the
value. Him?
But now tucked to the corner.
That's Spike.
Expecting that nobody was going to be placed there.
And that's the spike. They've got to be aware of this timing that Shishu could have taken. Valen, Icy, they know this is a possibility.
Big Joel.
Lambs.
Should be it, right?
Head ripped clean off Simon and Smoggy.
Valen, one more smoke.
Last two to remain, but they're up versus 4. And it's to stay alive in the series. What can they truly
down to Showers,
do?
committed out to sight. They tapped.
Bait out some presence from G2. Baiting out a response.
Look at this guy.
They don't take it.
Look at Jonah P.
They let them stew. And the plant is down. Smoke in the face of Icy.
It's weird situation.
Spraying away,
should Skydog, but I would understand why you wouldn't
from behind
want
now, Trailblazer out and away. Only the one contact.
And now you just stay alive.
Jiggle Speak is good here. Sees a little bit better, and a fight taken, squared up to Simon.
Simon did insane, bro.
Potentially there, but the position is so damn obvious. EDG would need a miracle.
Oh.
They need it now. Smoggy to deliver, potentially. No. G2.
Shout out to Valen, man. Really good round from him. He tilted good as well. Dude, what a game. G2 make it through. Yeah, what an absolute game this was. It was awesome.
Amazing game that fits the script of how they've been playing.
Okay, we get one of each region.
BO3 for the last
and the
3
first
months.
seed from every region is
just do not beat them in these map 3 situations. A valiant effort.
Well, I guess the first seeds are all
theirs is not the glory today. Every single #1 seed has lost in groups.
G2, they rise up to the occasion. Don't get me wrong. Tested, pushed to the brink. Only could have got closer if we went to OT, but 13-11, you have to take that.
What are the games tomorrow?
Scoreline all the way. G2
Do we finally get the lower bracket games?
That spot now.
Is this the Sen
maybe,
FPX game tomorrow? Oh
maybe.
man, I'm so excited for that
Their
game.
time to shine,
And FPX, got Billy Crew as well, which could be an absolute banger.
I think you've got to be paying attention to this team. Coming out of a group,
Dude, some of the lower
Paper X
bracket games are incredible.
Teams that are playing pretty
solid teams down there.
EDG are playing pretty hot right now. Paper X have done huge things in the past, and G2 come out through it looking fairly clean. This definitely pushed them much more than the previous one.
The only thing that worries me now for G2 going forward is that Icebox that maybe they were confident in got a little bit exposed.
Yeah, to get past the difficult times and push forwards. Just there.
Because it's definitely not one of EDG's best maps, even though I think they actually played it incredible. Which means that more teams might think that G2 didn't play great and pick it.
Being wobbled a little bit, the time is right for somebody like G2.
Icebox is a wild pick. Yeah, so Imi, it's like both of their worst maps outside of their vetoes. But I think they got false confidence from the Paper X game, like Saint said earlier. Really sad, really underscore sad. How am I saying your name?
Able to get through their game against Foot.
Sad. With the tier 1, thank you for the 3 months.
You can't
appreciate the support.
I mean, it is inevitable. It feels inevitable.
And I post the LEV TE game. Dude, it didn't record the 3rd map, so I gotta stop the stream and I gotta download it and upload it manually. So let me listen to the interview and then I'll do it straight away. I put my phone on vibrate, bro. I'm about to throw my phone out the window after today. Don't get what's going on. You need to get one of those old school alarm clocks.
Hello, it's time again for the post-match interviews, and I'm joined by G2's LEV. GG, LEV.
Good game.
What a game, close game too. 네, G2의 리프 선수 만나보겠습니다. 원했던 EDG를 상대로 오늘 결국에 플레이오프 선출권을 드디어 가져갔습니다. 쉽지 않은 경기였던 만큼 이제 뭔가 중국의 넘버원 시드 EDG를 만나본 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You made it to the playoffs. Tough start, rocky start, but you came through and got a win against China's #1 seed EDG. What are your thoughts on the game today?
I think that there were some issues that we had that I can't really say, but I think that, you know, there were some problems in the beginning and we started a little rocky, and then Haven, even then we had to come back, and then on Bind we were in such a good lead, but I think they played very well, and I think that, I mean, I think we showed a lot of resilience in, you know, the adversity and stuff like that. So I'm just really proud of how the game went, to be honest, because we closed it out, we didn't choke, so it feels good.
Well, I wonder what went on, because the coach said something, there was a deleted tweet from the manager, and Leaf mentioned something as well. Maybe some kind of sound issue.
이런 팀이다라고 컴백을 잘 보여준 것 같아서 오늘 경기 결과가 만족스럽다고 하네요. 그리고 말 나온 김에 헤이븐 후반부터 이렇게 좀 다시 컴백을 하면서 G2가 승리를 가져가게 됐잖아요. 좀 어떤 이유나 전략의 변화를 줬길래 이런 컴백이 가능했던 건지 좀 궁금합니다. Speaking of like the changes and coming back mid-Haven, what changes made that possible for you guys to like bounce right back?
I think just discipline and also just like realizing their win condition. You know, we played a very out of the ordinary comp on Haven, and there's some problems that we, you know, like there's some problems on that map in general. Like I feel like the fact that like teams are known for rushing a bomb site every single round and just, you know, winning a game is kind of crazy, but I think we just fixed the mistakes and just held our nerve a little bit, and it just made it pretty easy.
이제 좀 헤이븐의 우리 팀의 좀 문제점을 좀 잘 파악을 하고, 그리고 원래 뭐 헤이븐의 좀 독특한 오늘 조합을 갖고 나왔기 때문에 뭐 맵의 그런 좀 특유의 특징들도 있었고, 이모저모 어떻게 좀 다양한 접근법으로 전략을 좀 다양하게 해서 우리가 컴백을 성공한 것 같다라고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 이제 플레이오프에 선 진출을 하게 되면서 조금의 여유가 생겼습니다. 이제 플레이오프에서 다음에 만나고 싶은 팀 또는 그리고 뭐 어떻게 좀 준비를 할 건지도 좀 들어봐야 되겠습니다. You have a little bit of a break until the playoffs. Which team do you want to meet? And also, how are you going to prepare for that? If not, if you don't want to mention that, you can just say, oh, I would like to do something.
I mean, we're gonna have to see who comes out of, you know, like second seed in every single group. I'd really like to not play an NA matchup, to be honest, because I just feel like domestic is just not as fun as playing international.
Right.
You know, in general for playoffs, I know we can't play them first round, but like Trace would be super cool. I think they're showing a lot of creative stuff.
Wait, they can play them first round, right?
Cool, just because of like being in Korea, and I haven't played against those guys in a long time. Obviously, they changed.
I thought they don't do seeding.
Back on C9
in the video.
But I think it'd just be fun.
In the video, they said that it's completely randomized. No seeding.
원래 아메리카스 출신에서는 만난 팀들은 다시 안 만났으면 좋겠고, 그리고 트레이스도 오늘 되게 창의적인 플레이를 많이 보여줬기 때문에 좀 재밌을 것 같고, 그리고 홈그라운드인 팀 로스터를 변경하고 나서 킥오프 뭐 그때 락인 이후에는 만난 적이 없기 때문에 그 경기도 되게 기대된다고 합니다. G2의 리프 선수의 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Congratulations again for your win, Lee. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow with more
Seeded, but
Valorant action.
first seed against second seed.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
Bye bye.
But I thought that they added the like fully random in there, which made me they added like an extra word in there, which definitely made me think that it was full.
My brother,
Yeah, you guys are probably right.
That was a slugfest, huh?
Yeah, it was quite a series. The last two maps.
Let me turn this up.
Yeah.
All rounds, all 24.
Yeah, were you, I mean, look, we know EDG is a phenomenal team, right? So you guys were very much aware of that going into it. But I guess, you know, mentality with the team, like, were you guys just very gung-ho? Because I know you guys, like, have a more of a cautious optimism at times, having known you for a little while now. Yeah. Or were you guys like, okay, let's just take it one round at a time? Or were you like, no, we're going to win this?
I mean, we want to always like stay confident, but just make sure it's not like too overconfident to where we're over peaking. So just making sure we're like staying disciplined, just playing our game plan out, and it worked out.
No, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I want to know, it's like your first time going up against EDG. What did that feel like? What was that team like to go up against? I mean, everybody knows they're kind of crazy. You know, the China region in general is well known for being a little bit unorthodox, let's say. How did it feel playing against them like live on the server?
I mean, they played a really good game. Their icebox looked really solid. All the rounds were like really close. Yeah, I mean, like we've scrimmed other teams as well. We scrimmed them in Shanghai. We scrimmed them, and we also scrimmed Trace. And like I kind of knew Trace were gonna be demons going into this.
Oh, so
like,
you had the intel.
Yeah, we knew they were doing really well against us in scrim. So.
Damn. Okay, I gotta show you the pick'ems in a little bit because you're gonna be blown away by what the community rated Trace at. It's pretty mind blowing. But I mean, you were absolutely electric. And look, I know we've always had you even yourself have talked about it just being, you know, fitting more into the G2 system, right? This is and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But nah, you were cooking this game. You felt great. Do you feel like you're getting that mojo? You feel like you're getting that energy up? Because it's showing in your gameplay.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Like, start of season, I was not playing as confident. So now I'm just going into these games just feeling so confident.
Was it because of the fact that you were, like, coming in and there was a lot of expectations?
I think a lot of it was, like, me, like, kind of not going for the plays I like used to go for. You know, I'm in a better system that I've never been in. You know, Josh is a really good coach. He's just like teaching me to be disciplined, don't go for too much.
Yeah.
And as a duelist, it's kind of hard to find the perfect in between, you know.
For sure, for sure. Hey, no man, hey, do what brought you to the dance, though. Okay, always remember that. Always remember that.
What about for you guys for this event? Like going from Shanghai to coming pretty close. You know, you guys had a great tournament. Your run came short there in the lower finals. What do you think it's going to take for you guys to, you know, get over that hump, get to the grand finals, maybe lift a trophy? Like, what's going to be the difference between then and now?
I think in Shanghai, you know, like every team like needs a losing experience. You can't just win every game. So I think those losses in Shanghai are building us into a better team. And we learned a lot from that. And I think going into this tournament, we know what to improve on, and like we've been improving on it already.
Yeah.
So we know these things, and we know to, you know, just keep looking forward to these next games.
Yeah. Sure. Now, Paperton did have a round that he wanted to show you, just simply because you guys were just so coordinated, and it's always a testament to what you always do. But I mean, go ahead and run through it.
Yeah. So this is round 7, and it's a really cool like way you guys set up the post plant. You get the Viper's Pit down. You do all these awesome things to get yourself into a really favorable situation. I want you to walk us through this. If you remember.
Yeah, this is the issue with these rounds. It's like so hard to remember.
Right. So you get naded out of the corner, with the C's there. Great movement.
Yeah, it was like delayed timing on that. That was kind of got me off guard.
And then they nightfall you too.
Oh, this is the round I got fade ulted, and there was a mosh in U-hole. So we were thrashing through U-hole, I think.
Yeah.
I just ran through the mosh, but I think my team got me, you know.
Yeah, they
I was trying to capitalize off the second thrash usage.
Yeah, they definitely had your back on that one.
That was really good.
Especially from the broadcast POV. Yeah, you need to get like his POV, right?
How much are you putting it? Because it seems like these post plants are very well.
Oh yeah, you're right, chat. Look, seed.
But how are you dealing when
Bummed.
things don't go according to plan?
I mean, like, it's hard to say. Like, we were like down big on Icebox, and we were just kind of just making sure that we're sticking to our game plan, keeping the same confidence. Like, even if we're losing, just to keep the same game plans, just make sure we're, playing the same game that we always play in our like scrims and practice.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the Icebox and I'm like, I don't know, this looks good, but it seems like EDG did a lot of homework on you guys' Icebox, and now you guys got some stuff that you got to work on, I think, moving forward. I want to also show you the pick'ems powered by AWS here, because Trace had a 10% chance of qualifying.
That is crazy.
We can see on the other side, I mean, your group was, which I think a lot of us have really deemed the real group of death, is Group D, because it was always going to be a challenge there. But you had mentioned Trace before. What was it about that team that you knew they were going to be demons coming?
I mean, they just have insane aim, I swear. Like, when we
You
were
won
scrimming them, we were just really caught off guard.
Yeah, really.
Like, I was not surprised when I saw them qualifying for champs. And these wins, like, they're really good teams that they're playing against.
Yeah, but are you surprised that they did it against Aspas and Leviat?
I think that's pretty surprising. Lev beat us.
But Paper-X up there, dude. I kind of have Paper-X going second, so I can't even argue, man. It's hard, dude.
They beat them.
When they've done so good at events, like, it's hard to forget. Hard to forget the past.
And just be like, yo, man, that's crazy. That's wild. All right, well, we've been doing a bingo all day of things that would happen throughout the day. Bingos.
Okay, chat, they're wrapping this one up. I'm going to stop the stream now just so that I can upload the VOD, because I missed the VOD on 2 maps there.
Bingo! With the G2
doing
win.
that.
Look at you. So now we win, and we get
give me someone to raid. Give me a streamer.
So we get the bingo. Mission accomplished. What do you win at home?
Immy streaming?
Nothing.
Entertainment.
Yeah, I'll definitely raid Immy if he's streaming.
I see you could say congratulations, and we can maybe use that. So go for it.
Congrats if you won your bingo card.
There you go. There you go. That's all you got. Oh, man. All right. Well, let's take a look at the bracket and where we are right now in this competition with these 6 of champions coming to an end.
This one?
We now
have
lovely. Our first 4
okay, there we go.
teams
All we have to do is wait for that. Okay, so we do get second seed.
Because we already covered that, but for
so tomorrow,
DRX, like, does that
we get Billy Crew and we get Sentinels FPX.
The games yesterday, Fnatic DRX. DRX and Heretics going through is pretty crazy to me. They were underdogs in both those games, but I think those games could have gone either way. So.
Yeah, absolutely. No, sure. Who do you think's coming out of this group? PRX, EDG, or Foot? Who do you think?
I would say EDG based off the games that we played.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's
they were
fair.
nuts.
Yeah, they played you guys.
Yeah,
close.
I think that's fair as well. I think they are the favorite
for sure. But now you're gonna get a little bit of a break.
Especially map pool wise, you got to look at that these days.
Are you gonna try
pretty heavy.
Enjoy Soul a little bit, or is it work?
I think we're gonna do some exploring probably. Maybe we'll check out some new food spots. My girlfriend's also coming in town.
Okay.
So
nice.
A few of the other G2 girlfriends are coming.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, you got to make sure you hang out with them. All right. Because my wife.
She
was like, nah,
okay.
You work
chat.
Like 80
thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, I wake up a little bit earlier. We'll get a new phone or something.
I see. Congratulations.
All right, thanks so much, everyone, guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Immy for me. I'll stick around for like a little bit. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Thank you so much, everyone.
BLG versus Crew.
All right, peace.
Want to give us a little analytical prediction? Who do you think's going to win each series?
I will be watching
YouTube chat. See you guys tomorrow.
Enjoying. Bucket of popcorn, maybe.